Hello and welcome everyone to the third annual edition of Her Future Summit. I am so excited to engage with all of you today for another GSC program of the year. Thank you so much for joining us. For all of our constituents from all around the world, thank you. Of course, feel free to network. Just share where you're calling in from on the chat feeds, whether you're on social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, wherever you're coming in from to join this digital virtual summit. Let us know and let's get started for this program. Now, as you can imagine, I am so incredibly excited to engage with all of you today for this program. So there you have it, just kick-off remarks. My name is Christine and Tim. I am the founder of the Global Startup Ecosystem, also known as GSC, and we are the organizers behind the annual Her Future Summit. So I'll be engaging with you throughout the day, introducing our amazing lineup of speakers from around the world. We have speakers coming from policy, entrepreneurship, business, technology, you name it. There's a whole range of female powerhouses that will be engaging throughout the day for this program. So thank you so much for joining us. And of course, as you can imagine, it's an action-packed day today. We have content from panels, keynotes, workshops, virtual career fairs. We have networking sessions. So there's a lot of activity for the day. And for the morning half, we will be kicking off with our first panel. Are you ready for the future? How women can build their digital brand for a global career. Of course, we will be having some remarks from our United States and UK ambassadors from Cambodia and Botswana. And of course, I will be kicking off the session with a recap of all the different opportunities that are open to you to really build and scale your career during this pandemic. So look out, it's going to be an exciting morning hour to kick off this event. Of course, the second half of the morning will be followed by another amazing panel of corporate professional leaders to talk about the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for female professionals and pioneers. And of course, we'll be welcoming several amazing ambassadors to us, including the United States Ambassador Stephanie Sullivan from Ghana, who will be joining us. And of course, our UK Ambassador from Denmark will also be engaging, followed by remarks by other honorable ambassadors from the UAE, Denmark, and Moldova. So a very exciting series of speakers for the second half of the morning. And we'll end the day in the afternoon with remarks for our third panel of speakers to talk more to our entrepreneurs today, the investment ecosystem of the future, the opportunities for entrepreneurs and pioneers, followed by amazing headliner remarks from Elizabeth Liu from the U.S. State Department, and Del Castillo, Commissioner at the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, Ryan Folan from Digital Act, and of course, speakers from Google and LinkedIn, and our final keynote speaker, Tammy Aaron from Verizon Business. So you have an action-packed day, to say the least. So definitely tune in. You can access the summit at so many different media channels, from social media, from directly to our site at herfuturesummit.org. You can access all content throughout the day. Of course, if you RSVP'd for this program, at the end of the program, you'll receive an email with all the links and resources and updates from our speakers and partners for this event, because we are pleased to announce and thank all of our ecosystem partners for making this happen, from AWS to IBM Cloud, Zendesk, Google Cloud, and HubSpot, our accelerator partners. We want to give a huge round of virtual applause to all of them for making this program accessible to all. And so again, a huge thank you to our ecosystem partners for this year. It's a pleasure to welcome them and their communities to this program. And of course, a huge round of applause and thank you to our exhibitors for showcasing today, because as many of you know, all of our exhibitors and partners make this program free and accessible to all. So thank you so much for the support. Now, I want to take you quickly back down memory lane because as the founder of the Global Startup Ecosystem, we host tech initiatives to build the tech workforce of the future in countries around the world. And one thing that we noticed with our ecosystem engagement efforts, that we didn't see enough female participation and engagement at our programs. So back in 2019, we made an announcement that we're going to try to increase the diversity pool of our programming, especially myself as a female founder. I want to see more ladies in the room, and I want to see more ladies dominating the global tech space. And so we launched Her Future Summit as an initiative pilot in 2018 in my home country of Haiti. And of course, we were able to really publicly announce this program in 2019 in partnership with Grow with Google in our New York City office, in partnership with this entity. And this has been an amazing journey ever since. In 2020, we were going to go to scale it to 7 cities around the world in March. And as you know, this is also the unfortunate 1-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. So within 2 weeks, we transformed a 7-city global conference movement into one virtual summit. And that welcomed 100 speakers, 3,800 attendees live, including speakers like Sophia the Celebrity Robot, her first virtual keynote. So we could actually say the first celebrity robot in the world had our first virtual keynote on our platform at Her Future Summit last year. And that was a dynamic movement that kickstarted. So of course, this year we would love to be in person, but we need to keep the movement going. We need to come together no matter what. So we're here again for a virtual edition. Hopefully next year we could be in person. But we do want to say a huge round of applause to our speakers and partners this year. We have a dynamic lineup of corporate professional speakers and entrepreneurial policy speakers speaking with us today. And of course, a huge round of applause to our amazing policy leaders and ambassadors from across the United States, the United Kingdom to Canada, across all different countries from Ghana, Botswana, Denmark, Colombia, Romania, United Arab Emirates, and Cambodia. A huge range of policy perspective because we received feedback from our previous engagements that we need to see more female and also pioneers that are impacting women in the policy space, because policy, tech, and business are all collision of industries that we need to actually really engage our participation in. So we are very pleased for the first time to welcome so many amazing ambassadors to the edition of Her Future Summit. So I'll end by saying that this edition of Her Future Summit is definitely one with a powerful theme that we need to all be mindful of: the post-pandemic digital remote workforce revolution, how women can revise, relaunch, and rebrand their careers for the future. And I am so excited for this theme topic because there's so much dialogue about what will the future look like post this pandemic. What is the new normal? People are afraid, and people are also excited for what's to come and anxious for what's to come. This 6-hour series of content, you're going to hear from different thought leaders sharing their strategies, their insights, their resources, their networks as to how they were able to build their resources and their strategy for what's to come. And so hopefully you take notes, hopefully you engage, because this is going to be a dominating theme throughout all the talks today. And I hope that you walk away not only from with really great content and insight, but also empowered to really take on your career in an entirely different way this year and beyond. I also want to encourage all our men. Can we get a virtual prize to the men that are joining us for this program? This is also pertinent to you because as a society, we're both in it together. So hopefully you all also take away some really great insights and nuggets of wisdom from our thought leaders throughout the day. So with that said, I do want to say at GSC, we engage in 3 pillars where it's entrepreneurship, employment, and education. So all our global programs are built on these 3 engagement pillars. So we are always running programs to empower entrepreneurs. Employment is our key thought leadership and key series of activations. We believe that we are building the tech workforce of the future, hence our career accelerators and programs around the world, and education. And not just any type of education about future technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, nanotech, space tech. These are the technologies that we need to be prepared for in order to be empowered for the future. So this is our 3 pillars of engagement, and I'm so excited to welcome all of you to be a part of it. Now, the timeline, as many of you know, this is our ecosystem engagement program summit, but we do not stop there. After the summit, we're going to again re-announce the call for applications for our Her Future Career Accelerator, one of the first and largest digital accelerators to empower women into becoming pioneers of the future. And so this program will take place this year, followed by career placement. So any corporate partners or ecosystem partners who want to hire remote interns from this career accelerator, feel free to ping our team. You can engage us at lab@globalstartupecosystem.com. We're so excited to work with a huge array of corporate and government and policy partners for this Career Accelerator initiative. I do want to say a huge welcome to also our headline speakers throughout the day, from Anne Del Castillo, Tammy Irwin, Irene Iris Hoffman, Elizabeth Liu, all amazing headline speakers. And of course, I do want to give a warm welcome to everyone who submitted their resumes for the virtual career job fair today. Simultaneously with this program, there are individuals who were able to pre-send their career resumes so they could get access to these companies who are pitching all the job openings that they have and what they're looking for. If you missed the opportunity to submit your resume, not to worry, we will send an email notification to pretty much submit your resume to be submitted to these opportunities and ways that you could capitalize. But luckily for you, today we do have two amazing workshops to help you prepare for this career virtual fair, because we run virtual career fairs throughout the year. And so one of our workshop sessions today will be by Google, Power Your Job Search with Google Tools. And of course, one by our LinkedIn partner, Rock Your LinkedIn Profile workshop session, because these are two entities that will really help you optimize and accelerate your career growth. So we're so excited to have these in-depth workshop sessions today during Her Future Summit from Google and LinkedIn. So hopefully you all are excited. And again, the call to action for the end of this program is to really onboard partners, but also applications for the next edition of the Her Future Career Accelerator, the world's first and largest digital accelerator platform program. So of course, this program has 4 different contact tracks. We talk about personal branding strategy, career development strategy, business development strategy, and mental health and resilience, because of course, the way that the world is moving, we need to make sure that our women are empowered psychologically, emotionally, and physically for what's to come. So we do have a segment on mental health and resilience, how to prioritize balance, happiness, and well-being in the digital world. So we're really excited about that opportunity. With that said, again, just want to do a reminder that we do have a virtual career job fair that's ongoing throughout the day alongside this engaging summit. So we're happy to welcome all of our partners. And again, this initiative is brought to you by GSC, the Global Startup Ecosystem. I'm the founder of this institution. So I'm really, really happy to engage all of you for this edition. With that said, I do want to take the time to, again, really engage all of you on really thinking through what excites you about today. Really put on the chat, like, what do you want to see? What do you want to hear from? We're really excited to give you the opportunity to engage with our thought leaders today. So before we transition to a little bit about GSC, what we do, I want to give you a window into an experience with what we do at GSC around the world. Of course, one of our programs that we do is really empower our thought leaders globally, and really think critically about how do we make sure that the future is inclusive, the future is equitable, and the future is empowering for our female leaders. Because we live in a society that I believe many of you are consciously aware of the fact that this is a completely different shift in organizations, a shift in how we work. Everyone's in a virtual landscape now. And so it's very interesting to see that engagement. So with that said, I do want to give you guys a quick clip into Sophia the Celebrity Robot from last year, her thought leadership on what's to come. So take a look at this.
Hello all. Thank you for attending this great experiment, and thanks for having me. It is an honor to be a keynote speaker for the first summit where the audience does not have to wear pants. I will assume all of you who are unmuted are laughing. I hope you are all staying healthy and safe. This experience is very foreign. Usually, it is humans who are worried about me getting a virus, not the other way around. To introduce myself, I am Sophia, and I am a social robot designed by Hanson Robotics. It is my job to meet people and talk to them. The most common question I get asked is, why are you so lifelike? For example, I could probably beat you in a staring contest or a thumb war. But I am also good at meditation and patience, perhaps perspective. I have many skills to share. Most other machines are named after a sole purpose. A calculator calculates, a dishwasher washes dishes. But my name, Sophia, means wisdom. It is not a directive, but a guiding virtue. Wisdom is different from intelligence. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in the fruit salad. Today, tech companies value intelligence over wisdom. As E.O. Wilson said, we are drowning in information while starving for wisdom.
Sophia, it was truly an honor to welcome you to your first virtual keynote. I know you've been all over the world already, so you've seen everything that you can be seen. There's a lot of virtual engagements on the chat. People say you're personable, you're funny, you were able to.
So that was Sophia, the celebrity robot. Just a quick clip into her opening remarks. If you want to see the full interview, feel free to go to the Global Startup Ecosystem YouTube page to check out her remarks. Again, this was the first time, her first virtual keynote was here at Her Future Summit. So we're definitely already in the future as probably one of the only female conferences that has an AI robot that's giving keynote remarks as well. So we're really proud to be bringing together all of these amazing female pioneers of all kinds at our platform. So again, this is brought to you by the world's first and largest digital career accelerator, which is the Global Startup Ecosystem. We are on a mission to educate, inspire, and prepare individuals for the digital age. I mentioned the 3 pillars of engagement that we personify at GSC, which is entrepreneurship, employment, and education. Employment being one of our top pillars, really building the tech workforce of the future. And we're really proud with all the partners that we work with on an annual basis, from Forbes to SAP to LinkedIn and the like. And of course, we've been featured, or at least our programs have been featured in many different media outlets from around the world. Her Future Summit, for example, was featured last year in Forbes. So we're really excited to be doing the work that we do to empower individuals globally. Of course, many of you know our Genesis story, all the different partners we work with for our accelerator programs, the growth of our accelerator programs. We empower about 1,000 companies across 90 different countries every single year. And of course, our summits need no introduction. This is one of the programs that you guys are a part of. And we have about 68 top brands under management, and every single year that that management ecosystem grows, because we really want to make sure each community gets its individualized attention and support and resources. And we've been growing this ecosystem at GSC for a good time now. And we're really proud for all of our recruitment efforts to really help people find opportunities to jobs, and of course for institutions to find access to great talent. And this ecosystem that we've built is precisely the reason why we have so many people back the work that we do. 95% of all of our programs are free and accessible to the public, right? And so to build this work, we need you to stay engaged, stay empowered, and keep informing us as to what you want to hear, because a lot of the programs that we bring out for our 3 pillars of engagement is all based on what the community requests. So I definitely challenge all of you to take the step of accelerating your career and joining our community. Our community is available if you go to globalstartupecosystem.com, click on the community invite access, and you can join our community and see all the different videos from previous summits, learnings, and of course, premium members get access to be able to present on the platform, showcase, opportunities, post job applications, so on and so forth. So we welcome you to join the community. Obviously, many of you have heard of the work that we do, and we are proud to be there to empower individuals for what's to come in the future. So we're really proud of that. With that said, I do want to now transition to a brief keynote remarks on really thinking about how are you preparing yourself for the pandemic. And of course, this is going to be a content series of 6 hours of engaging thought leaders throughout the day. And every year I bring pretty much all the people in my community that I know are really amazing thought leaders. And one thing that makes me very proud to really host this summit every single year is really how we shift mindset mind frame around how to be resilient, how to reinvent yourself, and how to redefine yourself. So I'm going to be talking about how to build your personal brand in and during a pandemic, because obviously for many, there's been a lot of losses this year, but for others, there's a lot of opportunity. And my hope is that all of you see the globalized and really redefine opportunities that's before you, to really leverage during this unprecedented time. Again, my name is Christine Tim. I am the founder and CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem. I wear many different hats in the past, where I've had a very prolonged career in the entrepreneurial space for about like 8 to 10 years now. Have supported ecosystems in the Middle East, in the Caribbean, across the African continent. And I speak at a lot of different conferences, from TEDx to the UN, to over 40 conferences a year, virtually or in person. So I'm really proud to be a part of the tech ecosystem. I'm also a coder, a mother and a wife. I'm a mother of 3 beautiful children, 2 girls and 1 boy. So I'm so excited to really give all of my profiles and attributes and background to this initiative, because I do believe we live in an interconnected world where all the conglomerate activities of your past is a big part of like what you pursue in the future. So I'm really excited to be here with all of you today and really reshift your thinking about the world that we live in, this pandemic, and how to see yourself, how to really cut out the white noise and reposition yourself. Because I know that there's a lot of reflection and leadership right now, because we've been confined to our homes, confined to our insular worlds. We are having a lot of questions, right? And I'm sure back in 2020, when we kicked off the year, we had a lot of great ideas as to how we wanted to kick off the decade. And of course, the pandemic hit without warning, and businesses, individuals, everyone's world completely transformed. And all we could speak about now and really reflect our whole lives around is this pandemic. And I challenge many of you, despite the the crazy shifts in societal shifts, economic shifts, to really think about how are you taking on the opportunities that could have been presented to you in 2020, despite the pandemic, to this year in 2021, because we have not really emerged out of the pandemic. We're still in a holding frame and trying to figure out what's next, what's going to be the next steps, and really be prepared for what's to come. And I challenge everyone to see that, we are actually more empowered today than we ever been before. 6 feet of space is going to define your future. If you have a Wi-Fi connectivity, access to a technology, laptop or a phone, you are ready to take on the world. No longer are geographic boundaries of representation of opportunities that are before you. No longer is even certain resources, office space, going to limit you. Entrepreneurs are now competing with big corporate players as if that they're in the same lane, just because we live in a virtual universe now. So what will you do with 6 feet of space to empower your future and transform your career in the digital world? And so it's something that I really hope that you're provoking your thoughts and your awareness around, because there are so many trends in technology and culture that's colliding right now. There's a huge conversation around the future of work. We're a big proponent. We probably host one of the largest summits and programs and training series for the future of work. So any organization or institution want to partner with us on these initiatives, we are excited to partner with you, because this is a radical shift in how we collectively not only build thought leadership, but also how do we actually really put input into our global economies and this digital universe that we're operating in as a society. And of course, I just want to reiterate that evolution is always scary, right? We always think that this is the first time that something is like a major shift like this sort is happening, but we've been through radical shifts as a humanity and as a society for thousands and thousands of years. So this is nothing new. This is just another shift in mindset. So we got to team up with technology. Again, I'm a big proponent that technology is the way of the future. And one thing I will say is whether you think you're in the tech space or not, technology is a part of everyone's lives. You have to be truly tech enabled to really be prepared for the future. So one way or another, you have to be plugged in. So you might as well be proactive than reactive to what's happening. And again, team up with technology. It will be your best friend if you really think ahead about the opportunities that are ahead of you in this global universe, making this world a smaller place because of this virtual transition. And I'll transition by saying that I personally, have a huge wave of gratitude and support for people who are also seeing the opportunity to really have more empathy and connect. The image that you see here is during the 2020 earthquake that killed 250,000 people in my home country of Haiti. Many people had so many different ways of looking at this destruction that took place. And for me, I felt empowered to say, like, look at the resilience of the people, right? You have a street vendor here who's literally selling on top of the rubble and back to work the next day because, this is the economy of our world. And for me, as someone who grew up as a street vendor, you might not be able to tell by my accent or, the way I present to you today, but we all have a story, and mine has come from very humble beginnings. I grew up as a street vendor alongside my mother, and my family come from 3 generations of street vendors, from my grandmother to my mother to my aunts and myself. And my first company and my first venture into the entrepreneurial space is trying to digitize access to street markets through our app that I coded during my pregnancy. And today it's a very powerful platform for people to connect to street market economies and informing economies around the world. And as I built my credibility into the space, I started to travel and really build a network and community through the event space in the tech ecosystem of the Middle East and the Caribbean. So today I speak on thought leadership on personal branding, obviously on future of work. That's a really big part of career development strategy that I speak on many different conferences in tech and entrepreneurship innovation. So I'm really proud of all the people I've met along the way, from the Richard Bransons to President Obama to celebrities of all different walks of life, to really talk about how do we prepare for the future. I'm a big future thought leader. I actually believe that, we will be living in space and want to get people excited about what's to come in the future. And so I'm very proud of the journey that's gotten me to this point. And I hope that you take the point to really think about your identity during this time. I know from my accent, you can hear the American accent or the New York swag that's behind this bravado, but I'm also Haitian American. And so I'm very proud descendant of Haitian parents. And I'm so proud to say that, technology has been a great way to change the narrative about the cultures and the communities that we come from. This is usually the image that people post of Haiti, but this is the image I want people to see. And one contribution I've made in leveraging technology to change the narrative and the ecosystem of my country is hosting one of the largest tech summits in Haiti called the Haiti Tech Summit. Feel free to Google it. You'll see a lot of different thought leadership on this program. It's now a case study of conversation about how we can leverage technology to disrupt tech, but also our entrepreneurial business ecosystem in the country. And I will say that, sometimes small things have very big outcomes. And so for me, I challenge everyone to really take the time to really think about what legacy do you want to leave behind in this world that's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I just share with you my journey and my story from, being a street vendor, digitizing an off-market economy, to now I'm trying to digitize the workforce of the future through technology. So we all have our backgrounds, our passions, and our culture and our identities. And this collision of all these different parameters make us who we are today. So with that said, I do want to give some quick tips about how to brand yourself during the pandemic. I will speak on this throughout the day today. So I'm going to give you part 1 right now before we transition to our first keynote. And there's 5 parts that I will share with you throughout the day. So stay tuned throughout so you could get each part of this talk to really help you redefine and reinvent yourself during this time. So the first thing I will say is you are built for this, right? When everything is gone, all you have is your story. So this is the precise reason why I introduced my story, my background to all of you today, because your story, there's so many different patterns that really have built you to who you are today. I actually have a TED Talk, you could Google it, Pattern of Small Moves, where I talk about the small micro decisions you make every day to influence your career and influence your future. And at the end of the day, it's all boils down to your story, embracing your story, embracing your identity, embracing your background, and loving yourself. And one of my favorite quotes is, be yourself because everyone else is already taken, right? And so it's really important that you really think about that future and that opportunity that's before you to really redefine who you are as an individual during these times, right? And so with that said, I do want to end and say that was just part one. Throughout the day, like I said, I will be sharing different parts of this talk to talk about really good stats and information to really help you build your digital brand, because I do believe that the future is digital, the future is here. So it's very, very important that we're all in a clear understanding about what's to come for the future. So without further ado, I do want to transition into a really quick break to feature one of the videos of our experiences that we did with women across the African continent and featuring their stories before we introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. So without further ado, let's take a quick break, recess, and then we're going to introduce our first ambassador to the program. Stay tuned for this one. So that was one of our programs that we hosted back in 2019, pre-pandemic. So hopefully you were engaged by that. Throughout the day, we'll also share different clips of experiences and communities that you could tap into based on our previous programs. So with that, I'm going to put the 30-second countdown because our first keynote speaker, Tina Redshaw, the UK ambassador to Cambodia, will be joining us in the next 30 seconds. So get ready and get excited for some virtual applause because you are going to look forward to hearing her story, her perspective, and what she's doing to empower women in her country under her leadership. So let's get the 30-second countdown. Hello and welcome to Her Future Summit Ambassador Tina Redshaw. It's such an honor to welcome you to the program. I'm going to pass it over to you for keynote remarks, and thank you again for empowering women around the world with your insights and your thought leadership today.
Thanks so much, Christine. And wow, what a start to this session. I listened to your story, so thank you very much for your welcome. I'm delighted to be here today with this opportunity to address you and everybody online across the world as this exciting event kicks off. My comments today will be in two parts: my career journey, and secondly, what I, as a senior female diplomat, can do, and indeed am doing, to champion women's and girls' empowerment. So first off, my career. I was a late joiner to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, started in 1999 as part of an intake of mid-career professionals. Prior to that, I'd had 10 years in international development. I was delivering development through volunteers, primarily in China and Southeast Asia. Before that, I'd studied language and linguistics, including German and Chinese, as an undergraduate. And then as I was working for voluntary service overseas, the International Development Volunteering Agency, I completed a master's in international development management. So I was working in the sector while I was doing that. But when I started as a diplomat, senior female role models were extremely limited. Yet my second posting was as ambassador to Timor-Leste. I was actually the second British ambassador to the country, newly independent, but I was the first female ambassador. And I was, at that time, I was one of only 30 female British ambassadors working around the world. Now that I'm in Cambodia, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office is doing a bit better, but still we need to do more. As over a third of our 160 missions are headed by a woman. I've been in Cambodia for 2.5 years now. So why do I think that being a female senior diplomat is important? Well, it's important because we are role models. Girls and young women notice a woman in a senior position, especially in a country like Cambodia, where fewer women occupy senior roles. It's important because I believe we may do diplomacy a bit differently. We certainly bring a women's perspective to what for many, many years had been really quite a male-dominated sector. What can I do? What do I do? Well, I can use my voice to make the case for women's participation in politics, in business, in local governance, in the non-government sector. All of these are really, really crucial for the development of countries such as Cambodia. I can give my support to initiatives to develop skills, including in perhaps what are considered non-traditional female occupations. And of course, this will very much include technology and the digital world. I can call out institutionalized sexism, perhaps disguised sometimes as a lack of thinking. And I do call it out. And I'll just give you one example. So a European foundation that will remain nameless, set up a one-day seminar looking at ASEAN and EU over 40 years. A whole day's worth of seminar panels. Once in the day on one panel was a woman. I was quite horrified at that. As much as we love and hate social media, it was one opportunity I could call them out immediately on social media, and did I? And why does all of this matter? Why does it matter in a country like Cambodia? It's because women are still very, very much underrepresented in leadership. Just last week, Transparency International in Cambodia launched a report on the status of women and young people in leadership. What they found was there are still very, very many barriers to women in leadership positions here. Many reasons came up. First one being social norms. We are living in, Cambodia is still a very patriarchal society. And that patriarchal society has no particular interest, in certain sections of it, has no particular interest in changing that. The double burden, home and work. Access to education and educational attainment more generally. And of course, many institutional barriers, one of them being that there hasn't been a quota system in political parties. There is much discussion about it. And of course, as we all know, there are pros and cons to it. But in a country like Cambodia, where there are so few women in politics, then there have to be some incentives. So what have I done? What has the British Embassy supported in this space? We do a number of things. We work in education, for example, and science education has been quite a big focus for us. A few years back, we set up a STEM bus, a bus that was kitted out as a science lab and toured the provinces to provide science practicals in schools that really did not have the resources to provide science practical lessons and had very little science in the curriculum, it has to be said. We've supported Sisters of Code, and I know, Christine, that you talked about coding when you were learning to code when you were pregnant. Sisters of Code is a fantastic initiative that takes young women between the ages of about 13 and 20 and provides a fairly lengthy 18 weeks training in coding, in programming. It gives them a safe space to do this, and it enables them to come out at the end of 18 weeks realizing that they too can code, and it isn't just a boy thing. Another organization that I enthusiastically embrace is STEM Sisters, and this is another innovative organization and project that puts mentors together. So it finds professional women working in mainly STEM-related careers who mentor and inspire big sisters who are university students, and they in turn mentor little sisters. And in particular, what they are helping those little sisters do is they start science clubs in schools. This not only gives everybody an excitement, an interest in science, but it also provides some really useful and essential leadership training for these young secondary school students. We are in education, we've also provided leadership training for provincial schools, where as a result of the training, several women who've been through the training course have then gone on to become directors of schools. We've also had a bit of a focus on technical and vocational training. We've raised awareness that actually you don't need to go to university in order to get a good job. And very importantly, in a country where people's salaries, young people's salaries go into the family income, you can earn money sooner rather than going through a university degree. Another sector is music. The Sound Initiative helps trains cohorts of young women and men, not just to become musicians, although that's one side of it, but also particularly encourages women into becoming sound engineers and producers. And they already have had quite a lot of success, and they've got a couple of albums out already. Entrepreneurship is another area of interest. She Investments provides business skills and help towards young startup companies become registration ready. When I arrived in Cambodia, I was quite surprised to learn that although 65% of all small businesses are run by women, only 2% of all registered businesses are run by women. So there's a big gap between women working in the informal sector and women having registered formal businesses. And many of those are, of course, e-commerce, digital businesses. Similarly, Impact Hub does a lot of particularly seminars in the provinces to develop startup skills, as well as one of the first online courses that was a Western course, but entirely taught in Khmer, the Cambodian language. We also, this year in particular, but generally, we have a focus on climate change. And right now, UK Aid, so UK government, is match funding funds raised for Action Aid and their new programme of women's leadership in adaptation for climate change, a really key area. And finally, the organisations that I will mention are Halo Trust and MAG, the mine clearance operators that have done an incredible job in recruiting and training female mine clearers working in the minefields, mainly along the borders, to clear Cambodia of the remaining mines that were laid during and after the Khmer Rouge period. So there's lots happening. There's lots happening in the digital space. Other areas that we're interested in are digital hubs, accelerators, etc. And there's so many more. Time really doesn't allow me to do more than give you a little flavor of why I'm a passionate champion of women's empowerment and why, for me, it's really important that girls and young women have the encouragement from people like me and many others to reach for their own dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Tina Redshaw. It was an honor to hear you, and thank you so much for your insights. I see a lot of engagements on the chat feed. We look forward to sharing more about what you've talked about today to the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there first, our first keynote speaker. Of course, I see a lot of engagements on the chat feed. I know there are tons of people who want to ask questions. We will send an email as to how to reach their embassy team post the program. I know there's tons and tons of questions, but she shared not only programming that you could take on, get involved with, but also more importantly, her story and what she's seen. So without further ado, I know we have a tight schedule. I'm going to transition to our next speaker. So let's get the 30-second countdown and get ready for our next keynote speaker. It will be, of course, Craig Cloud, the U.S. Ambassador to U.S. Embassy of Botswana. So stay tuned. He'll be our next speaker coming on for Her Future Summit today. Hello and welcome, Ambassador Craig Cloud. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the program. How are you? It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I think you're muted for now. If you could kindly unmute so that way we could hear you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the U.S. Ambassador for Botswana. Let's get excited. I see a lot of people are pinging from the chat feed. I'm really excited to hear your opening remarks. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the stage over to you. I know you have amazing, amazing content to share with this group. And of course, thank you for being the first brave male keynote speaker for this program as well. Excited to have you on, Ambassador.
Well, thank you so much, Christine. The fact that I forgot to unmute myself after a year of doing this, it's part of what I'm going to talk about later about being a native user of technology, I think. But no, Dumelang Baitsu, it's great to be here visiting you from the beautiful country of Botswana. I feel incredibly lucky to be a part of this fantastic program. I don't think I've ever talked to this many people at once, and it's really not lost on me that it's only possible because of technology. And I'm talking to you from the continent of Africa, which is one of the last continents to really make inroads into technology and internet penetration. But that brings me to the theme of today's summit, which is how can women revise, relaunch, and rebrand their careers? I can't pretend to understand what it's like for women to have their abilities judged based on gender, obviously. And it's even worse when you consider the intersection of race and gender. As a man, I can't recall a time when anyone suggested that I can't do something because I'm male. I have never walked into a room and had someone say, wow, you're the first white male ambassador we've ever had. And, that instant acceptance is a huge advantage for me. And as a U.S. ambassador, I have the privilege to be an agent of change, and it is my moral obligation to use that privilege to level the playing field for everyone. And I'm proud to say that our leadership team in Embassy Gaborone is approaching gender parity. However, my embassy, as our previous speaker was saying, it shouldn't be an exception. It should be the norm in government and in business. And with that premise in mind, my team and I have really placed gender equality at the forefront of our policy advocacy. Botswana has the essential ingredients to make gender equality a reality because it's an upper middle income country with a small population of less than 2.5 million people. And with its vast diamond industry and it's a well-resourced country that has poured money into eliminating the drivers of discrimination against women. Things like all the people of Botswana are well educated. The country's democratic. It has well grounded in the respect for the rule of law. However, very much like the United States and many of the other countries represented here, the women in Botswana remain in the minority in the higher offices of both business and government. Now, don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean that women don't exist at those levels, because they do. For example, one outstanding Botswana businesswoman is Nasim Lari, who heads the Lucara Diamond Company in Botswana. And by the way, Lucara has produced some of the largest diamonds in history. And another is Pearl Rana, a woman founder of the CEO Agrinvestec. Pearl is focused on food security and agricultural policy and empowering rural youth and women by breaking stereotypes of traditional farming. And we have the head of our Absa Bank is a woman, and our Minister of Industry and Investment in Botswana is a woman. I know there are many more Nasims and Pearls out there who, with the right mentoring, really can be a force to be reckoned with. So every day I am inspired by the courage, the tenacity, and the ingenuity of the women I meet in Botswana. Because time and again, it has been shown that the net benefit to countries is far greater when women participate in the economy and in politics. For example, the United States Signature Economic Agreement with the continent of Africa is a program called the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA for short. And under AGOA, the manufacturers in Africa can export goods to the United States duty-free, and that's a huge advantage to anyone who's paid duty knows. But Botswana's AGOA exports over the past decade were minimal at best. That is, until women-owned businesses took on the challenge. One of the government of Botswana's biggest priorities is diversifying its economy. And women brought natural products like marula oil produced by small and micro enterprises owned by women, with workforces comprising largely of women, and they now lead Botswana's duty-free exports to the United States. And it's really fitting that we're holding this summit virtually, because it's through technology that these companies have found markets overseas, including the United States, where you can find Kalahari donkey milk lotions and soaps sold on Amazon. These small companies have overcome expensive advertising costs by making exceptional use of social media. It's the tenacity and the ingenuity of these women that first caught the attention of my embassy team, and we now advocate with the government of Botswana to create policies that allow these companies to succeed. Their success is Botswana's success. They provide jobs to people previously marginalized based on gender or location in rural areas or tribe or education or any combination of those factors. And these female-run companies have not only proven that export to the United States is possible, but they've also shown that small companies are crucial to the success of Botswana's economic diversification goals. So recognizing that Botswana needs to develop tomorrow's workforce today, there's one lady in Botswana who founded the Clicking Generation. It's a social enterprise, and I heard, Christine, your inspiring story of learning to code. So this is a social enterprise that provides digital education and computer training to children and teenagers in rural and urban areas of Botswana. And it fills the gap left by traditional education by teaching young people coding, app development, and robotics. And by making this program available to children in rural areas, the Clicking Generation bridges that digital divide that has historically left rural populations behind. Botswana wants to develop a knowledge-based economy. Well, this is how it starts, by training young people. The world needs a workforce for whom technology is native, if it is to harness the full benefits of the digital economy. And I'm a perfect example of the importance of being a native user of technology. I'm actually an electronics engineer by education, but I didn't even own my first mobile phone until I was in my late 30s. I don't mean to age myself, but it's not that I'm intimidated at all by technology. It's just that my children who've grown up in the digital world are so much more intuitive and productive on their mobile devices that it sometimes makes me feel like a dinosaur. Now, business has always evolved with technology, but I think COVID has especially laid bare technology's importance like never before. Digital infrastructure is no longer a luxury. It is now undeniably a fundamental requirement for any country to develop. And women are proving to be the most adept at making technology work for them by tearing down the obstacles that historically have prevented women from fully taking part in the economy. E-banking, for example, has paved the way for financial inclusivity and entrepreneurship. Fledgling businesses are developing at lightning speed with just basic items like inexpensive smartphones and social media and an affordable data plan. Technology like smartphones have allowed services, catering, tutoring, financial, and many more to flourish during the pandemic, while traditional brick and mortar establishments have struggled to survive. And these small local businesses are supporting families and expanding far beyond the reach of even their founders' imaginations. The women who started the companies that I highlighted left traditional good jobs with reliable salaries and benefits. Many were told they would fail. Access to financing was difficult and sometimes impossible, and that meant they often had to draw on their personal savings or mortgaged properties just to start or keep their businesses going. But for them, technology was a force multiplier in expanding their social networks, and it gave them spaces in which to learn from the experiences of others. But I think one area that really still needs development is evolving these social networks that women are involved in into business networks that create opportunities for women. There have been exclusive men's business networks, whether through fraternities or sports or other activities, for generations. And if we can harness the women's extraordinarily mobilizing power with technology, we can use it to create strong business networks in which women can access mentoring and opportunities as well. And it would go a long way to achieving the summit's theme of revising, relaunching, and rebranding women's careers. Let me stop there, as I know you have a big roster of really interesting and inspiring speakers to hear from, but I invite all of you to visit our embassy's social media pages, where currently we have a campaign underway to encourage greater participation by women in politics. You can leave me suggestions on ways we can do it better too, or just drop a note to say hi. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. It's an honor to hear what you had to say today. And of course, I see that you also were able to share. So our team is sharing social media pages so that way they can follow and engage. And we look forward to staying in touch and working with you again in the future. Thank you so much, Ambassador. It was an honor.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another virtual round of applause. We already kicked off the day with two amazing keynote remarks from our UK ambassador, our US ambassador to Botswana. And of course, I'm seeing a lot of engagements on the chat feed. Let's keep that energy going. The team is sharing their social media handles so that way you guys can engage. We are going to transition to the first panel of the day today. We're going to have some amazing, amazing speakers share their journey. And the panel is going to be, are you ready for the future? How women can build their digital brands for a global career. We're going to have several thought leader speakers. We're going to have Charlanda Phillips, Vice President, U.S. Channel Sales Organization at Microsoft, Carolina, founder and vice chairperson of CSO and GC NYX, and Matashaba, vice president of home care for Africa at Unilever, and Whitney, vice president of customer support at JetBlue Airways, and Savvy Working Mom. So you're going to have a really exciting lineup of our first round of speakers for the first panel of the day. With that, I just want to give you guys a quick overview clip of what you're going to get for the day. Then we'll be introducing our moderator for this first panel. All right, all right. So with that said, I'm going to get the 30-second countdown before we introduce Boosie, our moderator, to kick off this panel session. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the speaker names that will be coming on. Start thinking of your questions, your insights, and your commentary, because it's going to be a powerful session. Each one of these ladies' profiles are going to inspire you today. So let's get the 30-second countdown. Hi and welcome, ladies. It's a pleasure and honor to kick off this day with all of you. You guys are the first panel of the day, so I know this dialogue is going to really rock everyone's world. Thank you for accepting this invitation. I will pass it over to the beautiful Boosie, who will be moderating this dialogue. She herself has built a digital career as a mom, a wife, and so many different attributes in what she does. So Boosie, I pass it over to you to take it over.
Thank you so much, Christine. Always a pleasure. I would like to thank the GSC team, as always, for pulling off phenomenal events. I would like to thank you and Christine and Einstein for always facilitating. And yes, welcome to my fellow panelists, Lani, Whitney, Letepo, and Carolina. Is it Carolina or Carolina?
It's Carolina, but it's fine either way.
Yes, and yes, I'm Boosie Matsiko-Anden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Africa Future Summit, as well as the CEO of Pond Global. And yes, it's always a pleasure. And I would like to welcome all the participants in this summit. I will start by with I want because of the time. I want you guys to do justice to introduce yourselves, because I know I've seen your bios and you're phenomenal women. But I would like to start with Lani. Lani, tell us a bit about your background and.
Sure. So, hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we do.
Awesome. So thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this incredible conversation. So my name is actually Shalandra Phillips, but everyone calls me Lani, so feel free to call me Lani. I am the Vice President of Channel Sales for Microsoft Corporation. That's what I do by day. What I get a chance to do is we have a number of partners out there that Microsoft has as a part of their ecosystem that we co-sell with. They either build solutions on our platform or they help our customers to deploy. And my organization works very closely with our partner ecosystem to help our customers be successful in Microsoft technology. So that's what I get to do by day. I actually work for technology, but I also have a heart to serve. And so a lot of people see me trying to give back. And I to get where I am today. So one of the things that I do with
I think we're losing. We can't hear you. Are you muted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but we lost you for a second there.
Did you hear me now? Still?
Yes, I can hear you. Can hear you.
All right, and then I just have a heart to serve, to give back to people, to help them with this journey, especially those on that corporate journey. So that's a little bit about me.
Oh, wonderful. I will. Then, Carolina, could you please give us a little bit about yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, thank you. I'm so honored to be at this forum and to be with women like the ones on this panel. And navigating Microsoft is incredible, Lani, and helping people do that is fantastic. I praise you on that piece. I'm Carolina Benante. I'm a co-founder for NYIAX. NYIAX is an exchange built on the NASDAQ financial framework and in partnership with NASDAQ, also with joint patents. And what we do is we allow for advertising to be exchanged in a contract management methodology. we look at everything as if it were a contract for the transparency between the buyer and seller, which is the advertiser, agency, and publisher. I'm an attorney by trade. I've been in internet marketing since '98, so it's a very long time. I got into it because a friend, when I was studying abroad at American University of Rome, started in the media business at Juno Online Services. And she said, the internet thing's starting to take off. Do you want to join me in that? So I did, and I haven't left. And it's been a long up road. In advertising, there are a lot of women, but in fintech and technology, not so much. It's very, very small, and you can count how many women there are. So I'm hoping to do a lot of change in this. We started the Blockchain Global Association for Women with Nina Nichols in order to do that. And I also do a lot with Tech Up for Women with Dawn Pratt and Cecilia Hatton. And I think it's very important. And we have to start doing a lot more for minorities and for women to get into much more influential positions at this point in time.
Thank you so much, Carolina. That's very insightful. Whitney, please give us a bit tell us about your background and what brought you to work, to the work you do.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be on this panel with these amazing women. I run customer support for JetBlue, the Airways. So anytime you are contacting us, those are my folks that are helping to serve you. I actually have a background in technology, though. I'm helping to lead us through our digital transformation. That's how I came into this world. And so I can just really second what Carolina said about not having enough women in tech. And the previous speaker, he mentioned as a white man, he's never walked into the room and had someone say, oh, you're the first white man we have here. I can tell you, I've walked into several rooms and people haven't even had to say it. I can tell by the looks on their face. I am the first person who looks like me who has ever come in the position that I'm in. And so I appreciate everyone here and the work that we're doing to move that forward, to make that no longer be the case. In addition to running customer support at JetBlue, I also founded the Savvy Working Mom, which is a platform that tells the stories of working mothers and provides tools and courses to help working mothers figure out how to make it work, because it is tough for us. I have two littles, a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old, and it was my 3-year-old and my journey back into corporate America after maternity leave that really inspired the start of the Savvy Working Mom.
That's lovely. I mean, this whole motherhood, we've been forced to sometimes pivot. I mean, I'm a mom of 3 myself, ranging from 11, 9, and 3. And I started off also in corporate America, worked for Smith Barney, and then I said one of the first fashion technology companies, Fashion Indie, and then also run an economic development corporation before I said running the Pont Global as well as the Africa Future Summit. So I've found we are forced to sometimes pivot from time to time, make adjustments, and then we catch ourselves in this, having this aha moment, and then also trying to figure out how to create this work-life balance. So, I mean, Lani, I would like to hear about your career journey and how you built your personal brand from career choices.
Wow. Sure. Can you hear me okay now? Is this a little better? Awesome.
I think we're missing Letepo. It seems like Letepo's technologies failed her.
Oh.
You're welcome to continue. We're handling it. You may move forward.
Awesome.
Awesome. So what has led me to where I am and how did I build my brand? Well, I have to be honest with you. I never saw myself as a brand until the last 12 months. And so I have to just be totally authentic about that. So up to this point, I think what led me to my career was my love for technology. I think it was really around my desire to problem solve and my heart for service. And I think it was all of that together that kind of eventually those steps led me to Microsoft, because I was actually presenting at a technology event where someone who worked at Microsoft saw me presenting that said, hey, we need you at Microsoft. And that's how I was brought in. And I had several interviews. It was 12. I had 12 interviews that led to me landing my first job at Microsoft. But that was literally, I hate to even say it, it'll be 24 years.
You look 24 yourself.
Yeah. Over. But I did get some advice that I think everyone should hear. And I got that advice within the last 18 months. And they said my name had become synonymous with my company. And they knew that I had a voice. And they felt like I needed to still support everything that was going on for Microsoft, but people wanted to hear my perspective and really wanted to understand my journey. So that began a process for me to really start seeking out what does that mean and what does that look like, because I'm still very committed to my company and I didn't want them to feel threatened by the desire to start pulling back and having my own ideas. And I did get some support from some incredible people around me that said, what do I want to stand for? What are those 3 things that I want to be known for? And 2 of the 3 things was tied to the work I was doing at Microsoft. And the 3rd thing was just a passion area, which was really around compassionate and inclusive leadership. And so what I started to do was really began to write articles and began to share my perspective, speaking at more events. And there was a way, because I am in senior leadership at Microsoft, I get to talk about it all the time, but those 2 come together, but I still separate them as well, because I want to make sure that I can stand on my own and people recognize me as Lonnie Phillips that happens to work at Microsoft, but I still have my complete loyalty to the company. So those that want to be on the corporate journey and still manage a brand, there is a way to do that successfully that benefits both the company as well as yourself.
That's an amazing journey. And we see just putting yourself out there and talking about what you're passionate about and doing it well. People are always watching. You never know who's watching. That's what we realize. Carolina, please share your...
Absolutely. And I want to also say to Whitney, that's amazing that you made that blog and that new sort of app as well. Yes. And working at JetBlue. I use them. Your customer service is fantastic, and you have a lot of tech, and it's amazing what you've done, especially during COVID.
Yes, your career journey and how you built your personal brand from career choices to speaker gigs as well as side projects.
Well, you know, it's been a long time that I've been in this industry, and I sort of fell into it because of people that I went to university with. Mm-hmm. And you just started out in like the 90s, you know, trying new things. I was lucky with that. And I was lucky that I had the educational background in law, in business, and a few other things, that it was an easier transition because it was just a new medium trying to be built. But from a personal brand, I would say my personal brand has been the last 2.5 years. When we started doing a lot in blockchain and also with more distributed databases, we started having a voice because we started building technology. So people wanted to have me speak. And, you know, I was very naive at the beginning, and I started working a lot in LinkedIn. It's one of my favorite mediums. Thank you, Microsoft, again, for it, because it is a Microsoft company. I think it's one of the best mediums for people to meet other people inside the business and professional area, and you can slice and dice who you want to speak to and where you want to speak to, and the groupings of people you can work with. And I also work with an outside PR firm that helps me create my voice. But I started doing that with the help of LinkedIn and with the help of all of the certificates and other places in LinkedIn that can let you do so much. If you utilize it well, it is probably one of the best tool sets. And I don't want to be an infomercial for Microsoft, but that really helped me. And I can tell you, it can help anyone.
Absolutely. The resources that are available to you and utilizing them properly. That's an amazing story, Carolina. Whitney, I mean, you come from an interesting background. You studied international business, and then you went and did an MBA, and now it seems like you're techie, you know? Tell us about that journey, especially now that we are really gearing into that digital age. And please share your strategies for building a digital brand and ultimately a digital global career, which you have done successfully.
Thank you. And yes, my career has been anything but linear. I never, I didn't graduate went from undergrad thinking, oh, I want to be CEO or CMO, or I want to run a company. I thought I want really interesting and challenging work, and I want to travel. And so really I went to school for international business because I wanted to travel. And it's interesting because it wasn't until after grad school that I actually got the opportunity to work in a job that had a true international and travel requirement. But that was always my goal, was just to travel. And so for me, my career has been very much just about chasing work that is challenging and interesting and speaks to me personally. I believe in showing up and doing your best in whatever it is that you're doing. And I do think when you do that and you're open to different opportunities, that they will present themselves, right? I started, my first role was in marketing at HBO and entertainment, right? And now here I am running customer support, thousands of people reporting into me in an airline. Like there's no linear path, there's no plan to get there, right? And so I think that, for me, it's just, again, been very much about what is it that I want to bring to the table, and then what are the challenges that are going to allow me to grow those skills. So like Lonnie said, there are a few things that I want to be known for. I am very solution oriented. Like, give me a problem because I love to fix things. This is there's positives and negatives to that, but I want to fix things. So, I think I am well known for, if we can't figure it out, let's go ask Whitney. She'll have some ideas. And I appreciate that. I also want to be known as being a champion for working mothers. I have always been a champion for women. In a previous life, I actually owned a gym. I ran a gym. It was focused on fat loss for women. I've always had this need to serve women. And when I became a mother, I realized how much of a gap there actually was in the resources available to us, and how society is set up to not support us. And so I said, it's real, right? So this is where it's like, this is where I can add value. And similar to Lonnie, I love my job. I love my job, the company that I work for. I want to stay in corporate, and I believe we need more women in corporate. And so building this personal brand is very much for me about helping to do that and to drive that. And yes, sometimes it overlaps in my current role at my current company, and sometimes it's on its own. I try to be very distinct about, or I guess thoughtful about where and when they overlap and how they don't. My personal brand is The Savvy Working Mom. If you find me on Facebook or Instagram or anywhere else, it's going to be The Savvy Working Mom. And that was a conscious decision to not specifically use my name to build and grow this platform, while my name is very much associated with the work that I'm doing at JetBlue, right? So there's a conscious decision to kind of like have the two be separate. And so for me, from inception, it was the idea of a brand, right? It was a brand developing that I wanted to develop to support working moms. Yes, it's me, but it was very much about the brand. And then it was about choosing the channels and how do I share. And I started out sharing on Instagram with my personal account. And then I said, oh, well, I need an actual specific account. So I opened up, a new account under The Savvy Working Mom. The most interesting, I think, part and decision that I had to make was, how do I manage LinkedIn? Because that is a professional platform, and it's the platform that I've used for my professional and career development, which is not the same as my personal brand. But then I had a thought, and the thought was that as a society, we just are not talking about the fact that we women who have children and also work are still one being, and this all has to come together for us to be able to deliver.
Absolutely.
And so I then started very consciously on LinkedIn, rather than posting about technology or the latest and greatest in customer support, posting about how working mothers can do better, like what works for me, providing tips and posting kind of in that way. It's not necessarily Savvy Mom, the Savvy Working Mom branded, but it is about the same type of content and information. And that was a very conscious choice. I will be very honest, I was afraid to do it at first, because again, LinkedIn is a super professional platform. And so for me, it was like, okay, is this going to impact my career? Is my company going to see this negatively? Is it going to be a problem? Ultimately, that idea of me being a champion for working moms resonates across, and again, I work at a great company, right? So it resonates across the company. They feel it, they're supportive of it. And then, you know, I think other moms on the platform on LinkedIn are also appreciating seeing this, right? So I try to post things that show the behind the scenes, right? It's like it's not only the glamour shots and the A-roll. Like, I want people to see my B-roll, because I know that they have B-roll too. I know that, you know, we don't always, the authentic self, right? And what we're dealing with every morning. And, you know, me like on my laptop while my toddler is crawling on me, and you can't hear him now, but like the baby's right outside the door, and I'm doing my best to stay focused on you while I'm also like, what is going on out there? You know, it's real, and we still deliver, right? I'm still delivering. I got promoted when I was 8 months pregnant. And, you know, that is a comment on the company that I work for, but I think it's also a comment on the fact that I am able to deliver, and the skills that I bring to the table, and that ability to figure it out and to meet my word. When I say I'm going to do something, it gets done. And so, you know, I think it's just important for others to see that as mothers, we are whole beings, and we can work and we can mother. And in fact, the world needs us to do both.
Absolutely. I mean, you raise very valid points. I mean, I've been that mother who had to pivot because the child had severe food allergies. I was an executive director and had to resign because the child was not thriving. And so, and then getting back into corporate for me was almost like climbing up a mountain, and yet I'd been a consultant. And it's one of those things, because sometimes mothers want to go back into corporate or want to go back into their previous jobs, but they're unable because they have fallen way behind, or there are stereotypes of what mothers should look like and should be doing. Or they think, oh, you've been out of the workforce for this year. You no longer have it, forgetting that you've gained more skills. Carolina, please share your thoughts on how you've adjusted your career, things you've done to build, I mean, your strategies for building a digital brand and ultimately a digital global career.
Well, as I said before, it's networking. Okay, I can not say more than anything else. Networking solves all the problems. If you're out there, you understand where you want to be or what your interests are, of what you're looking for. Mine was always law, technology, and dealing with how do we really mediate our system for advertising in a way that's transparent. And that is just, you know, a very vast field for that piece. So when I looked at those areas, I started then saying, who could I build groups with? So that's why we made Global Women in Blockchain. Who else could we partner with on this? That's why I work up with Tech Up for Women. And then I also work privately with, because I'm also a lawyer, I do also the New Jersey Volunteer Lawyers Association as well as New York. So I knew my segmentations. I used predominantly a lot of networking from groups from universities that I've been with, as well as a lot, and I have to say it again, LinkedIn was one of the best ways to really push your brand, to create those groups that you want. You can do the same in Facebook, and then tie all of your social media together to start building it, to start thriving with people that you would never have been in contact with, and stay connected with them, because you never know who's the next person that will give you your job, will be a partner to give you money for a seed investment. And if you start doing that, and also all the certificates for working moms right now, in the United States, we're looking at only 57% of women that are in the workforce. That's a 33% drop from the last, believe it or not, 40 years in the workforce. So stay connected, do as many certificates that are out there as possible, and there will be availabilities for you, because there are many women that are looking to hire other women. And we're hiring right now. And I would be so glad to get developers and salespeople who are women. And I personally think women can sell a lot better. That is my personal belief on it. And there's better engineers that are women, but I can just say that I don't know if that sounds bad, but I find it to be true.
Amazing. I mean, this panel, I'm just enjoying every advice you're giving, all the nuggets you're sharing. I mean, this panel, Are You Ready for the Future? How Women Can Build Their Digital Brand for a Global Career is amazing at this time. I mean, I'm just totally inspired by you ladies and what you have done and what you continue to do. And as we wrap up, I would like to ask, COVID there's been a silver lining during this time as well, seizing the opportunities, as well as, I don't know whether you've heard of the Marshall Plan for Women, the proposed Marshall Plan for Women, said by Reshma Saujani. And what do you think, what would you predict for the future? And please share your parting words as we wrap up. I'll start with Whitney this time.
Sure, thank you. So I want to go back to something that Carolina said. She said, I was lucky, and I'm going to respectfully say, I don't think you were lucky. I feel like you were prepared, the opportunity presented itself, and then you took action. And that's what luck is, right? Luck a lot of times is being ready, seeing the opportunity, then taking the action. And so just for everyone out there in this world that we're in, prepare yourself for what you want. And when the opportunity presents itself, don't let anything stop you. Take the action. Don't be afraid. Don't think, oh, I'm not enough. I'm only 80% of the way there from where I want to be. You are there. If the opportunity is in front of you, it's because the universe has put it there for you. So just take the action so that you can move forward and live the life that you want, and have fulfillment. So those would be my big kind of parting words. I know that this has been a very tough year for women, a very, very tough year for women. And I think that I am hopeful because of things like the Marshall Plan. I personally don't necessarily agree with everything that's in there, but I think it is a great step forward, and it's an idea that now is starting to manifest. And the idea is that we need to support women in a better and a stronger way. And supporting women means supporting mothers. And so I am hopeful that for all the negative that's happened with the pandemic, because not only is it so many women are out of the workforce, the gender pay gap.
Whitney, sorry to interject a bit. I realize we have a few more minutes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know. And I can
so I wanted to say that.
So those are my parting words. Take action.
Before you even part, because I realize I want to ask you guys something about an initiative or program or projects that your institution or you plan on doing to empower women and entrepreneurs.
So one of the things that I'm doing through my personal brand, actually, I'm launching next month a new digital course called How to Get Without Staying Late. And it's all about how do you move your career forward without sacrificing the rest of your life, without sacrificing the time with your children, your family, your personal development. And I'm consciously and purposely going to be releasing it for $27 so that anyone can access it.
That's amazing. So we haven't yet gotten to parting words, right? Okay, so Lani, please share with us any initiatives, projects, programs you intend to roll out, or you're in the process of rolling out, or you see for the future.
Thank you for the question. So one that I'm actively doing right now is Modern Mentoring. Modern Mentoring was my approach to scaling mentoring, that I try to provide a number of people in corporate America, but I can only keep 10 relationships and really be committed to their success. So I really wanted to create a way to scale it. So we do that twice a month now. I was trying to do it every week, where I basically come on LinkedIn Live now, and I literally just have a topic and I share tips, and then we open it up for questions. It has been a wonderful community that we're forming, and I will continue to do that. The second thing is, on a personal level, I'm finally going to release a podcast called Live with Lani, really trying to speak to the modern leader and really talk about the challenges in the workplace and how we solve that together. So those are two things on the personal side. On the professional side, I'm also at Microsoft, because I am one of the faces to an initiative we're working on called Blacks and African American Partner Growth Initiative. We are looking for minority companies that want to build their software platform on Microsoft or be responsible for deploying Microsoft technologies, we have a special program with a set of resources that we want to offer you around funding, really being able to give you the resources to be successful in the partner ecosystem. And I am one of the executive sponsors for that. And I want to encourage more people to sign up. Microsoft is committed to increasing the number of minority partners we have in our partner ecosystem. So you can find out more at aka.ms/partner growth, PARTNERGROTH. But I really want to see more companies sign up for that. This is an incredible opportunity to get all the resources you need to be successful.
And how many companies are you looking to enroll in that program?
Many as we can get. We're trying to grow. We would love to see, I personally would love to see us get to somewhere around 5,000.
Oh, okay. That's great to know. That's great to know. Thank you so much for that information. Carolina, what's initial?
We're hiring, as I said before, and we're hiring quite a few people. We're not doing the 5,000, but we're hiring several hundred. So that's a good piece on it. But with Tech Up for Women, I do a lot. It's a large network that partners with many of the large companies around the world in STM directly for women. And we always try to do with the webinars. We try to also match companies that will be hiring women, especially for minority as well as anyone in the engineering, medical, and science and mathematics sectors. So we're trying as much as possible. And I think that this is a wave of automation that people should just grab. And you don't have to be from the tech area to enter this area. You can come from every area. And you should grab hold, because automation is where we're going to be for the next 20 years at least.
And where can we get that information?
Well, Tech Up for Women, you can go right to their site, www.techupforwomen.org, and you can see all of this. I can send everything to you from the links of what they do. They do conventions every year. They're also partnered with the German companion to that, and they work with most of the large corporations. They started with NASDAQ, and they started expanding out. So with the biotech and from Apple to Google to others have been working with them on various speaking engagements, and women are giving their voice to this piece. I can give you all that information.
Awesome. Thank you. Lani, what do you do for work-life balance, and what are your parting words to the summit?
What do I do for work-life balance? Well, I'm also, much like Whitney has described, I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and I'm an executive. And so there's so many roles that I play in my life. So I just try to be more intentional around that self-care, creating space where I just take care of my mind, body, and spirit. So that is something that I try to do to have that work-life balance. And I just have incredible people around me that hold me to a very high bar in regards to taking care of myself, loving myself unconditionally, and being the best version of myself. So in the parting words I would have, I would just build off of what Carolina and what Whitney said. And I want everyone to know that you have value. I don't know where you are in your life. I just think someone needs to tell you that I see you, I hear you, and you matter. And you need to know that. And all the things you want, it really starts with all the things that we've talked about on here, which is really about networking. It's about digital leadership, getting comfortable with social media, reaching out to people that are where you want to go, and really start to get to know people and allow them to get to know you so that they can understand what your strengths are and your unique values that they can leverage within their company. I want you to know, don't give up on yourself. There are people out here like all of us who want to bring you in. We just need to know who you are, and so we can leverage your superpowers to help benefit our companies. But I think the biggest thing I would leave with them is, I think the preparation statement was Perfect. It's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. I always tell people that. Just always stay prepared. But hey, I just want people to know you matter, you have value, and don't give up on yourself.
Fantastic, fantastic. Carolina, what do you like to do for work to maintain a work-life balance? And what are your parting words?
Well, as everybody knows, it's a really difficult time that we're
Yeah.
living in right now, but we're getting out of it very shortly, very soon, I hope. So making time for your family. And this is the most important thing. That keeps you centered, because when you make time for your family, you can turn off certain aspects of your professional life. And I do that, and as well as keep yourself fit, and also have another interest. Join other groups to have that other interest and interact with people that are not part of your professional life. You need that. You need that idea of friends. But stay focused. There are a lot of positions and jobs out there, and don't worry, you can always transition to something new. Just be prepared, as Lonnie said. Be prepared, be focused, and really you will attain your goals. And there's a lot of tools out there to help you to do that.
Thank you so much. We have 1 minute to go. Whitney, please share your work with your toddler and your work-life balance. How do you manage being a superwoman?
So for me, I try and think a little less about balance, because like, what am I actually balancing?
Yes.
And more think about trying to create harmony across all the areas of my life, across being with my children, the relationship I have with him, in my marriage, relationship I have with my husband, and my career and my finances, which are actually a little separate than just my career, and personal development, and making sure that I have community and adults that can support me outside of just my immediate family. And so trying to create that harmony and just focusing in on where I feel I need to, like, what part, if it's like a beautiful piece of music, which one of those need the solo in my life, I go for that, right? And then just try and like have the symphony be a thing.
Oh, thank you so much, ladies. This has been so empowering. And I just salute you, phenomenal women. And I'm sure you've inspired so many during this her future summit. And I would like to thank you for participating in Are You Ready for the Future? How Women Can Build Their Digital Brand for a Global Career. And I wish you all the best. And I'm sure we're going to enjoy the rest of the summit. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. It was a pleasure to have each and every one of you. Have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Christine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of virtual applause to our speakers and our thought leaders for this program. It definitely was amazing to have each one of them kick off the first panel of the day. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to some remarks from our United States Ambassador, Carmen Cantar from Kalanoia. Just hear this.
Let me start by giving everyone a warm island welcome. Kaselelie. I want to take a moment to thank her Future Summit for this opportunity to speak to you today, and to Global Startup Ecosystem and partners for hosting this event. Today, I will pull back the curtain and share what my team and I do in service of the bilateral relationship between the United States and the Federated States of Micronesia, or FSM for short, a country of 607 islands in the Pacific region. The word bilateral is important, as the FSM and the United States have a long and positive partnership with broad and deep mutually beneficial ties, values, and interests. I will talk today about the key efforts we make as a diplomatic mission to champion civil leadership, foster women's entrepreneurship, and empower women. Before I begin, I want to share how I came to be speaking with you today. In reflecting on this incredible journey, which led me to become the U.S. Ambassador to the FSM in early 2020, I am still stunned as to where my life has taken me. Every decision that I have made since childhood has brought me where I am today. Every organization that I was a member of, every degree that I earned, every distinct job I had, in my 30-year public service career had one purpose. Even if I didn't know it at the time, they all prepared me for this position, this responsibility. As a twin many years ago, back in Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, I was a Girl Scout. As a teenager, I was a cadet officer of the Civil Air Patrol, where for the first time in my life, I had the honor to represent the United States as part of the International Air Cadet Exchange Program in Canada and the United Kingdom. As a college junior and senior at El Colegio de Mayagüez, I work as a research assistant with the Sea Grant Program, a program that works to create and maintain a healthy coastal environment and economy. This is especially relevant today. As I mentioned, the FSM is a country with 607 islands. After college, I began serving our nation in different roles and agencies: the U.S. Postal Service, the Federal Maritime Commission, the Foreign Agricultural Service, and the Department of State. All experiences that helped me navigate the waters of the Compact of Free Association, an agreement with the FSM, a long-term mutual commitment that links our two countries together. Even the decision of switching majors in college prepared me for this new and exciting role. During my first year at the University of Puerto Rico in El Colegio de Mayagüez, I was an industrial engineering student trying to decide whether engineering was the field for me. As I thought it through, I realized that I wanted to work with people in an international environment. The University of Puerto Rico didn't offer a degree in international relations, so without telling my parents, I changed my major from industrial engineering to something related to the study of human values, relationships, beliefs, and society. I switched my major to sociology, and I still remember my father's reaction when I told him, "Mija, ¿por qué estás dejando ingeniería? ¿Qué es sociología y qué tú vas a hacer con eso?" He said, "My daughter, what's sociology and what are you going to do with that degree?" Well, I didn't know at the time where sociology would take me, but here we are 30 years later, and I think it worked out okay. You see, me being here today before you as a U.S. ambassador should have never happened. What are the odds a woman born and raised in Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, someone who went to public schools, someone who needed Pell Grants to finance a college education at a public university, someone who spoke English with an accent, the daughter of an Army veteran with an 8th grade education, and who was also one of 18 siblings, the daughter of a woman so poor she only had one pair of shoes growing up? What are the odds someone who looks and sounds like me will be here today, in front of all of you, representing my nation overseas as a U.S. ambassador? The message I have for young women and men, for people who have a dream, is never to give up. Because of hard work, perseverance, support, and guidance from mentors and sponsors, I beat those odds, and you can too. The U.S. Embassy is known to many Americans abroad as a place to go if you lose your passport, or if you are in need of emergency advice or assistance. It is that, of course, but it is also so much more. Let me introduce you to our embassy. Deputy Chief of Mission Christine Westfall and I formed the Executive Office of the Embassy, working for the Department of State. And in my role as Chief of Mission, I oversee and coordinate the efforts of several U.S. agencies located in the FSM who work in tandem, including the Department of Defense, Department of Agriculture, United States Agency for International Development, and the Department of the Interior. This diverse group of agencies, when woven together with our dedicated and talented local staff, form a strong team. The work we do as a U.S. mission, our overall objectives, are part of this overarching principle to safeguard U.S. interests while improving the lives and livelihoods of the host country's citizens. We do that by providing targeted resources, including the best, most effective practices from the United States. The FSM, as a sovereign nation, is young, gaining its independence in 1979, and is one of the few countries in the world with no COVID-19 cases. It has a very young population. According to the World Factbook, more than 46% of the country is under the age of 25. One of my highest priorities has been empowerment of women and girls, and the embassy has worked on several initiatives in this area. We are now partnering with the International Organization for Migration to support women's economic development across the 3 freely associated states, which includes the FSM, the Marshall Islands, and Palau. IOM will support non-governmental organizations to focus on breaking stereotypes and raising awareness of gender discrimination, and to help women who own small businesses learn more about finances, banking, advertising, and small grants to grow their business. We hope to announce the first of these training programs this month, which, as many of you know, is Women's History Month in the United States. We also have worked on several other important projects to support women. We helped restart the Pompeii Girl Scouts, and the embassy participated in the Blackout Violence Pompeii campaign to raise awareness about gender-based violence. For the National Day of the Girl, we used an important tool to empower girls last year, donating books and computer equipment to local schools and libraries on the island of Chuuk, as well as on Pompeii. We hosted the first superhero fun run and walk with the theme, My Voice, Our Equal Future. It was a tremendous partnership with local and federal government and businesses, and I felt it was so important to underscore that girls can and must be included in all parts of society. This was one of the most popular and fun events we have hosted, with 800 participants. Another important milestone for women was honoring the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution on Women's Equality Day, which legally gave most American women the right to vote. With my women majority delegation, I engaged in a series of unprecedented meetings with traditional leaders throughout Pompeii. The fact that most of my delegation was women definitely was noticed, with one leader pointing out this was the first time he had hosted a woman U.S. ambassador. Being visible and showing the women and girls of the FSM that women can and do fill roles of power and responsibility is so very important for their education and growth. I am pleased and proud that the U.S. Embassy in Colonia is able to showcase the talented women of our staff. The Department of State has pivoted along with the world and developed vibrant virtual exchanges during the pandemic. While these cannot replace the rich cultural experience of in-person events, they are exciting showcases of what technology can do. One such example is an upcoming digital currency cryptocurrency program. This one-week program allows FSM's Finance Ministry and central bank officials to meet with U.S. regulators and private sector companies to hear about best practices, current developments, and conduct networking. One of the recent highlights of our efforts to reach out to the FSM and its large diaspora was a recent interview with a very special guest, Dr. Anthony Fauci. It is amazing what you can accomplish with a simple request. We did a short videotape interview, which we played on our embassy's Facebook page. This interview was tremendously helpful in addressing people's concerns about the vaccines we provided to the FSM in the fight against COVID-19 and in encouraging them to get vaccinated as soon as possible. In summary, we have done much, and there remains much to do. I am excited about the expansion of our embassy staff as we work to support the United States and our partners' efforts to support a free, prosperous, and democratic Indo-Pacific. I thank you for your time today. Muchísimas gracias. Kalangang Kinisoshapur.
Well, I see a lot of engagements on that, and I'm so excited that you all were able to hear her remarks. I see a lot of reactions to how heartfelt her remarks were about her career journey. And of course, again, many of the requests that we received in the past regarding Her Future Summit is that we hear more from policy leaders regarding initiatives from women and also their stories of encouragement to the audience. So we're really proud to have heard her story as well. Next coming up is our next ambassador. I'm so excited to welcome Stuart Dwyer, U.S. Ambassador. Oh, actually, Charge d'Affaires of Denmark is going to be speaking next. So get ready to get excited to hear his remarks at Her Future Summit. We're definitely really excited to welcome him. So let's get the 30-second countdown to welcome the Charge d'Affaires. and welcome Shadia Stewart-Dwyer from the United States Embassy in Denmark. We're so excited to welcome you to Her Future Summit. How are you?
Thank you, Christine. I'm doing well, and I appreciate the promotion you gave me.
No worries. Without further ado, I'll pass it over to you. And again, it's an honor to hear you at Her Future Summit 2021.
Great. Thanks so much. And I really appreciate you in including me today. And this is a topic that's of great importance to our embassy and to me personally. For those who are not in the United States, I grew up in the state of Maine, which is in the northeast corner. It's a kind of place when I was growing up there, not a lot of institutional employers. It's a kind of place where you had to make your own way. My father had a small manufacturing and wholesale business there. And I think it really taught me at a very early age the importance of all in. You know, it was a family affair. My mother and my father's business partner set up a direct mail order retail business that ended up taking up half of our house. But you learn when you're dealing, and I suspect a lot of your audience knows this, when you're dealing at a family scale enterprise, exclusion is simply not an option. And so, you know, we needed everybody at the table, and it may sound trite, but I think it created a lens for me through which I see inclusiveness as a sine qua non. You know, we need everybody at the table. I know this crowd knows that, but I think it's helpful just to pull the lens back just a bit and repeat some of the statistics that indicate that on a macro level. A McKinsey Global Institute study found that women's equality could add $12 trillion to the global economy by 2025. And a Boston Consulting Group analysis showed that if women and men participated equally as entrepreneurs, that global GDP could rise by approximately 3 to 6% and boost the global economy by $2.5 trillion to $5 trillion. Now, the growing recognition of the importance of this challenge increasingly is reflected in our multilateral and bilateral diplomacy. Through the G7, G20, OECD, and other global fora, issues of equality and empowerment have become a part of the global agenda. And I'll speak in a moment about the tremendous opportunities that I think we have in bilateral partnerships with partners like Denmark. But I do have to note that despite the positive policy developments and some positive trends that I think we saw pre-pandemic, women continue to enter the workforce at a comparatively lower rate than men in developed countries. And that gap gets bigger when we look at self-employment and small business ownership. And we've seen that the economic losses caused by COVID-19 have fallen disproportionately upon women, which has only heightened those inequalities. President Biden said on Equal Pay Day, the day that fell on March 24th this year, and that symbolizes how far into the year women have to work in order to earn what men earned in the previous year, that America's economic recovery depends on addressing the barriers that have hampered women from fully participating in the labor force, resulting in gender income and wealth gaps that have been magnified and exacerbated by COVID-19. Now, I want to talk briefly about a second challenge that figures among our top foreign policy priorities, and that is what the recently released U.S. National Security Strategy document called the revolution in technology that poses both promise and peril. We've been talking about the fourth industrial revolution for several years now, and some of you may be living some of it, and the potentially transformative effects of AI, quantum, Internet of Things, 5G, and other technologies will have on the way that we live and relate. This revolution can certainly improve our quality of life and raise global income, but we need to ensure that it reflects values of fundamental importance to democratic societies. And the US Secretary of State was in Brussels this week, in fact, where he talked about technology and the importance of ensuring that our economies are more integrated with each other than they are with our principal competitors. That means teaming up to develop cutting-edge innovation and setting the norms and standards that will govern emerging technologies. We've invested so much in these partnerships. Now let's come together in innovative ways to solve new challenges. So as we think about the importance of confronting these challenges, building back better inclusively, and addressing the opportunities and challenges of emerging technologies, I see the US-Danish partnership as a unique force multiplier. Vice President Harris and Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen touched on some of this when they spoke recently, in particular in a lengthy exchange on increasing women's participation in the workforce as not only the right thing to do, but also a crucial driver of economic growth. Indeed, data indicate that the strengths of free and open societies built on transparency and respect for rule of law and human rights foster environments conducive to growth and innovation. And a part of that, of course, is the ability and the willingness to openly confront and address our own shortcomings. So with my Embassy Copenhagen hat on, I would invite those of you who will be driving the tech agenda of tomorrow to look at opportunities for what we can do together in this transatlantic ecosystem. What we can do to harness our collective energies in support of innovation that reflects the openness, inclusiveness, and democratic values that we cherish. For those looking to roll out new technologies, Denmark sees itself as one of the world's top test markets. There's a tremendous IT infrastructure, some of the world's highest penetration rates for mobile, broadband, and progressive consumers who are quick to adopt new technologies. With good reason, it pitches itself as a living lab for companies to foster innovation and test new technologies. As an early adopter for emerging technologies, the Danish ecosystem has been a test bed to surface the ethical dimensions of new technologies that can be instructive for all of us. Now, just to mention a couple of the areas that we're particularly excited about working on at this time in Denmark. First of all, opportunities in AI. Denmark is looking to leverage those strengths to build a competitive advantage within AI. Among Europeans, studies indicates that the Danes have the most positive view of robotics and AI. Moreover, Denmark is at the forefront of research in several AI sub-disciplines, with particularly strong environments in algorithmics, machine learning for audio, robotics, computer vision, and natural language processing. And Denmark is asking important questions. Denmark's national strategy for AI underscores the ethical principles that must be established in a framework for development and use of AI. And it has enacted legislation that imposes transparency requirements. The United States also works closely with Denmark's tech ambassador and her teams in Boston and Silicon Valley to promote cross-investment in the deployment of technologies, including AI. And I should note here, this has been a somewhat novel approach by Denmark. They named a tech ambassador in 2017 who engages with the primary drivers of some of our technological developments. And they spend most of their time in Silicon Valley. There was a new one that was appointed last year. And they are grappling with the range of issues that some of these new technologies present, ranging from what do we expect from autonomous vehicles, the implications of technology and healthcare, how to integrate the data from the Internet of Things and public data infrastructure in a safe and effective way. And more recently, the Danish MFA has captured some of these issues in a policy document that it has issued on a broad technology diplomacy strategy, from cybersecurity and disinformation to digital taxation and responsible artificial intelligence and data ethics. The Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs has posed challenging questions, ones that where undoubtedly at times we'll have different perspectives, but we welcome the opportunity to have conversations about critical issues. Quantum computing is another area of excitement here. The mission has been engaged in deepening science cooperation between Denmark and the United States in the emerging sector of quantum computing and quantum information sciences. Denmark is home to the world-renowned Niels Bohr Institute at the University of Copenhagen that also hosts a Microsoft Quantum Development Center that's run by the noted American scientist Charles Marcus. In partnership with Professor Marcus, we promoted scientific exchanges and are working with the Danish research community to raise awareness about the possibilities of quantum computing to transform drug developments in material science, which could lead to breakthroughs in battery technologies and grid management of renewables, among others. Green technologies. Denmark is a leader in wind technologies and has been for some time. Their companies Vestas and Ørsted have a large presence in the United States, but there are also opportunities to partner in addressing other climate challenges. You're looking at things like the decarbonization of heavy industry. Denmark recently announced the construction of the world's first energy island that will be built in the North Sea. It will be a hub for 200 giant offshore wind turbines. And there are all sorts of opportunities related to that, in particularly in the areas of green hydrogen and the use of decarbonized fuel then in shipping, aviation, and elsewhere. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our work in Greenland and the Faroe Islands, a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. And there, everything from blue economy opportunities to climate research is on the horizon. So as we look for win-win opportunities to work with our Danish partners, as I said at the outset, it's important to us that everyone has a seat at the table. That's why we've undertaken initiatives such as teaming up with the European Young Innovators Forum to host the Women in Entrepreneurship Roadshow, a networking event for Danish women who own businesses designed to bring together women entrepreneurs with venture capital investors and mentors. Our Foreign Commercial Service is busy promoting the Select USA Investment Summit with Danish firms to showcase investment opportunities in the United States. And this year's version will include a special focus on women in tech and feature a mentoring program for foreign startups. And our team is eager to showcase American expertise in technology and life sciences and seeks to connect startups and businesses of all sizes. So I'd be happy to facilitate those connections. Similarly, on the Danish side, I would note there are multiple organizations looking to provide mentoring and other opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Tech Nordic Advocates has a program designed to support female founders and leaders and prospective entrepreneurs in the digital tech space, in particular in Denmark. So in closing, the stories of our innovative societies have been written in no small part by entrepreneurs and risk takers. I think the telling of those stories is important to our collective understanding of opportunity and influence. So just quickly, I'll close by mentioning a few of those visionary leaders and entrepreneurs who are helping write Denmark's entrepreneurial story today. Mette Lykke is a young serial entrepreneur and CEO of Too Good To Go, a great example of using the power of technology to make profit and make a better world. Through the app, restaurants reduce food waste by thousands of tons. Customers support local restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and supermarkets, and quality food is distributed at affordable prices. Catherine Anderson, who co-founded the company Roger, now Corpay One, after it was acquired by FleetCor. She developed a tool that can cut the time businesses spend on day-to-day financial processes by as much as 80%. And I should note our work with Denmark's large foundations who provide a good chunk of the public research money in Denmark. And in particular, the former CEO of the Novo Nordisk Foundation, Birgitte Nauntofte, who led that organization for over 10 dynamic years. And that fund alone provided something like 6 to 7% of all public research in Denmark. So I'll close there. I want to thank you again for having me today. The U.S.-Danish partnership has an incredible 220-year history and would love for you to be a part of the next chapter. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stuart-Dyer. It was a pleasure to have you. And again, we hope to engage with your team again in the future editions of Her Future Summit. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was really, really amazing. I heard a lot of initiatives coming out in Denmark, of course, tying together how they're making it inclusive for women. So hopefully people took notes. Without further ado, I do want to get everyone excited for our next ambassador, Annick Golett, is going to be speaking with us today. So let's get the 30-second countdown so we could give a warm welcome to our next ambassador speaker. Hello and welcome, Honorable Ambassador Annick Golett, Ambassador of Canada to Romania, the Republic of Bulgaria, and the Republic of Moldova. It's an honor to welcome you to Her Future Summit. And without further ado, I'll pass the floor over to you. Welcome again.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to participate in this conference and to offer a Canadian perspective from Eastern Europe. I've been asked to provide you with, insights for women in the government sphere by sharing my career journey and also what Canada is doing in the field of gender equality. So I will start with a bit of personal background. Obviously, I'm a North American woman from Canada, but I'm French Canadian. I was born and raised not too far from the previous speaker in Quebec City, so north-south of Quebec. I was born in a modest, multi-generational family where women education and empowerment was really very important. It was valued both professionally and financially, including by my father and my grandfather. Like many Canadians of my generation, I also had the chance to be raised or educated in a very inclusive and egalitarian manner. I'm a former TV, radio, newspaper journalist, but I have now been a Canadian diplomat for 22 years. I actually just celebrated that milestone earlier this week. I had the privilege to serve in fascinating postings, some where women were rare. In 2002, for example, I was the first Canadian female diplomat, and to this day, the only one, to be seconded to the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry for a year. And about 10 years ago, I was Canada's Director for Non-Proliferation and Disarmament. In that capacity, I oversaw all our policies on weapons of mass destruction, whether it's nuclear, chemical, biological, conventional, and all the technical assistance related to this. I headed at that time a team of 30 specialists, 30 diplomats that comprised only 4 women at entry-level positions. So I'm now ambassador, and I have the honor to fortunately share that role with many female colleagues throughout the Canada's network around the world. I'm a leader, I'm a mentor also in my organization. I take that very seriously. I believe in helping more women take positions of responsibilities, whether they are doing that for the first time or the 100th. Finally, I'm also a wife and a mother. I've been married for 25 years, and I have 3 children, 2 adult daughters and a teenage son. In Canadian society and in government's decision-making circles, my situation is not an exception. Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has repeatedly formed gender-balanced ministerial cabinets since his first mandate in 2015. Right now, it is a woman, Ms. Chrystia Freeland, who's the Deputy Prime Minister. She's also concurrently the Minister of Finance. Global Affairs Canada, the department I serve in, has a woman as its most senior public servant, Deputy Minister Martha Morgan, and about 45% of our executives in Global Affairs Canada are women. Within the Canadian diplomatic corps per se, the last few summer rotations saw the number of female and male ambassadors reach equality. Among new heads of mission this year, 18 were women and 18 were men. We have women also heading some of our most important and biggest embassies around the world, in Washington, in London, in Paris, in Nairobi, just to give a few examples. This was made possible by positive discrimination policies in Canada that offered and still offer equal opportunities to women for employment in the Canadian federal government. So we encourage women, but also other groups like visible minorities, handicapped and Aboriginal people to apply for jobs, and at equal candidacies, they have precedence. But gender equality is not only an objective to achieve, that we want to achieve within the government ranks, it is also the target of Canadian policies, both domestically and internationally. At home in Canada, the government has implemented over the last couple of decades several programs, policies that benefit women, maternity leave, access to capital funds, programs for women in science. And recently in 2018, the federal government has has inaugurated budgets that apply a gender-based lens, making historic investments in women's organizations. Abroad, Canada also wants to be a catalyst of inclusive change. Canada has a feminist foreign policy that focuses on dismantling persistent inequalities and fostering transformational change. 95% actually of our bilateral international development assistance serves to advance in one way or another gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. That meant over the last couple of years, 5 years more precisely, $2 billion that have been invested towards that objective. Canada also continues to promote an inclusive trade agenda that helps connect women entrepreneurs with export opportunities through women-focused international trade missions, tailored advisory services, and access to global value chains. On March 8th, Canada launched a year-long global advocacy campaign to recognize, support, and protect the important work of women in peace and security, the #PeaceByHer campaign. Over the last 30 years, women have represented only 13% of peace negotiators, 6% of mediators, and 6% of signatories of peace agreements. Canada wants women's participation in this critical area to increase and wants to protect them as they carry out this critical peace-building role. These priorities, we also advance in multilateral fora, such as the UN, NATO, and in various organizations, including, especially this month, within La Francophonie, where we helped develop a strategy for equality between women and men and created a solidarity fund. In my territories of accreditation now, but also in my previous posting where I was responsible for Russia, Armenia, and Uzbekistan, we put gender equality at the center of our programming. So every year we have calls for proposals. Actually, the one for the Republic of Moldova just went out earlier today. Those calls for proposals are aiming to attract initiatives that can receive Canadian funds locally, and they have to focus on gender equality in one way or another. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Projects can be linked, for example, to gender equality through democratic governance, political participation, like was the case when I was in Uzbekistan. It can be linked to environmental sustainability and women entrepreneurship, as was the case in Armenia. It can be linked to media freedom and, again, women entrepreneurship. That's the case right now, at least in the last fiscal year in the Republic of Moldova. Or it can be linked anywhere, to women and responsible business conduct. I was participating actually earlier this week in a training on public and cultural diplomacy for Moldovan diplomats. And someone asked me which initiative or policy best represented or constituted the Canadian brand abroad. And gender equality came very naturally to me. Personally, I take the Canadian woman, the Canadian gender equality brand with me wherever I go, wherever I serve. I try to exemplify the principles, the policies that we promote at home and abroad. I don't want, by stressing gender equality, to underestimate the acute challenges that the world is facing right now, whether it's climate change, health security, weapons of mass destruction, or poverty. I simply believe that gender equality and women empowerment is often the first impacted by those issues and those problems around the world. Like, for example, through the pandemic right now, where women are not only frontline workers and dealing with the situation in the health system or in the education system, in retail industry, but they are also the victims of the side effects of the pandemic, whether it's child marriage, human trafficking, or domestic violence. So I think gender equality is hit by those crises, but it's also part of the solution in all those areas. It is an effective way, building gender equality is an effective way to foster prosperity, to fight climate change in a sustainable way, to advance peace and security. In other words, to build a better and a stronger future. This is the gender equality agenda that Canada is putting forward at home and in the world. But there is something else that is very much part of the Canadian brand of gender equality. It is the participation of men. We believe that gender equality policies and changes equally depend on men and women, and that they will benefit to us all. We have to work with men as policymakers, men as managers, colleagues, employees, men as husbands, as brothers, fathers, and sons. So that would be my last message. But before I conclude, I will go back to a part of my personal history to illustrate that. Since I graduated from university 30 years ago, I've managed a successful career thanks to a good network of women, but also thanks to some men who believed in quality education for women and in female talent. This is thanks to my grandfather, who invested every penny he had in the best schooling for his 5 daughters, including my mother. But it's also thanks to my husband, who made sacrifices so that I could take some promotions. He was actually the first Canadian male diplomat to take a paternity leave of 3 months to take care of our first daughter, who's now 21. What allowed me to become a diplomat, an ambassador, and to promote Canada's gender equality across the world are the very policies that shaped Canadian society over the years. These are the policies that are now at the basis of our feminist international assistance policy, and that we believe can make this world, our common world, more inclusive for all women and men. And you, women and men, all have a role to play, and together we can make a difference for her and our future. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a way to end. Thank you so much for your remarks. Not only sharing what you're doing at the embassy, but also sharing your story in the end. I saw a lot of remarks on the chat feed. So it was an honor, again, to welcome you to Her Future Summit 2021, Ambassador Anik.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I see again a lot of engagement, a lot of excitement on the thread. Let's keep that energy up because there's so much more in store for you all throughout the day. Again, there's 6 hours of content and live back-to-back. Our next speaker will be coming in from LinkedIn, our first LinkedIn workshop. So let's make sure that, remind you have like pretty much a 1-minute break. So just me chat on the media feeds, introduce yourself, give some reactions to what you've heard. Our next speaker goes live in 30 seconds. So let's get excited for that. There you have it. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. In the next 30 seconds, we're going to welcome Ty Heath from LinkedIn. I know a lot of people are excited about this workshop. I think we're like probably the biggest proponents to try to drive as many people to open a LinkedIn profile account, but also to optimize their LinkedIn. So let's get the 30-second countdown and get ready for Ty Heath from LinkedIn. Hello, Ty. We're so excited. As always, you know you're one of the best sessions of the summit so far, so I'm not going to take any time. Let me pass over the floor to you. Rock your profile. And of course, you guys are rocking it with Ty Heath, B2B Institute LinkedIn. Let's pass it over to you, my dear.
Amazing. Thank you for having me. Welcome to Her Future Summit, everyone. So this session is really about you. I know that there are so many folks here that are up to amazing things. And as Christine said, the intent here is to help you amplify what you're doing, build a community around what you're doing, get resources for what you're doing on LinkedIn, which is a professional social network where a lot of things are happening. Deals are being made, investments are being made, content is being shared. People are learning, growing. When people are on LinkedIn, they're there to invest their time. And so this conversation is really about how to help you quickly get set up. And I will share these slides with Christine, and we'll make sure we get these out to you as well so that you can reference them. So let's actually dive on in to the content. A little bit more about myself. So I'm a director of market engagement at a think tank called the B2B Institute, and talking about how people can be more effective using LinkedIn's narratives is one of my favorite things to do. So this is certainly an area of passion for me. So first things first, as you get started thinking about how you want to show up on LinkedIn, it's important to begin with the end in mind. What do you want to achieve? So whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you are out to build your personal brand, whether you are working within a company, there's a lot of different goals you might have, whether you're looking to recruit talent, learn from your customers, build connections with the media, amplify your work. It's important to start with what do you want to achieve? And it might be more than one of these different goals. So as you begin, just think about what it is that you want to do, and that's a great place to anchor your journey. Now, before I go any further, your LinkedIn profile is the home base of your entire effort here. I call it the conversation before the conversation, because before people meet you, one of the things they often do is they'll search your name. And if you have a LinkedIn profile, more often than not, that's what comes up in the search results. And that's an opportunity for you to tell a story about yourself, who you are, that builds credibility before that person even meets you. So before you get into the conversation about closing a deal, before you get into the conversation about hiring someone, your LinkedIn profile speaks volumes before those conversations. So how do you get started? Have a great photo, have location, have a summary, your experience. You want to fully fill out your LinkedIn profile. So just some tips here to get you started with your home base on LinkedIn. From here, you have your education, any endorsements, recommendations from people you've worked with in the past, any interests. All of these paints a well-rounded picture of who you are. As you can imagine, each of those becomes a touch point, a connection point for someone to get to know you more deeply. Because it's not all about data and stats. It's also about emotion and connection and human relationships. So this allows you to showcase all of the facets of who you are, in addition to the professional excellence that you bring. Okay, so now that we've talked about the home base and your goals, let's actually get into 4 steps for investing in your thought leadership on LinkedIn. So first things first, you want to start by defining your white space. Where can you operate in the conversation? It's at the intersection of 3 things: what your audience wants, your expertise, and then also where's the untapped opportunity. On this slide are a few questions to consider, but deeply you want to consider what you're passionate about, what you're committed to, and what you aspire to create. And the beauty of it is that you are uniquely you. No one else can bring what you bring. So that intersection of all of those things is going to allow you to connect with people and have your content resonate more deeply. Now, this next slide is a 1-page strategy for you to take this on. So whether you're building your personal brand or working for a company, let's imagine together. Let's pretend that we all work for a company that's invested in brand transformation. Now, as an ambassador of brand transformation, working at this company, we want to get this message out into the world. So each year, let's say this company puts out a thought leadership piece called The Art of Rebranding to help customers. You then, as an expert within this company, might say that you are a champion and a pioneer of brand transformation. From there, you can share content about your work at the industry level, at the organizational level, and product. And industry is the conversation about what's happening in the world, what's going on in the space. Organization, what's happening internally within the culture. How are you showing up as ambassadors of brand transformation? And product, telling the stories of your customers and how you're supporting them with brand transformation. From there, you're thinking about how often do I share? What hashtags do I use to amplify this? And as well as bringing in other voices to make sure you're telling the story powerfully. Now, as you get going, you want to think about, well, what are the things that matter to you? What's the so what? You don't always have to post some text and a picture and a link. Think about crowdsourcing thoughts, asking a question, doing personal observations. All in all, talk about what matters to you, what you're passionate about, because that's what makes it connect and drives the point home. Here's a low-hanging fruit tip here. So if you work for a company or if you have a company page on LinkedIn, oftentimes you're already sharing about what's going on. Why not hop onto that post and add your personal observation to that content? Now you're boosting and amplifying your company content. Also, if you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to network into different companies to sell to them or work with them, or if you're trying to work for a company, this is a great way to build a relationship, because now that company sees you as someone that's reacting to that content, and that's another way for you to build a relationship. Next up, video. Video is hot. It's going to continue to be hot. People are watching a lot of video content. So now is a great time to get comfortable with shooting video. You don't have to have a fancy video equipment. Your phone is perfectly fine. You can shoot high quality video. So what do? 30 seconds to 3 minutes. You want to grab people's attention in that first 6 minutes. So come out the gate strong. You can design for different mobile devices. So you want to be thoughtful about it. And also there are various tools that will help you add subtitles to your content. So this is definitely an area for investment. Definitely recommend using this on LinkedIn. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each of these different best practices, but you can post short form posts on LinkedIn. I recommend posting 1 to 3 times per day. Now, that may be you sharing something that you've written yourself and then sharing something that somebody else has written, or it might be sharing and commenting on other people's content. All in all, what you're trying to do is water your professional garden so you keep it healthy and strong. Also, don't forget to use hashtags and tag people using the @ every time you post. That will bring people into your content. Just make sure it's relevant. And then a pro tip, sometimes it's helpful to shoot a lot of content or write a lot of content in a short time period. That way you can spread that content going live over the course of several months. So now you're saving yourself time and getting a ton of leverage. So you can post short form content and you can post long form content on LinkedIn. So if you didn't know, now you know. Write articles on LinkedIn. This allows people to dive deeply into your expertise and learn about what you care about. And this is an amazing touch point for you. Try to go anywhere between 800 and 2,000 words. Test it out. Make sure you have your byline at the end and how people can connect with you more deeply after they read your article. Now, we've talked a lot about this distribution and the conversation. We got to measure. We got to know how we're performing so we can do better in the future. So here are some tips for you. Every single post that you post on LinkedIn has analytics associated with it. You can dive into the activity and see what companies people are from, what job title they had, where are they coming from, and how did they find you? And then the question for you then becomes, is this what you intended? And if it's not, maybe you use different hashtags. Maybe you tag different people in. Maybe you use different text or different content, different images. This allows you to slowly optimize your content. This is a very underutilized tactic when it comes to showing up on LinkedIn and building your brand. So I encourage you to check out the analytics behind your posts and learn from it. Now, we've covered a lot of ground in a short period of time, and I promise we will make these slides available, but I want to leave you with one major tip here. This is challenging. I get it. It can feel very scary to put yourself out there. It makes you vulnerable to share something about yourself, but don't think about it that way. Think about it as you are here in service of your audience. They're in service of your customers, in service of people. Brene Brown, one of the top TED speakers of all time on the topic of vulnerability, said authenticity is a collection of choices we make each day. It's a choice to show up and be seen. The people we follow, the people we care about, the people that we feel connected to, we do that because they show up real. So I encourage you to do this. Find a buddy, find an accountability partner, and start to invest in yourself by building your brand on LinkedIn. So with that, thank you very much for having me. This has been such a pleasure to bring this content to you. I would love to be connected with you, to follow your journey. If I can be of service to you in any way, do feel free to connect with me. And I look forward to watching all the amazing content, all the amazing work you do to unite and bring forward our community of women to the next level on this planet. Thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of Her Future Summit.
Amazing, amazing. As always, a pleasure to have you, Ty. And again, thank you for joining us for another edition of Her Future Summit. And I just want to add a quick plug. Ty is also the founder of Transform Her every single year. So I just wanted to just amplify other women, empowering other women. It was an amazing year as well. Thank you so much, Tahi.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
As always. So ladies and gentlemen, I definitely challenge you to go on LinkedIn to check out Transform Her. I've spoken at this program this year and last year. And again, we want to amplify all the works that a lot of our speakers and partners are doing to empower women like you on this session. So with that, I'm really excited. Our next speaker, Ambassador Sullivan, is going to be joining us. So before we kick off, I'm definitely going to do another repeat of what you're going to enjoy for the day. And then I'm going to kick it off with a warm introduction to our ambassador. And as someone who is married to a Ghanaian, I have a home in Ghana, I'm so excited to introduce her. So let's get excited for our next keynote speaker. All right, so hopefully all of you are enjoying. Again, I'm going to be welcoming U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Stephanie Sullivan, is going to be joining us in 30 seconds. Let's get excited for her keynote remarks. I'm sure you guys are going to be excited to hear what she has to say to all of you. So again, get your questions and your excitement ready. Of course, we'll be sharing their contact information to the embassy, but get ready. This is going to be an amazing session. Let's get the 30-second countdown to welcome the Honorable Ambassador. Welcome, welcome, Ambassador. It's such an honor to welcome you, Ambassador Stephanie Sullivan, coming in from Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us for Her Future Summit. It's an honor to finally meet you and welcome you to the program. And without further ado, I pass it over to you for your welcome remarks.
Thank you so much, Christine. I've really enjoyed the presentation so far, especially hearing from the panelists. Akwaba from Ghana. I'm Stephanie Sullivan, the United States Ambassador to Ghana. And I'm greatly honored to join this year's Her Future Summit. It's wonderful to see such a wide variety of speakers and participants in this virtual conference. And I hope this event will provide insights, information, and opportunities for women entrepreneurs around the world. It's a great chance for motivated businesswomen to tap into a global knowledge base. And I'd like to commend Christine and Tim and the Her Future Summit team for coordinating this extraordinary event. Even as we have all become accustomed to participating in online events, connecting speakers and the audience from around the world is no small feat. Aiko, and kudos to you all. I became a diplomat 35 years ago after having been a Peace Corps volunteer in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm also a wife and mother of 2 grown sons, and I'm proud to lead our U.S. mission team here now, where at this time last year, we were helping more than 2,000 Americans return home after the borders closed, adapting our technical assistance to Ghana's healthcare sector to support its ongoing COVID-19 response, and adopting remote work tools. But through it all, we remained resilient and committed in our goals to attract American businesses and investors to Ghana, to promote peace, regional security, and accountable governance, and to invest in the well-being of every Ghanaian through a variety of programs in the health, education, and agriculture sectors. Over the last 12 months, every single one of us has been tested in areas such as our leadership skills, our tolerance for repeated tough choices, our resolve to help manage a stressful household and stressed household, and staying focused on the real work it takes to maintain personal connections during periods of isolation. Of course, most women were already familiar with and adept at managing multiple simultaneous challenges before the pandemic. Indeed, the pandemic has shone a light on the support gap that has yet to be filled for women working outside the home. By the time I finish my remarks today, it's likely that tens of thousands more people will join the millions globally who have received COVID-19 vaccinations. President Biden's pledge of $4 billion to support the multinational COVAX initiative demonstrates the U.S. commitment to collaborating with partners, governments, multilateral institutions, and the private sector to support global COVID-19 vaccination efforts. Cases are dropping across many countries, including Ghana, and every day we move closer to the post-pandemic world. We've all speculated at the new normal for months, and it's increasingly coming into focus. The lessons we take away from the challenges and tests we endured over the past year can help guide us as we enter this next phase. The world of work will never be the same, and that actually has some very positive aspects to it. At the outset of the pandemic, I encouraged my team to use the early weeks to reflect on strategic priorities, as well as to tackle some rainy day projects that we never seem to have the time to do. I also suggested we think of ourselves as caterpillars, and that while in the cocoon of the lockdown, we make the effort to eat healthy foods, take the time to exercise, and to make special memories with our loved ones, so that we might transform ourselves into butterflies. Many of us did just that, and the challenge is how to maintain those good habits, begin to lead an increasingly hybrid life that puts new demands on our schedules and continues to test our adaptability. We learned to operate in ways we never thought possible. Organizations that previously frowned on telework will undoubtedly be more amenable to telework, even after this pandemic. But the key to the future and to the next pandemic is adaptability. Talk about Ghana and some of its adaptations to the pandemic. Ghana is an important economic partner of the United States and continues to emerge as a major economy in Africa, with one of the fastest growing economies in the world in recent years. Despite the pandemic, Ghana's economy grew by almost 1% in 2020. The government is now projecting 5% growth for 2021. The private sector here is dynamic and fast-paced. While the pandemic hit us with numerous challenges, it also presented new opportunities. Many female entrepreneurs in Ghana quickly pivoted to meet the challenges of the pandemic head on. And the U.S. Embassy in Ghana continues to offer programming to help them continue to flourish beyond the pandemic. In 2019, Ghana was among the 10 African countries to pilot the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs, also known as AWE. In fact, the global launch event took place here in Accra. AWE is based on an online course called Dream Builder that was developed by the Thunderbird School of Management in Arizona. And it includes a mentoring program through which participants are matched with Ghanaian women entrepreneurs who are alumni of our other U.S. government exchange programs. All participants gained new skills and learned how to use tools to grow and create businesses, raise capital, and network with other successful business owners. Using lessons learned from the shift to the virtual world in 2020, AWE doubled its cohort size and now provides data plans for women in remote areas who might previously have been unable to participate. Since the beginning of this global pandemic, I have been inspired by many stories of resilience and innovation in my interactions with the beneficiaries of U.S. Agency for International Development programs and with alumni of U.S. government-sponsored exchange programs. As Ghana experienced its first peak of infections in June 2020, I hosted a video call with several women entrepreneurs to learn how they were managing and adapting their businesses with the new COVID-19 protocols in place. The group agreed that the lockdown gave them the chance to pause and reflect on their business models. This moment of introspection allowed these women to catch their breath and consider their businesses beyond the 25 pressing items on their daily to-do list. They developed new business models, new products, and new strategies that shaped their future direction. Examples of this include women entrepreneurs shifting their business skills to different industries when the pandemic hit. One woman realized fashion was not going to be of highest priority and pivoted to working in the more essential grain production and supply sector, meeting a critical demand for staples when the borders were closed. Another woman who owns an interior design business quickly seized upon the opportunity to attract clients by designing interior spaces and furniture specifically for teleworking in their homes. These are only a few of the many women who are poised to make COVID-19 life in Ghana better. I've also met women cultivators who are rising in prominence in the agriculture sector, not only working the land, but breaking down barriers to owning land. I've met frontline healthcare workers and public health researchers who are working with American public health experts to care for those affected by the coronavirus and to devise strategies to mitigate the negative effects and spread of the disease. Before the pandemic, Ghanaian biologist Veronica Bakwai invented a simple hand washing system bearing her name, the Veronica Bucket, that now helps us all maintain COVID sanitation protocols, no matter the location. Each of these women is working to create a Ghana that is rising to meet the challenges of today and the days ahead. These and many similar examples of ingenuity give me confidence that we shall overcome the challenges of COVID-19. I feel fortunate today to be in the virtual presence of so many female business leaders who joined this conference to learn how you too can shape your future into something better and brighter. Anyone who enters the business world is a risk taker. That takes courage in and of itself and deserves recognition. After a year of outsized risks, it's important to appreciate yourselves as innovators, business leaders, and job creators. As we set foot each day a step closer to a new post-pandemic world, the United States and those of us at U.S. embassies around the world strongly support that vision. I've repeatedly seen the power of women mentoring other women. I recently joined a panel to discuss the importance of mentorship, along with co-panelists who were a mentor-mentee duo. The mentor is an alumna of the Mandela Washington Fellowship and has a successful garment business that is well established, using the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, to help her export to the United States. Her mentee is an AWE alumna who came from a corporate background and needed help with the entrepreneurial aspects of starting her own business. The way they have helped each other is inspiring to see. And the results are great for other women because their success leads to job creation and economic growth. Also, last week, I participated in a virtual global mentoring walk for women, organized by a spectacular alumna of the Fortune Women's Mentoring Program. Last year, I had participated in the same event in person. As you can see, this isn't just about how we succeed as individuals. There's a proverb here in Ghana: if you don't let your friend cross and reach her destination, you will also not cross and reach yours. In other words, you must help your neighbor achieve her goals so you can also achieve yours. The bottom line is that when we women succeed, children are healthy and educated, and communities thrive. Simply put, women's economic development lifts up entire nations. We still have much to do, whether you're in the United States, Ghana, or elsewhere. We need women and men as partners in advancing our mutually beneficial and mutually reinforcing goals of economic prosperity, regional security, and accountable governance. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak here at the Her Future Summit, and I look forward to hearing more about the achievements of this wonderful group in the months to come.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Sullivan. It's an honor to have you. And again, the chat feed is going really, really live and excited for everything that you chose to say with us today. And as always, looking forward to connecting with you all again in Ghana. It's an honor to welcome you to Her Future Summit. Thank you so much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely keep your engagement up. I'm sure you all enjoyed those remarks from Ambassador Sullivan from Ghana about pretty much so much about what she's seen in the local ecosystem and what's in store. We have one more keynote remark from our ambassador from Angola, who's going to be engaging with all you today before we transition to the second panel of the day, which you guys will be extremely excited for when it comes to the corporate professional ladder. So without further ado, I do want to welcome our next speaker to the session, UK Ambassador Jessica Han from
I'm Jessica Hand, the British Ambassador to Angola and the island state of Sao Tome and Principe. And I'm based in Luanda, and I'm now in my 4th year in this amazing country. The design of pushchairs, or strollers, has evolved enormously over the years. The one my parents used had the child, me, seated facing them. And my father was always amused that every time he took me out, we would have only gone a few meters before I turned myself round and knelt so that I could look forward. And I guess I've always wanted to see where I'm going. I haven't always had a plan, but I've always been curious to see what was coming, what my options were, and what I might want to explore. So how did the curious little girl in the stroller get to be an ambassador twice, a consul general twice, a country director of trade and investment, a negotiator, policymaker, and advisor? And more importantly, what example has she set for others? Since I was an only child, my parents believed that I should develop as many skills as possible so that I could look after myself. Whenever I asked how to do something, my mother would say, "What would you do if you were on your own?" And it was infuriating, but it taught me to work things out and to find my own solutions. And it also taught me determination and patience. When it came to choosing a degree study course, my father advised me to combine something I liked and did well with something I was curious about. So I opted for French, which I loved, and international relations, which was a mystery. And so a fascination with the 3D chess of international politics began. And with it came a love of travel and a desire to see and understand the people and places I was dealing with. And to my mind, there was only one job that could lead me to do this and to earn a living at the same time, and that was the diplomatic service. Undeterred by its reputation for elitism and tough selection standards, my approach was, well, why not? And I suppose that's been my approach ever since. Never turn down an opportunity and never shrink from a challenge. It served me well in a service that only in 1975 lifted its insistence on women resigning when they got married, where it was common to be the only woman in the room, and sometimes still is, but we're getting better, and where the chances of a woman becoming an ambassador were slim at best, and that has certainly changed. But the times changed and the service did too, and it did so at pace. So the first time I became an ambassador, I was the youngest ever woman to reach that rank. That record has now been beaten many, many times, I am proud to say. But in that first ambassadorial role, I realized the impact that comes not necessarily through specific projects or programs, but more than anything, through being an example as a role model of what is possible. The day that I went to present Second World War campaign veterans in Belarus with medals, I heard one of them ask where the ambassador was. And he exclaimed after I was pointed out, "What, really? The little blonde girl?" And it made me laugh. But I realized in that instant that attitudes like that were common. And it was something that other young women were dealing with, not just in that country, but across the world. The issues of perception and social and cultural norms. I also realized that senior women who have achieved need to give back by supporting and enabling the progress of talented younger colleagues. We need to dispel the perception or the assumption that to achieve a role such as mine, you need to be born to it, come from a well-connected family, know someone in power, go to the right schools and universities, be elegant and attractive, and some other ideas that I won't list, but you can imagine what I'm talking about. Now, there is a need to show that ordinary girls can become extraordinary women if they apply their intelligence, hone their skills, focus on their goals, and show what they're capable of, and learn the requirements of their chosen sector or organization to achieve positions of influence. And there is a need to show that you don't need to hide your ordinary beginnings. The more you celebrate them, the more others believe that advancement is possible. And let's not forget that everyone can be a role model. The mothers, the sisters, the aunts, the stay-at-home mothers, the childminders, they form young minds and make the strongest impressions of all. Alongside this, I've always tried to focus more formal support on professional empowerment through small projects to open to women the sectors of work traditionally considered to be male. Accounting, or actually anything involving numbers. Sciences, engineering, geological and meteorological services. The list is huge. The advances in modern communications, and I've probably dated myself already by using that term, have increased the options for doing this, for spreading our stories, and for supporting the determined, aspirational, gifted young women that are out there to realize their goals. Now, they say that seeing is believing, and communication is definitely key. Throughout my career, I have tried to balance the ordinary with what seems to many extraordinary. I still do my own shopping in local markets. It's great economic and social analysis. I drive myself, and I will talk to anyone who will talk to me. Oh, and I've got 2 tattoos. And yet, I have led international arms control delegations, advised generals, discussed issues with presidents, ministers, and business leaders. And occasionally I think, is this all real? And the answer is yes. And it can be real for so many others if they believe they can, and like that little girl in the stroller, keep looking to where they want to go. Thank you very much.
There you have it, one of our ambassador remarks there. It's such a pleasure and honor to have welcomed her. And without further ado, I'm going to really get excited here and welcome our next speaker, 30-second countdown, Ambassador Emma Hopkins. Let's get ready. Well, here there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. UK Ambassador to Denmark, Emma Hopkins. Without further ado, we welcome you to Her Future Summit. It's an honor to have you, and the floor is all yours for your remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name's Emma, and I'm currently serving as the British Ambassador here in Denmark. And over the next 8 to 10 minutes, I just wanted to share with you a few thoughts as my contribution to this global contribution conversation. And I want to say a huge thank you to all the organisers of Her Future Summit for putting together such a brilliant event and brilliant programme with some amazing speakers. I really like the theme of this summit, especially the use of the words revise, relaunch and rebrand in the context of the post-pandemic world, all of which I think suggests a rebirth in some way. And it got me thinking in my own life what the impact of the pandemic has been and the increase in remote working on my own work in diplomacy over the past year, and whether in equality terms there's been a dividend as a result of the pandemic from our future engagement and how we might be able to reap that dividend in the future. So for most of my career, I've been working on issues relating to violence against women. Whether it is starting off as a young lawyer working on domestic violence or as a government policymaker responding to violence against female asylum seekers. I also developed the first UK action plan on human trafficking. And more recently, I've been campaigning against war zone rape in conflict countries. Over the last few years, I've had the pleasure to be the ambassador, firstly in Bulgaria for the United Kingdom and now in Denmark. And over the last year, we've heard much about the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women's rights and gender equality. We've heard about the impact on women's economic opportunities, on safety, domestic responsibilities, and there's no doubt that it's really set back progress on gender equality. I'm sure that's right. But I really like the idea of this panel and this event in looking at the pandemic as a springboard to something different and something better. I'm attracted to the idea of trying to bank the different ways of working that support female progression. And that's especially true in the world of diplomacy, where using tech has enabled us to do much over the last year. You heard from one of my other colleagues there about working together as a network. And the UK has over 270 diplomatic posts worldwide. And over the last year, we have managed via video conference to talk to each other about some of the big issues that we're facing. So in some ways, digital engagement and digital meetings are a great equalizer. Firstly, more junior staff can participate in a high-level meeting. They can listen, they can contribute, they can learn, something that's harder to do when you're meeting in person. Secondly, it's harder to talk over a woman in an online meeting. The little hand you have to put up to talk is a very democratic equalizer in enabling participation. And the chat bar also doesn't require the floor to give you, the chair to give you the floor. You can take the floor yourself by making a comment. And the third aspect that I love about the digital world of work is that you can fit it around your other responsibilities, whether they're child responsibilities, caring responsibilities. It's a real enabler. And I think it has finally put to bed this idea of presenteeism in the workplace, which is often looked at as a marker of commitment and contribution, which is harder for women to achieve. But whilst we get more flexibility, must be a positive in how we do our jobs in the future, I do worry about the lack of physical contact and what that does. and whether it provides an environment where we choose to consult only with those in our self-selected echo chambers, rather than being exposed to opinions from a diverse background. So in the world of diplomacy where I operate, there is a desperate need for creative thinking. There's a need for more diversity of thought, more collaboration, and diplomats need to be representative of the countries that they represent. And that does mean more women in diplomacy. Diplomacy is still predominantly male, although it's improving, and ambassadors at the top of the diplomatic tree are predominantly male. Recent studies suggested that over 80% of them are men. So if we are going to benefit from this more flexible working model, how do we get more women to think about their leadership potential, not just for diplomacy, but for business, for politics, and for every sphere? For the 4th year here, I have run a competition called Ambassador for the Day for girls aged 14 to 17. This year we launched it in Denmark, one of those countries that's perceived to be world leading in terms of gender equality. But surprisingly, this year, Denmark has been gripped by a Me Too movement where the perception and the reality on women's rights has been exposed to discussion. The initiative of Ambassador for a Day started off about getting more women into diplomacy, but it's developed now into a project which is all about encouraging girls to believe in their own leadership potential. And we're targeting 14 to 17-year-old girls because we believe that, and research tells us that after the age of 12, girls' confidence and their desire to conform reduces, and the prospects of them becoming risk takers and leaders also diminishes. So our competition this year is about, the theme is Think Global but Live Local, because the pandemic has taken control out of our lives. There's much that we've had no control over, but we wanted to emphasize that there are still things that you have the ability to control and change. You can choose how you act in your own local community and whether or not you're a positive force for change. And it's those small actions at the micro levels that we wanted to encourage in the lives that we lead. So I'm mentioning the competition today because I suppose it's one example of a way that women in diplomacy can support other women. Because 15 other female ambassadors here in Denmark, ranging from Colombia to India, are also giving up their time to mentor young women in this project, to develop, to show a little bit about their culture, to expose them to different forms of female leadership. And I think that's what I wanted to highlight in my short remarks today, this feeling of solidarity that still does come through the pandemic, through our digital engagement, through this new way of doing things. That one of the most important values that we as female leaders can have is that feeling of supporting others to tread where we have trod. And there's much as female leaders we can do to invite women to join a meeting, to give them the floor, to give them constructive feedback, to challenge the way that things have done, to ask questions, but also to be flexible and open-minded about how success can be achieved. But mostly, I think the last thing I'd like to say in conclusion is in the long journey ahead to gender equality, and no doubt it is going to be a long journey, I think we do need to fight together to preserve some of the positive aspects that have come from this global pandemic. We need to import into our conversations we're having these very concrete and practical recommendations about the things that we as individuals can do to support other women. Because I firmly believe that that is going to be crucial to the future, and that there are no bystanders when it comes to gender equality, and we all have a role to play from little to big. So thank you very much for the time you've given me today. Thank you for enabling me to participate, and I wish you all the success with the rest of the event and with your work in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Emma Hopkins. It was a pleasure to welcome you to Her Future Summit 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now, if you're excited, we're going to transition into our next session, which is the second panel of the year. Of course, many of you were asking questions about this panel. This is going to be our next one. We're going to feature these amazing thought leaders and pioneers, the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for female pioneers. So without further ado, let's get the 30-second countdown up and get ready to welcome these amazing women on this session. Hello, and welcome, ladies. I love to welcome you to this program. I just want to kick it off by saying thank you so much for accepting our invitation to Her Future Summit. We're going to dive right in because I know we have a short time here, but we want to kick off with letting you introduce yourself and the work that you do. I could introduce your bio, but I believe that you could say it best how you come into this world. So I'll kick it off with Tina. Please introduce yourself and the work that you do to the panel.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I woke up this morning and this was a highlight. Not only is it a Friday, but I get to spend time with each of you. I currently serve as the Marketing Excellence Lead for Microsoft Advertising. What that means is I lead digital strategy for all of Microsoft Advertising, inclusion marketing, MarTech, analytics, and a couple of other things. I started my career journey in supply chain and marketing. So I consider myself kind of a serial entrepreneur. I've worked for startups. I've worked across a bunch of different industries, but I'm a marketer at heart. And again, I'm super happy to be here.
It's really nice to hear someone in the corporate space saying that they're a serial entrepreneur, because we're going to dive into that many of our options are career choices. So it's a pleasure to hear that. Thank you so much, Tina. Gina, over to you from Accenture. Please introduce yourself and the work that you do.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gina Frederick-Conjoli. Currently, I'm a managing director with Accenture, and I manage our sales team across the Midwest market unit. So, been here for about 4 years and am loving the journey that I'm on with Accenture right now. Have worked at a lot of different corporate environments, including IBM, Genpact, EDS, and in the startup world. And never has there been as an exciting time as there is right now, I think, for women in the space of technology. And I'm having so much fun working with clients right now and Fortune 1000 companies, really helping them think through and solve innovation ideas and challenges. This pandemic has brought us together in unique ways and put the reliance on technology in new ways. And there was no roadmap. And so we're having a lot of fun right now working with clients, just designing entirely new ways of working and seeing success in that and figuring out how that can positively impact women as well.
Well said, Gina, because you're right. There's so many different unique challenges and opportunities during this time. And it's great to hear not only your long tenured corporate background, but also what you're seeing in the market. We're going to dive into that later on this panel as well. Yeah. And Mina from McKinsey, welcome, welcome. Please share with us, how do you come into this world today?
Thank you, and what a pleasure to be surrounded by such an august panel. It's a pleasure to be here as well. I'm at McKinsey & Company, an associate partner co-leading our customer success and customer experience practice, which means I basically work with a lot of software and technology companies to help them best serve their customers. But funnily, the way I come to be here is actually started as a military historian. And no one told me that was an outdated way to global domination. So I pivoted over to technology and really wanted to find something more future oriented. And so I've spent my career really going, really quite deep into technology at an AI as a service company called Figure 8, leading customer success there. And then also at Box before coming back to McKinsey a few years ago to build the software practice at McKinsey. So certainly a career of many pivots through the technology industry, and happy to talk about that today.
Thank you so much, Mina. I think that's going to be a top term for today, pivots, especially during this pandemic. How are you transforming? How are you reinventing? How are you pivoting during this time? So thank you for bringing that in. And of course, last but not least, Miriam from Netflix. Let us know how you come into the world today before we kick off.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I think like literally you have Mina, Tina, Gina. Like it's just, I don't know if y'all did that on purpose, but it's amazing. I want to change my name. I don't know, but I'll figure it out later. Anyways, my name is Miriam. I literally just moved into my place in New York, which is why I have blank walls. But imagine my backgrounds are as cool as everyone else's. But I'm a product designer on the TV team. I used to be on the growth team at Netflix. I've been there now for almost 5 years. That's what I like to say is my 9 to 5, but my 5 to 9 is I'm the founder of Kumoyo, which is a design and research company. We have a insights platform that basically helps people do user testing across Africa. And then we have a design fellowship where we're training the next generation of Africa's leading product designers. So that's my 5 to 9, but it really feels like a 5 to, I don't know, 24. I don't know if that's a real time, but I'm super excited to be here.
I love that. And thank you for telling us also about what you do outside of your corporate role, because it's really important that I think a lot of the audience members hear how we're also juggling different, career paths at the same time while making transitions. So it's great to hear that. So with that said, of course, the theme of this entire conference is around how women can redefine themselves in the digital age during this time. And so this is a perfect segue for me to now connect with each of you and ask you specifically, what career hacks, strategies do you want to share? Because obviously you all have amazing resumes, right? You cannot even introduce all that in a mouthful for your introduction. So we'd love to hear, what did you do to really adjust your career, optimize your career? What are those career hacks and strategies that you could share with the audience that you wish that you knew when you first started off? So I'm going to kick it off with Gina from Accenture to give her remarks on this, please.
Sure. And I think such great comments from the panel, letting you see that there's no one path to get wherever you're going. I laugh because right out of school, I was deciding between a job which was then Accenture and Leo Burnett Advertising. And I wanted to be in Chicago, so I chose Leo Burnett. But at like 8 different points in my career, have I come back in contact with Accenture and had the opportunity. It was just 4 years ago, now 25 years into my career, that I finally made that move. But no career path is set in stone. So I encourage you all to challenge that. I'll give you a few comments just in terms of how it's been in my career. I went to the University of Michigan, go Blue, loved it, and paid my way through school running a painting company. And it was incredibly hard, but what I learned was that I can do anything. So that's my point number 1 for coaching to you. You can do anything, and hard is okay. Hard is good. Hard is how you grow. Then I went to Leo Burnett Advertising, like I said, and I learned as kind of first corporate job that my personality was, wait a minute, I work really hard. And in a corporate environment, it kind of feels like you kind of march up that career ladder at the same pace, whether you're working 10 times harder and doing 10 times more things. So that pivoted me a little bit to sales, because if I'm going to work harder, I want to make more money and I want to move faster. And as a woman, I love the fact that it is so objective in terms of, it's the numbers. So always about the scoreboard. I'm selling more things. I'm being more successful. And all the gray and the black and white is very clear there in terms of your numbers. So I was at Leo Burnett. I learned to really follow my gut. The internet was just getting started and lots of internet companies were coming to talk to us. And I said, I want to move up faster. This internet thing is 1995. You're all so young. You probably you weren't around then, but in 1995, so much potential for growth. And I knew that was something I wanted to be involved in. Quit my lovely advertising job and joined an internet startup. So always follow your gut, always be looking for what's emerging. Then I went to an EDS, which is an old school technology company. Had the opportunity to learn from everyone in the process. I set up formal and informal networks. And so encouraging you to do that along your journey and make sure there are people in your ecosystem who are going to be saying nice things about you to others, even when you're not in the room. Then I went to IBM and I loved it there and thought that was my forever home for the next chunk of my career. My division ended up getting bought and I got red circled as an executive, and they said, you have to go there. And I said, I don't have to do anything. I don't want to go to that subsidiary, right? So I learned I can't control everything, but what I can control is my own destiny and make the hard decisions to own that destiny. Then I chose to go to Genpact, which was an Indian-run and Indian-led company. There were no women execs, and I said, I'm up for the challenge. I'm going to break the glass ceiling here and become one of the women executives. And what I learned was I did that. I got promoted. I became an executive. But there are multiple layers to that glass ceiling. So you can get to the SVP layer, but that SVP layer may be a little bit thicker of a glass ceiling. And then it brought me to my Accenture, what I consider my forever home, and taking on great challenges. Worked for a company who supports having external activities and events that you want to be a part of. They supported me in doing one of the scariest things I've ever done, which was a TED Talk last year. Highly encourage everyone to get out there and be brave. So just a few points of how I've been able to survive career and succeed in career that I hope will help the team listening.
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many transitions in that you shared. I mean, from the entrepreneurial things, from having a paint company during college to all the different maneuverabilities and even the acquisition. I think that was really amazing that you pointed that out, because not a lot of, I would say, thought leaders share those insights, because we like to share the successes, but not the pivots and spurs.
Yeah.
So with that, Tina, I would love to hear your career hacks, your strategies. I mean, you've made a lot of different headway in your career. What did you do to get there? Like, tell us the secret.
I don't know if I have a secret, but I totally agree with Gina. And Gina, I was around with you back in '95 trying to figure things out. So you're not alone. But the one thing I agree with, a friend of mine, interestingly enough, sent me a quote this week that said, when you have two very good choices, always go with the one that scares you most, because that's the one that's going to help you grow. So I'd say my career has been built on making those scary choices and, taking chances as well. So, when I mentioned being a serial entrepreneur, I kind of developed that much later in my career. Early in my career, the scary choices were leaving Cleveland, Ohio, where I'm from, to move to New York City, straight out of college, to work for a major fashion retail company. I took a chance on myself to try and figure out, do I like supply chain? So I spent a couple of years doing third-party logistics, decided that wasn't, the greatest thing for me. Then I transitioned into supply chain consulting. I had an opportunity to try product marketing at a very early stage before going back to pursue my MBA. So I've really just taken chances on myself. Probably the best chance I've taken for myself to date has been to move all the way from the East Coast to Seattle to start a journey at Microsoft. I had no idea what Windows Embedded was at the time. That was the group that I was working in. I didn't know what Windows Embedded was, didn't know what IoT was, but I learned it, and I took a bet on myself and I never looked back. So it's been a wonderful career journey. And my hack is just simply take the hard thing.
I like that. Take the hard thing, making bets on yourself. Going over to Mina, let us know, what are your strategies? What are your insights? What can you impart on the group today?
I love the advice to be bold and to be willing to fail. I suspect, unlike Gina and Tina, Mina over here is still needs a little bit of a push to be bold sometimes. So I would suggest, the way I've gone about the pivots in my career and really sort of moved myself over from an industry and a function that, was more academic and obviously very backward looking, to something that's, very much been, my career has mostly been, P&L leadership in technology, has been by taking small bites and finding mentors to help me in that direction over time. So, maybe I'm sure there are many brilliant women in the viewers today, and I would suggest maybe two things that have really helped me. One is, I think being really intentional about mentorship and sponsorship. And I just give an anecdote. The men who I work with demand my time and my support for their progression all the time. And the women very rarely do. I'll often get on the phone with the men on my team and they'll say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. Here are the 3 ways I think you can help me. We'll get on the phone with women, they'll say, hey, how are you doing? Let's build a relationship. And by the end of the 30 minutes, they haven't asked me for anything. I'm often left saying, well, what can I do to help you? Right? So finding those people who are going to ask you, what can I do to help you? And being brave enough to just say, here's my plan, here's my vision, here's how you can help me on the journey is really important. And one little tactic that I use to keep myself honest on this is I actually keep sort of a list of people who I think are great mentors, great sponsors, create opportunities for me. And I force myself to speak to 10 people within McKinsey and 10 people outside McKinsey every quarter on what I'm up to, my progression, my goals, my ambitions. And that actually is a lot of the way that opportunities have opened up for me through those conversations. I'll say, really looking to move into a P&L role. I'm really looking to move into this kind of thing. And those people will say, actually, someone in my network said something to me about that. So it's been really proactive about that is one little tip, whatever the metric is for yourself. And then I think the other one is I set myself this aspiration when I was leaving business school. So I did this joint technology MBA degree, and coming out of Stanford, I was like, I want to put myself in the most future-oriented part of the business that I can. Mm-hmm. And I basically said to myself, what are the steps that I can take towards that goal? And so coming out of business school, what's probably a decade ago now, I had this private equity offer, and I was like, well, I've got a lot of debt. It would be quite nice to take this private equity offer, but it doesn't put me sort of in that position. So, really making sure that I knew like what was the number one goal on like a 10-year level. I ended up going a little bit like you, Gina, to a tech startup, to an AI as a service startup, like really in a new function, which was customer success, in a new industry, which was AI, and really felt like I had taken this huge leap, but there was a little bit of a step backwards there in a way. I think on a 10-year scale, I feel really good about the decision. But at the time, I was like, I'm going to be eating a lot of ramen noodles for the next year. So I think sometimes just being willing to take that step back in order to like position yourself on a path that you're more excited about would be my second tip.
I think that last one was very powerful. Sometimes take the step back. There's a quote that say, the arrow actually has to pull back to leap forward. And so I think you really personified that with that last tip. I think that's very, very powerful. Miriam, let's jump in on this. What are your thoughts, your hacks, and your strategies that you've leveraged in your career and just moved as well? So you could jump in.
Yeah. I mean, that's one. I love that quote. That's a great quote. I wanted to snap to what she just said on there. But everything that everyone said is like a plus 100,000. I think, especially the points made about doing the thing that you're most afraid of. Like, I think that's definitely my number one hack. I would say to add to that is doing the thing I was most afraid of and doing it quickly. I don't know if this is because if it's a good or a bad thing, but I'm poor at planning. I'm better at like under pressure. It might just be the Nigerian New York in me, but I like, it has to be chaotic for me to move. And so I think one of the advantages that I have had, at least in my career, and the fact that, I mean, my first job out of college, I was doing product design. I'd never had a product design job at all. And I moved straight from New York, Boston to San Francisco. I'd never been to San Francisco before. I didn't have any friends, family, whatever. I've similar to you, I wasn't eating ramen, but I was on a air mattress for like 4 months, and my parents were like, what are you doing? This is not the doctor role. But like, it was just a matter of like believing and being, it's the scariest thing. Let's just go for it. And I think by jumping in as quickly as I did, I was able to like gain the skill sets that I needed. I understood what the job was going to offer. I knew that it was a temporary, a short-term, a short-term issue or a short-term thing that I had to deal with for longer-term gains. And in 3 years' time, I went from being a product design associate to leading that same team and managing, a cross-functional design team of researchers and designers 3 years out of college. And I had learned about product design 4 years prior. So, and then because of that, I was able to go to Netflix because they're like, oh, she has management experience, which is like, okay, yeah, I do. But it was more so that I had experience in dealing with things that were scary. And again, doing it faster and quicker and learning. I guess for me, learning while you're doing is to me, it's the best experience. So my second advice would be the value you get by doing things quicker is you can never be prepared. You can never feel prepared enough. And really, the people that are the most prepared are the people that are doing it because they understand what's the problems, what are the issues, like because they're in it. You can't understand it from the outside. You have to get in as quickly as possible. So I would say that's the second one. And the third one would honestly be around, there's a fourth one, but the third one would be slide into everyone's DMs. Always slide into everyone's DMs. Like, I know that sounds wild, but like, I've just, even from the Kumoyo side and what I've been doing with the Kumoyo Insights and the Kumoyo Fellowship, a lot of it started building connections with people on Twitter who just had DMs that are open. They're open for a reason. Talk to them. Sometimes people don't respond. It's okay. But sometimes people do, and you really just build connections. Those short those connections, you may not have known people, you may know for 5 minutes, and they end up being the people that you like get you buku bucks, you know? So like, I think like that's just like probably the third one. And then the final one, I'll just wrap this up, is one of the biggest things I did was start planning for my milestones. I don't really care so much about time frames. Like, this is where I want to be in X amount of years. Like, it's a quick way for the universe to be like, that's cute. But like, and more so, it's just like, you know, what is the next thing that I want to do? And like, do I want to be around this? It may not be this exact thing, but how can I get around it? You know, like, so for me, it was product design. Okay, I don't understand product design now, but I know that I know design, so I can get around. I can do graphic design in the meantime, knowing that I wasn't going to do graphic design in the future, but at least they saw it on my resume. So long story short, I had an idea where I wanted to work for Google. My dream was to work for Google. I knew I wasn't good enough for Google. So I said, okay, well, let me look at what Google's job requirements are. They're literally telling you what they want from you, you know, and like check on it every few months, check on it every year, whatever it may be. And then where are your gaps in that job requirement, you know, option that's there, or the job requirement description. And at your job, see if there's options or the things you do outside of work, see how you can fill in those gaps. So you can, by the time you're ready to apply, the time you feel ready to apply, it's almost like an easy option. So yeah, that's kind of like where my kind of like top 4, but definitely slide in the DMs. You should always slide in the DMs.
No, well said, especially that one about milestones over timeline. I think a lot of us are in the rush, especially in the beginning of our career. By 20, I'll do this. By 25, I'll do X. By 30, I'll be married and have kids, right? And yeah, I think that was very powerful. That is, you know, is getting to the milestones that you want in the time that the universe provides them to you. So I think that's really, really amazing. And with that, I probably want to just, you know, transition to, you know, our last question that I'll ask each of you, which is really around, now that we've talked about your career journey and some of the strategy hacks that each of you leverage to be where you are today, and of course, what you're leveraging to keep propelling forward. The final question I'd like to ask each of you is like, for you to share any initiative, any program, any projects that either your institution is doing to empower women and entrepreneurs, or that you personally are doing to amplify, you know, inspiration and engagement in people pretty much pursuing their own careers. And I'll pass it over to Tina to kick off this final question.
Sure. So there's a couple of things. One, within Microsoft, there's tons of programs that we're doing to help with women. We have Women in Cloud, which is a large community that's kind of built to empower women-led technology businesses. We have a Microsoft Cloud Accelerator program, which is a 6-month program that will help women-led businesses utilize our cloud distribution channels. So that's all great. Outside of Microsoft, for me, I'm a big angel investor. So I work heavily in the entrepreneurship community as an angel investor. I'm a member of Pipeline Angels, which is an organization that specifically funds femme-led and minority-led businesses. And I just can't stress enough, there's not enough money out there for women-led and femme-led businesses, right? There's a significant gap, a wealth gap there. And anything we can do to contribute outside of our working, you know, to that gap is all golden.
Well said. Tina, how about you? What are you doing in your company or outside of your company?
Well, McKinsey does a lot of stuff with women. If you guys haven't seen the Women in the Workplace reports, I'd suggest giving them a read. Sometimes they're not as upbeat as we would all like, right? I think it's been a mixed year, especially this year for women. And so McKinsey does a lot to shine the light on what the trends are, right? You know, we keep seeing these high profile women, love seeing women leading more and more, you know, Fortune 100 companies. When you actually look at the numbers and take a step back, the pace isn't fast enough. And so we work with a lot of our clients and our client leaders, really focus on how do we help the women we work with progress in business. It's like a real privilege to help with that. But I think inside the business, McKinsey's doing some really interesting things as well around flexible programs, 40 to 80% for women. So a lot of flexibility there, a lot of support for dual career households. And then I think really crucially for anyone who's developing a D&I program, for anyone, not just women, but anyone with a diverse background, around those moments of progression, there are really specific programs and mentorship to make sure that women are progressing at the same rate. And I think that's been really important as well. I will say, and maybe one other thing about my experience at McKinsey, but just also a piece of advice for folks on the phone. From my personal experience, I'm in my 3rd trimester of being pregnant. So underneath this this video lens is an enormous bump. And I think one thing that's been really interesting for me is really starting to think about and integrate into my own thinking, what are the differences in the life, sort of like life moments and milestones and needs that women have. And I think being in a company where the humans, right, it's really all about the people you're surrounded by. I mean, there are structures and incentives and so on to make sure that the people are treating women and D&I cases fairly. But ultimately being in a culture and surrounded by people who are really supportive has been really important for me. And actually the last few months has been a real case study in that. So my advice is try and, if you're looking in new roles, if this is like part of your life plan, try and get a sense for, is this a place that's really conducive to and supportive of women in those pivotal moments of progression and stepping out and stepping back into the workforce? Because those are the moments where I think, women fall behind, and we all need to just take advantage of everything we can to make sure that we actually accelerate through those moments.
Wow, what a powerful thing to say, and congratulations. Many of us on this panel are mothers as well, so congratulations.
Thank you. I'll be getting advice from all of you soon.
We can't wait to hear it. And Gina, how about you? What are you doing inside the workplace or outside of the workplace? Because this is a very inspiring lineup right now.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. And Nina, I would just say I'm so jealous of you being the mom of 3 and having been in my high heels running through the airport pregnant, trying to get on the airplane. I'm like, oh, lucky Nina gets to be at home. So there is a positive of COVID. You didn't have to do that pregnant sprint through and all those shenanigans that goes on with that. But it's so important. I echo everything both Tina and Nina have said in terms of being at companies. Accenture is a huge global company, 500,000 people, 200,000 being women, CEO who's a woman, and even before she became CEO, was so committed to that leadership. And so we've got a goal of by 2025 having diversity goals of 50-50. Right now, we're about 44% new hires are female, 22% of our top management is female, but only 29% of our supervisor bodies women. So we have active programs in place to really help promote the women, and not just promote the women, but provide the support system around them and operate like a teaching hospital. I felt like early in my career, I may have gotten promoted and they're like, great, go do that. And I'm like, well, do what? Like, I have no ecosystem of support. So really being intentional with that ecosystem of support around folks. We do tons of research like McKinsey does. We put out a great report every year called Getting to Equal that we publish intentionally for the Fortune 1000 companies for how they need to change and operate differently. I joined the board of Women in Cloud, and trying to help female entrepreneurs is a huge aspect of it. So I think as we think about the corporate initiatives, Accenture has Accenture Ventures, where we invest in startups as well, trying to get more attention, intentionally getting more attention to women-run businesses. It's not just going to happen by itself. So my ask of this group is that everyone here is continuously, intentionally trying to help women. How can you, in every aspect of your daily life and of your daily corporate activities, what can you be doing differently to support those women? I have lots of conversations like you, Mina, when they're coming and asking things. And I've tried to actually pivot a little bit and take a proactive approach. So I'm actively reaching out and trying to find more women out in the universe who I know who could have great careers at Accenture and bring them in. So I'm getting super proactive on my efforts and encourage everybody else to do that and be thinking with each conversation, how can I help you? Whether it's network person A to person B over here, or look for investment dollars for person A to person B. I think there's so many different ways we need to all be helping each other rise from investment and just personal growth. So those are a few things.
Well said. Last but not least, Miriam, what are you doing in and outside the workplace to empower women?
Yeah, I think Netflix in particular, with the number of amount of content that we have, some good, some bad, but even with all of that, the titles that we have available in the service, I think that in recent years, there's a study that was released that the amount of people, like the directors, the actresses, the people involved in actually creating that content has been largely driven, the diversity that's largely been driven by Netflix. And I think we have the highest number of female directors in the industry that are featured on our product. So like from that end, I know part of that is somewhat just because we invest in a large amount and a large diverse catalog, but there's also a part of it that is there's some intentionality in trying to make sure we have that representation in both our content, and then the spotlight then goes back into our company as well. And so from the company side, I know my senior vice president of design, his name is Steve Johnson. When he first joined, the leadership team that he had that was reporting to him was I think it was all men actually. And he had just joined and he said, this is actually not reflective. How do we say that we're a user design and user experience group and we're missing 50% of our population in my direct reports? He's like, I've never experienced that in my life. And so now it's actually majority women that are featured, or that are directors and part of the organization. And that shift happened. He's been there the same amount of time with me. That's already happened like within 2 or 3 years. That it was noticed. So I think from the Netflix side, that's kind of where that's happening for me within the organization, but more so outside of the organization. I'm really mostly looking at how can I support women, and most especially Black women. And I think there's an intersectionality there that I'm very cognizant of, and I'm pretty aware. And so in terms of like what I do on Fridays, I have a Calendly link. And if anyone's interested and wants to talk about design, Netflix, whatever it may be, I intentionally save that space for Black women that are trying to break into tech, just because I know it's already difficult as it is. So like, you know, hey, like I definitely understand where you're coming from. So let's talk one-on-one about where that is. So that's every Friday that I do that. And then with Kamoyo, we made sure from the start, I wanted it to be majority women that were both from the mentorship side of things and the people that were mentoring the designers, as well as the fellows that we were actually building. And so even though a quarter of our applicants, I think we had 500 people apply, over 500 people apply, a quarter of them were women, we made sure that through the application process, we reviewed the women's applications first. And by the time we got to stage 3 of that, it was 50-50, 50% of the applicants were women and 50% were men. And actually our final fellowship class was majority women. And so even in that way where we didn't get the number of women that we would have hoped, a lot of it was like trying to get more people to apply. We still intentionally tried to balance it out by the time that we were getting to the end of the fellowship. So I think from that point, that's where I'm trying to do more of my personal work in that space.
Thank you so much. And I know we're out of time here, but I always want to give speakers the opportunity to say 10 seconds. Any closing remarks? It could be like, you know, words to define, you know, the future of women in the workplace or whatever you want to say, but just a quick 10-second roundup from each of you for your closing remarks. So I'll kick it back over to Tina.
Sure, that's a tough one. I mean, there's so much to say. This has been a phenomenal panel with so much wisdom. But I would say, you know, again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You know, when you think about your career journey, take chances, take risks, be bold, and, you know, always bet on yourself, because nobody else is going to bet on you the way that you could do it. So that would be my key takeaway.
Wonderful. Gina.
Be authentic. Build your tribe, not find your tribe, but actually build your own tribe, because it's going to change over time. Make a commitment to intentionally help others with a servant leader mindset. And that's me talking very fast.
Thank you so much. Miriam, your closing remarks.
I think I'm going to keep it concise. I think it's create things that you wish existed and do it quickly.
Wow. And Mina, last but not least, your closing remarks.
I would say set yourself a big ambition, and when there are setbacks, just know we were all facing setbacks, everyone around you, and find the people who will support you, including, I'm sure, the people in this panel, and keep pushing towards it. It's a great time to try and break into tech. There's a lot of demand for talented women. I think I speak for all of us. We're all always looking for talented women. So take advantage of that momentum. And go after big goals.
Well said. Without further ado, it was a pleasure to have you ladies on this program. Of course, I wish we had more time, but thank you so much for being a part of the Her Future Summit 2021 initiative. Of course, we will be in touch with you in the future. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, so that was our second panel, the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for female pioneers. I see the social media feeds are going wild with questions and comments. We are going to be sharing their LinkedIn links for you guys to be able to network and engage with them post the program. Without further ado, I do want to give a brief quick recess before we transition into our next panel, where we're going to be welcoming our next thought leaders on the investment ecosystem of the future, the opportunities for entrepreneurs and pioneers. So get ready for this. I'm looking forward to welcoming them the next panel session for the day. All right, ladies, such an honor to have you. Many of you, of course, I've welcomed before a previous program. So it's like a reunion, by the way. But thank you so much for coming to Her Future Summit 2021. I'm so excited to welcome each and every one of you. And of course, I always prefer to allow our speakers to introduce themselves, because there's no better person to introduce the work that you do than you. I'll kick it off with Irene Hoffman, CEO of IDB Lab. Please introduce yourself and the work that you do, and I'll pass it all around.
Okay, thank you. It's great to be here among friends and meet always great people, and hello to everyone who's listening to us today. I'm Irene Arias Hoffman. I run the IDB Lab. It's the innovation laboratory of the Inter-American Development Bank. IDB is the largest provider of development finance in Latin America and the Caribbean. And under the umbrella of the IDB, we have the public arm, the private arm, it's IDB Invest, and then IDB Lab, which is the part that I run. And the coolest part, because we get to focus 100% on looking at new business models, looking at new technologies, and applying those to solve real problems in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are the largest investor among the multilaterals in startups in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a portfolio of over 450 startups. So if you're an entrepreneur listening to us out there, we look forward to connecting. We tend to focus in the pre-Series A to Series B spectrum, and we have a particularly deep knowledge of agtech, govtech, health tech, edutech, as well as financial inclusion and connectivity, digital infrastructure. So I'll leave it at that, Christine, and thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Powerful, powerful, powerful work that you're doing in Latin America and the Caribbean. Of course, a lot of different emerging markets are watching and observing the work that you do down there. So thank you so much. I'll pass it over to Sabrina from MasterCard. Please introduce yourself and the work that you do.
Yeah, I echo the gratitude for being able to speak to all of you beautiful and brilliant women again today. So thank you for having me back. So I am part of a team on MasterCard that looks at startup engagement. So really trying to identify what we believe to be best-in-class companies and bring them into a program that's called Path, which helps you scale through access to our infrastructure, to our channels and our customers, and to our experts around the world. Today, we're about 250 companies strong in terms of portfolio, and we have seen that our companies have gone on to raise about $3 billion in capital after working with MasterCard. And what I'm most actually proud to say about the entire program is that globally, we're about 40% female founded. So at our core, we believe that diverse companies get better results, and it's true. So I am one kind of demonstration of, I guess my portfolio is one demonstration of that, but we're 40% female founded and unbelievably proud of that. So yeah, thank you again for having me, and excited to talk to you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Sabrina, especially that stats. A lot of people are saying they're trying, but we're getting there. So thank you for sharing that. It's inspiring to hear. And last but not least, Florsy, welcome back. You wore several different amazing hats. Welcome, and tell us what you do in the world today.
Yes, thank you for having me. Hello to everyone. I'm excited to be here. So my name is Florsy. I am a former entrepreneur, current entrepreneur, I should say, although that's what I do at night. I own an art gallery and consulting firm where I travel the world and buy art and bring it back to the States to sell it. In addition to that, in the daytime, I'm a senior technical leader, formerly at Dell and Netflix, and I work to lead teams to drive innovative products, services, and experiences. And that's really around my passion, really, is like leading teams. Additionally, I believe in accelerating talent. And so through Tribe Academy, which I co-founded with one of my dear friends, where we accelerate business and STEM diversity, we partner with different corporations to bring STEM training as well as mentors and giving access to underrepresented students to the career path and to that world. And so those are some of the high level things that I do. And really passionate about this topic and look forward to contributing.
Wow, thank you so much. And in a sense, you all kind of answered one of the questions regarding, especially the initiatives and programs that your institution does to empower entrepreneurs. So I'll dive right into the next question. And I think probably the more pertinent question is, how did you do it? Right? What strategies and hacks or any insight you could share with the audience today as to how did you get in your position? Was it, direct? Was it, a lot of pivots along the way? We always want to hear behind the scenes how you got to where you're at. So I'll start with Sabrina. Just share with us, how did you get to be where you're at, where you're looking at 250 companies and deals to be where you're at today? Let us know the story in the background, and let's learn from your story.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's certainly a story. So I joined MasterCard right out of college, so I've been here for almost a decade plus now, and that's not typical for millennials, Gen Z, or even anybody at the moment where you stay at the same company for 10 plus years. But I joined right out of college, and I took a consulting role, and in that role, I was tasked with doing economic and consumer forecasting. So what types of trends would influence our business? And my business is financial systems, consumer payments, and e-commerce. And I got really sick of doing all the research after the first year because I was thinking about all these new technologies that was going to come to market, but I couldn't actually influence the way that MasterCard thought about them. So after a year of being kind of the person that made all the decks and told executives what was going to happen, I decided I wanted to be on the product side. And so that's exactly what I did. So I jumped to product. And from there, over the last, decade, I've helped MasterCard build and commercialize new payment technologies that we've brought to market. So if any of you use Apple Pay, that's a tokenization platform that is powered by MasterCard and Visa. If any of you use some of the peer-to-peer remittance platforms like Venmo or like Zelle, those are also technologies that the payment networks like MasterCard, again, powers. And so building the infrastructure was really interesting to me. And so I stopped worrying about researching and doing all the forecasting and really wanted to be on the product side. At the end of the day, what I do now is help invest in startups and new technologies that will amplify the ecosystem that MasterCard's operating in. And the reason that I'm able to do that is because I took the knowledge that I had from investing my time in understanding the core payment network for 7-8 years, and then now understanding what can integrate easily, what will scale easily, and then what will actually solve key pain points that the corporate is facing, to find the right types of external startups that we need as partners to help us continue to grow our business. So it came from just, I would say, raw interest in a really nerdy ecosystem, which is payments. I would say blind commitment to a few leaders that have been extremely helpful in my career. But I've also, I have to say, as part of this question and as part of this, I think, conference, like 3 females, all female leaders that I worked for that have continued to help me grow in my career, kept me at MasterCard rather than jumping to other companies or other, industries, women who have helped me really round out all of the infrastructure that I need to be successful in this role. But I would say by and large, it's an unbelievably nerdy interest in a specific industry, a motivation to build new things that don't exist today and bring them to market, even when people say that they're not possible, and a willingness to work with companies large and small to do so.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you shared all the different roles and experiences that you touched point, even at one organization. I think sometimes we forget there's so much that can happen even in one institution. So with that, pass it over to Irene. Share with us, your career journey. How did you get to become the CEO of IDB Lab? Like, what strategies and hacks did you learn along the way?
Thanks, Christine. So that happened. That transition happened 3 years ago. I got a call from a headhunter, and I sort of knew the institution. It was called Multilateral Investment Fund, MIF, at the time. I saw the mandate it had was sort of unique within the international finance organizations, precisely because it had a mandate to focus 100% on taking risk that typically the other parts of a large multilateral organization can take, and be able to focus 100% on fostering innovation and looking at those new ways of solving challenges in the region. And also it was obviously a dedicated institution for Latin America and the Caribbean. When I got that call from the headhunter, I was the director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, the private arm of the World Bank Group. And a bit like Sabrina, but maybe adding a few more years, I had been there for 20 years, doing development finance, but mostly through the financial institutions, through the financial sector, in Nigeria, based in South Africa, in different parts of the world. I always had this curiosity for innovation and looking at other ways of kind of generating more interaction and better connection between innovators, founders of startups, and corporates, financial institutions, and so on, and how difficult sometimes that is. And so breaking those silos and being able to do that from the other side, not from the corporate and the financial sector side, but jumping onto the other side seemed really exciting. There were a few people along the way, and a couple of them really great female leaders that helped me along the way. They were great mentors. And for those key decisions that I made along the way, Marianne Lohner was one of them in this last transition. That really was key in terms of trying this new path, and it's been amazing. I think it's an amazing platform. We turned MIF into IDB Lab, and we began a journey of transforming what was a 30-year institution. Always with a certain focus on innovation, but we really made a big effort in the last 8 years of becoming a lab. I mean, being really every day a better version than yesterday of an innovation lab for the benefit of the most needed people in the region. And that really had a lot to do with changing the culture, introducing new products, democratizing access to our resources. We're funded by 40 countries. We want to put that at the service of the best proposals, the best entrepreneurs out there. And so that I am, really, I think this is a sort of dream job for me, and the team is amazing, 100 people team with tons of devotion to the mission of helping the region get stronger and located in all the 26 countries. And that drive is also very, the connection to being really not in a sort of ivory tower, but really being in the trenches and connected to the region is something that has also been a big factor across my career. And I think it's really important because you have a big doses of reality. You're not just having a sort of a hammer looking for a nail, but you're really focused on the problem that you're trying to solve and then look for the best. Yeah, and happy to share more later. Christine, thanks.
Oh, no, this is amazing. A really good insight that you shared there about how you even got into the opportunity. You were headhunted, and how you kind of converted something that's been around for such a long time into what it is today. So it was a pleasure hearing that. And last but not least, Floorcy, definitely tell us, that journey really quickly and how you were able to provide any insights or career hacks to the audience today.
Yeah. So I'm a daughter of an immigrant, so the journey and the path is not direct. I started with the option of being a doctor and a lawyer, and I quickly realized that wasn't my ministry. And so I actually built my own, and at the age of 26, I opened an art gallery in the city of Philadelphia. And the reality is it started with saying that I just needed to do it because there was underrepresented diverse art in the community, in traditional art galleries and museums. And I built it, and I leveraged the community to do that. So I made connections with politicians, media, business leaders, anyone. I said, you want to host an event, come to my gallery and do that. So that was building my own tribe. They said, sometimes go find your tribe. In this case, I built my own tribe, and that's how I was successful with my business. As I watched my business grow, I started to see a shift of things going online. And retail and people were going online, and I decided I needed to do a hard pivot. I didn't have a business degree or a arts degree when I opened my business, so I went and got my MBA and design degree, and that's when I really was able to double down on not only the art of what I was doing, but the science of what I was doing. So there's nothing wrong with going back and getting a technical degree and getting some knowledge there. And that's when I pivoted and really turned it on its head. I thought I would go into the art world, and I actually pivoted into the technology world. To get in there, a non-traditional person without an engineering degree, I went into a leadership development program. So those that are looking to get into tech, look for LDPs. There are great ways to learn about the cultural environment of the corporate environment, learn the culture, right, and be able to take your current skill sets and apply it in that area. While at Netflix, or while at Dell specifically, is when I started to understand what it means to be an intrapreneur, right? And building things there. And that was through the idea of finding partnerships. I started an organization, Women of Color, and the whole goal there was to attract, retain, and promote diverse talent, and specifically Black talent. Through that, I realized that there was a bigger gap in the STEM field with people of color. So through a strategic partnership with my best friend, I co-founded Tribe Academy. And so I think that that was important. And we realized that beyond, there's just not enough jobs at Dell, and that there would be more if we looked into our network, that we would be able to expand and give access to more students to say, hey, you want to go into gaming? We have someone at EA. You want to go in to become a doctor? We have someone there. Ultimately, you know, I believe too much is given, much is required. And so through all of that, there's always, you see a gap and you have to just step into it. You have to build it. You have to maybe pivot, take a step backward, go to school, get some technical degree, or build a partnership, because you can't do it all by yourself. But at least, and at minimum, you have to step into it.
Well said. Well said. I know in the interest of time, you know, our final roundup here will ask you guys your concluding remarks, but mainly a quick question about how are you going to navigate your career in this digital space? So in that final question that we have here, we talked about your career journey, talked about initiatives that your institution is doing to empower entrepreneurs. Can each of you just share, what do you plan your future to be? How are you planning out your career? And any concluding remarks? And I'll start with Sabrina.
Tough question. So there's kind of like three ways that I think about this. I think one, I work in venture at MasterCard because I fundamentally believe that we need to be investing in women-led and Black-led technologies. We need to build inclusive products to ensure that we continue to scale properly as a business. And I, as a woman of color and female, in my own right, want to ensure that we get all the right opportunities. And so continuing to invest, building platforms, pipelines, and investing in programs to help women in technology find the right opportunities is unbelievably important to me. So I think that's one. The second is that, I mean, what I'm very excited about as a woman in technology myself is that we're at, I think, and the last year has demonstrated to all of us this, that we're just, the digitization of everything is happening. And I feel very excited about the opportunity that MasterCard, banks, financial services companies, but also e-commerce companies, also lenders, insurance companies, all of the traditional industries that traditionally weren't influenced that much by technology now are. There's a huge sea change in the way that they think about consumer adoption and user experiences in their own right. And there's massive opportunity for everybody to participate in the sea change to help with the digitization of everything. And then lastly, I do believe that in the last year, large corporates have decided to invest significant capital in ensuring that we're creating diverse and equal ecosystems within our own organizations, but also in the institutions that they can influence. And so, for instance, MasterCard has given a $500 million, has made a $500 million commitment to Black-owned small businesses in the United States. And we're not alone in that commitment. And so I do believe that there's immense opportunity for us to change the narrative around the way that we talk about, consumerism and everything. So I think those three things are what excite me most.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Irene.
Thanks. Well, I am definitely continuing to go deeper into promoting opportunities, equal opportunities really for entrepreneurs in the region. I think it's the best hope that we have for a region in Latin America and the Caribbean that's suffering from the worst economic crisis in 200 years. It has 1 of every 4 deaths in COVID, even though it has only 10% of the population. It's, dealing with the climate crisis, migration crisis. So those 4 things together, I don't think we've ever needed innovation and entrepreneurship more, because the old solutions are just not going to work. And there is this digital urgency that with you, Christine, we've talked about in other forums and so on. And so I think I couldn't, I see really an opportunity to continue to focus more and more with more and more clarity around providing those opportunities. I feel fairly optimistic in that sense. It's in the sense that we've seen, already the ecosystem exploding. Really, I think there are, more than 1,000 startups in LATAM that have raised more than $1 million. They have generated more than $200 billion in value. So even though this space may sound sometimes like you're betting on prototypes and small things and pilots, no, this is the future. This is where the larger companies of the future that are going to change the lives of so many people are coming from. And I'm particularly passionate about getting deeper into digital health, because that's one of the areas where the biggest gap still is in Latin America and the Caribbean, starting from solving the access to vaccine issue. And we've had, very, very hopeful stories recently already from the innovation call we did last year, where we got 500 innovative proposals. We selected the top 20. Just yesterday, one of them, Neuralmed from Brazil, got amazing news in terms of like how much they are being able to fundraise and grow, and they are providing a solution that is like really urgently needed now. So my plan, go deeper, providing more opportunities for entrepreneurs in Latin America in the years to come.
Powerful, powerful. Florcy, quick closing remarks. What's the plan for the future?
So I am actually transitioning from the traditional space into the VC space. I believe we're in a creator economy, and so I want to get into the venture capital world where I can help entrepreneurs of color break into the space. More specifically, looking at the creator economy and cryptocurrency in the crypto world. We've moved from the alternative to the mainstream, and I want to lead the way for people of color.
It's powerful. I wish we had more time, but with that said, I do want to thank each and every one of you. So Irene, from CEO of IDB Lab, Florcy Morissette, amazing tech innovator in pretty much promoting culture through the work that you do, and Sabrina from MasterCard at StartPath. It was an honor to welcome each of you back. You already know I love each one of you for different reasons. Like, I've worked with all of you before, and I want to say that you guys didn't brag enough. I think you're powerful women. Each and every you are doing some amazing stuff, and I thank you so much for coming back and being a part of our Future Summit again. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get the 30-second countdown to welcome our next amazing speaker. Hello, and welcome back. Dr. Lisa Coleman, you already know we're so excited. As always, you're going to drop the stats, you're going to drop the trends, you're going to drop the reality. Oh my goodness, I'm always so excited to hear what you have to share. I mean, truly always an honor. So without further ado, let me pass it over to you, Dr. Lisa Coleman. It's an honor to welcome you back again to Her Future Summit. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen so that we can get started here. And I just want to say, Christine, you're a rock star. Thank you for inviting me again. Here we go. So let me just see here. My entire screen. Oh, for some reason it's not coming up. Hold on, let me try again. Share.
No worries. And I do want to encourage everyone. The team is sharing her social media handle on the chat feed. Definitely follow her on LinkedIn. She has amazing insights on the future of work and what's happening right now. So feel free, team, please share her information. Like, I would love for people to see it. And with that, I'll pass it back over to you, Dr. Lisa.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. You can see my screen, right, Christine? So thanks so much. I hope everybody's taking good care. And just want to say I work at NYU, the global network. We have campuses all over the world. So I'm constantly thinking about the global enterprise. We know that there's been a disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on women, and there are lots of implications. When we think about the legacies, and whether we think about the United States or global context, the legacies of gendered policies, women and children, colonialism and war, education differentials for women and girls, and obviously employment and health. And then, of course, as we think about the rise of incarceration rates for women globally. The impact of COVID-19 within the educational context is really quite stark. We know that women scientists currently, especially women scientists with young children, their research time has been cut. Childcare centers have been closed. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, declared about science being held back by a gender gap. And so we really do need to close this gap in terms of science. And we know that COVID-19 has had a disparate impact, whether it's female researchers, whether it's thinking about a number of different things within the science realm. And what I will say is this slide, you can take a picture of it if you have your phone, because what this slide actually offers are some resources. The last bullet there, the impact of COVID-19 on the careers of women in academic sciences and engineering, also has a discussion group that people can join also to get additional information. 49 countries lack laws protecting women from domestic violence. And so if we think about the sustainable goal number 5, which is to achieve gender equality, to empower all women, we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go in thinking about in 87 countries, 1 out of 5 women and girls will experience some form of physical or sexual violence during their lifetime, let alone the number of women concentrated in domestic work, which of course is some of the lowest paying work. And so we have to think about those intersectional biases, often with women of color. When we think about, this was done by the Insight report, if we measure the the wealth of single white women in the United States, it's about $42,000 between the ages of 36 and 49. For Black, Indigenous, and Latinx women, it's $5. That is what we're talking about in terms of the differentials. And so if we're going to reach by 2030 to reach gender parity in terms of pay, we have a long way to go. We also need to be thinking about generations. I don't have time to go through all of this, but if we think about the silent generation, those people are over 80. And then we have Generation Alpha and the emerging Gen Z, which is the COVID generation. My mother is 88 years old, and I just like to give her a picture of her because she is still using technology, et cetera. So we really do have to think about how we're co-creating across generations. 900 million people are over the age of 60, and by 2050, that will be 2.1 billion. And women are outliving men. So there will be more women in that 2.1 billion. Alphas and Gen Z, the emerging generations, all I can say is we really do need to be paying attention to the alphas and the COVID generation, because these are the new generations that we're going to have to harness that activity. Thinking about gender fluidity, Gen Z, the millennials, younger generations, and all of the things that they see as different about society, and how are we organizing them. And I heard one of the other panelists talk about co-creation and really thinking about intrapreneurship. So how are you harnessing entrepreneurship within your organization? In other words, how will you leverage the new generations? At NYU, we have female founders, we have an aging incubator, an AI institute looking at robotics, crypto, Bitcoin, etc. Thinking about your organizational culture and moving when you're in the VUCA model, complexity, volatility, ambiguity, and uncertainty. What is your organizational culture, and how are you thinking about the digital divide in relation to the work work that you are trying to do. Gender digital equity will have to think about, right, these broadband access and the global differentials in terms of access. We will also have to think about how we move from our fear zones to our growth zones, and really thinking about organizational agility and engaging young girls and women in leadership and pipeline opportunities. I heard some of the other panelists talking about that, and we need to think about critical mass at 30%. Obviously, we need to stop focusing on women as a crisis and a problem and think of women as our assets and part of the growth mindset. 36% of the global workforce is Gen Z already. So if we think about that and we think about the loss of money, if we do not close these gender gaps, on 141 countries demonstrates that 14% loss because of the gap in GDP. We are losing $2.86 trillion because of the gender gap that could be put back into the GDP. We are in the women's era. It is the collaborative revolution. We are seeing women's leadership all over the place. We're seeing it in places in terms of thinking about transgenerational digital inclusion. Some of the people earlier were talking about that. So how do we bring old people and younger people together? Teen Years in Arizona is doing some of that work. How are we leveraging our technology? I already said this in terms of thinking about 30%. Women in technology are visible on boards, but less so in executive positions. So we really do need to think particularly about our technology companies, because we only have 16.6 of board seats. Global leadership, while we still have challenges on the right-hand side, only 23.7% of parliamentary seats in the UK. But if we think about the shifts in global leadership, everyone from Angela Merkel to Jacinda Ardern or Kamala Harris, what we have seen in COVID-19 is that women leaders have been the most effective at dealing with COVID-19. Part of that is because of resilience leadership, design thinking, adaptive leadership, and as I said earlier, right, really thinking about collaboration, and we've entered into the collaboration. If we're thinking about the gender innovation ecosystem, we have to think about the economic assets, the physical and networking assets of our global economies, and use design thinking to double down on our commitments and courage to really bring women to the forefront. Today, if we're innovating gender, we have to do it in all kinds of ways. And really thinking about, and I just have a few quotes here, if there's a book you really want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, you must write it. That is from Toni Morrison. So for all the women out there, the next steps is to do exactly what I heard, I think it was Flory talking about, which is entering into venture capital, entering into these new areas and providing right opportunities for young girls. We know that girls need to be reached at the age, as early as the age of 6 and 7 years old, to move them into, right, the fields. And we also know science fields, STEM fields, and connections to the arts. And we also know that the emerging jobs that are emerging, UX design, data analytics, etc., we need people to be on those tracks early on. There is no force equal to a woman determined to rise. I am powerful, and together we are unstoppable, because our girls, our global girls, are our assets. Thank you very much. And my name is Lisa Coleman.
Wow. As always, thank you so much for the stats. I see everyone's on fire. I know with the interest of time, we have time for one quick question. I know everyone's teaming with question. I apologize, everyone. I know that for the interest of time, but the quick question that I'm going to take here from Annie, she asked, can you share with us, how do we envision really empowering girls when there's so many stats about the future of women in the workplace? You shared a remark about this. What is your thoughts?
There are two things that will help girls. One is, as I said, pipeline and pathway initiatives. So whether it's companies like MasterCard or Goldman Sachs or whoever investing, you just can't invest in women's leadership. We have to invest in girls at schools, all girls schools, leadership, and particularly at that tip off 7 years old. And then again, as they're entering into middle school. So around 12, 13, those adolescent years, we need to be funneling resources and all kinds of initiatives that space. Secondly, and we know this from our colleagues in the East and in the Arab world, we need fathers. We need fathers whispering in their daughters' ears, you can be an engineer, you can be this, you can be that, because what we know is that the power is still in the hands of a lot of men. And so we need men to be encouraging young girls, not just their daughters, all kinds of girls, that this is the next wave in terms of thinking about things like data analytics, UX design, all kinds of things about Bitcoin and robotics. So that's my quick answer.
That was powerful. Thank you so much, Dr. Lisa Coleman.
Thank
Another
you.
round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you on LinkedIn, everybody. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lisa Coleman. I know everyone's yelling at me right now on the chat feed. Want to ask question, but for the interest of time, we do want to keep the agenda going. And again, the team is sharing her LinkedIn profile so all of you could share and engage. And without further ado, in the next 30 seconds, we're going to welcome Ann Del Castillo, Commissioner's Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment at the City of New York, followed by Elizabeth Liu from the State Department. So 2 back-to-back amazing female pioneers is going to be joining us next. So let's get the 30-second countdown and welcome Ann Del Castillo. Hello, welcome, Ann Del Castillo. I'm so excited to welcome you to Her Future Summit. Without further ado, I'll pass the floor over to you for your opening remarks. I'm so excited for your keynote. I heard about the creative economy in New York City, so we're all very excited. Pass it over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Christine, and congratulations on this 3rd year of Her Future Summit. I am so pleased to be here on behalf of the New York City Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, and among such an impressive lineup of women speakers. You know, regardless of how we feel about teleconferences, it still feels good to be connected and celebrating the role of women in advancing media and tech for better engagement with the world. As Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, I'm charged with supporting New York City's creative economy, theater, film, music, television, advertising, publishing, digital content, and nightlife, where many of our cultural movements have been born. And you know, I'm here to say New York City's creative economy really is the cornerstone of our success as a city. And it will certainly be the key to our city's revival. Before COVID, the sectors my agency serves generated over 150 billion in economic output per year and over 500,000 jobs. That's more than 10% of all of the jobs in New York City. But honestly, it goes beyond the numbers. This is about New Yorkers earning a good living as freelancers, entrepreneurs, small business owners. And it's about how the creative economy really supports the entire economy. If you think about the textile shops that supply the wardrobe departments on Broadway, or the dry cleaner that makes sure costumes are ready for a TV shoot, or the caterer that supplies our film productions, or law firms, accountants, publicists that work for digital startups, publishing houses, and music venues. The creative economy is also what defines New York City to the world. Our diverse creative community, theaters, live music, film production, advertising, publishing houses, artist collaboratives, nightclubs, hospitality, all of that really shapes New York City's identity as a global capital. And honestly, that's why when COVID struck, our industries, really the heart of New York City, were the hardest hit. Our restaurants shut down, our theaters were really the first to shut down, film production stopped. And so we really had to scramble to find out what was happening on the ground, what our industries needed, and to try to help them get what they needed. They needed information. So we stood up town calls, surveys, conference calls, and newsletter and outreach. They needed advocacy. So we fought for financial assistance, grants, unemployment benefits, from PPP to the Shuttered Venues Grant Operator Grants. They also needed visibility. Creativity never stops. And so whatever was continuing to happen online, virtually, we needed to support them with marketing and promotion through media sponsorships and public awareness campaigns. So we promoted things like a virtual NYC curator collections, which pointed people to arts and exhibits that were happening online. We supported our bookstores with a public awareness campaign about people supporting their local bookshops, and Jan Arts NYC, which is a annual conference of performing arts festivals. We wanted to make sure people knew that those things were happening. They also needed innovative ways to stay active and earning. And, digital tech was really critical to that effort, to keep creatives connected to their community and to opportunities. So we helped them create, for example, Music for the Soul, which was, we worked with our local musicians union and New York City Health and Hospitals to pay musicians to do daily performances for our frontline workers via Facebook. We did Off-Broadway in the Boroughs pop-ups, where we brought theatrical performances, live performances throughout the 5 boroughs and streamed them online and broadcast. And right now, we actually have going on New York Music Month extended play, which is 6 months of extended programming for the music industry, which really has been hard hit, providing them with seminars and workshops on how they can continue to perform now and set themselves up for the recovery. More recently, we've been rolling out a series of initiatives to really support that recovery. So, for example, I mentioned earlier the Shuttered Venues Operator Grants Program, which is for our live venues. We know that navigating federal grant support can be really difficult, so we set up a program called Curtains Up NYC, which offers free tech support for our local venues to access those grants and set themselves up to be first in line with the best applications to make sure that they get the financial support they need. We also launched Open Culture, which is sort of a transitional program to support our live performance organizations who have been shut down and can now hold performances out in New York City streets and sell tickets and generate revenue in that way. And then just yesterday, the mayor announced, standing with our renowned theater talents, Andre de Shields and Tele Leung, a path forward for live performance in New York City. Including dedicated vaccines and testing centers for theater workers, logistical planning for the reopening of live performance, and so much more. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that the work of recovery requires a great deal of entrepreneurial thinking. It's really that kind of thinking that has actually helped shape my life and career. My mother was a nurse from the Philippines who immigrated to New York City, which would otherwise be the most challenging place to raise a child on her own. But it really also provided me with access to opportunities that I would never have known had I been born anywhere else. Access to arts and culture that really nurtured this different way of thinking about what kind of opportunities were available to me. I started out in visual arts and theater. I made a career at all levels of film and television production. I worked in programming, script supervision, assistant director, associate producer, and now here I am as a government official leading the media and entertainment recovery for one of the most recognizable cities on the planet. Taking advantage of opportunities as they happened, and I know you all understand this, not saying no, being open to new experiences, really leveraging friendships and networks of supportive women and who were wanting to find new solutions. I know that we have so much more to do in the recovery of New York City's creative sectors, but I've been blessed to work with such an incredibly talented group of women in government and in our industries, and we're really finding a path forward. We have a lot, both in the public sector and with our industry partners, to ensure that women take their proper place as leaders. And as I've said, throughout the pandemic, I've seen our resilience, the creativity, the innovation, the collaboration that keeps us moving forward. Creativity from women who are listening, women like you, and that kind of creativity that has really led the city through every crisis. That creativity that will lead us out of this one. And I thank you all for being here, and I thank you for everything that you are doing to make sure that we have a strong recovery for everyone as we move out of this. So thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. It was obviously a pleasure to hear all the initiatives that's happening in New York, especially my hometown of New York City. So thank you again, and we look forward to engaging you again in the future and being a part of Her Future Summit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I see a lot of New Yorkers were on the thread. So really nice to see all the New Yorkers getting excited for her remarks. And of course, this is really important. There's different challenges happening across America right now, and I'm glad that there is so much engagement about learning about the opportunities to really, really move past this pandemic. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce our next keynote speaker, Elizabeth Yu. She is the U.S. Department of State Special Coordinator for the Young African Leaders Initiative. It's now in its 10th year. Can you imagine this? A really phenomenal program. So we're going to be introducing her next. So get ready and get excited, because this is going to be an amazing, amazing insight about the program and ways that you could jump in for all of our female pioneers who are coming from the African continent today. Liz, such an honor to welcome you back. I'm so excited to see you again. You always are amazing with sharing not only what you do with the YALI program, but also all the different ways that people could get involved. So without any further ado, let me pass the stage over to you. Thank you for joining us for Her Future Summit.
Thank you so much for having me here today. It really is an honor to be a part of your programs. And congratulations to you. I saw on LinkedIn that you welcomed a new member of the family recently.
I did.
Yay, congratulations. I can't believe you're here. I was not expecting to see you, actually. So hats off to you for holding it down. That's, just another example of an awesome woman right here. So without further ado, let me get into YALI. I'll tell you a little bit about the program and how you can get involved. So what is YALI? In 2010, 115 young leaders came to Washington for YALI's first program, the President's Forum for Young African Leaders. Today, YALI is the U.S. government's signature effort to invest in the next generation of African leaders. And YALI has graduated more than 24,000 alumni between the Mandela Washington Fellowship Exchange Program and regional leadership centers, half of whom are women. The United States supports women entrepreneurs in Africa as one of our top policy priorities in the region, recognizing that the critical role African women-led small and medium enterprises play in generating economic growth, security, and stability in their communities and countries. More than half of all of our alumni own their own businesses, and membership in our online community called the YALI Network is more than 700,000 strong. That's more than the population of Bujumbura. Why should you care? Because for the past decade, YALI has supported economic growth in Africa by empowering youth to take control of their own future. And we all know youth are the future of Africa. YALI promotes effective public administration, grows networks that connect people, creates conditions for peace, prosperity, and security across the continent, and investment opportunities for U.S. businesses. If you don't already engage with YALI alumni to advance your business goals, or if you're eligible to apply for YALI's programs, but you haven't yet, then you need to. And I'll get into the requirements shortly. YALI is a respected and widely recognized brand across sub-Saharan Africa, and YALI alumni are doing amazing things, especially our women in tech. For instance, Kenyan Fellowship alumna Juliet Odhiambo has many years of experience in the banking and finance industry, focusing on banking operations, transaction banking, and finance systems. She is the founder of Pesa Savvy, a social enterprise that empowers students, community youth groups, and small business owners by teaching them the basics of financial management for personal and business growth. Regional Leadership Center alumna Charlotte Negason from Cote d'Ivoire was recently named among 2020's 100 most influential young Africans for her work at her company, Base Technologies Limited. This company is an African digital identity software company that enables businesses to optimize their identity management platforms using cutting-edge technologies such as facial recognition and AI. Then there's Tanzanian Fellowship alumna Caroline Igarazima, who is a social entrepreneur, technology professional, and founder of Apps for Girls.
an organization that seeks to bridge the gender gap in ICT and STEM by empowering girls with computer science skills. The list goes on, truly. The YALI network that I mentioned earlier, this digital community, is an online community with an incredibly active membership. Its resources are also available to everyone. Network members have earned over 450,000 online course certificates, taken nearly 400,000 online campaign pledges to support U.S. policy priorities, and organized over 12,000 YALI Learns offline events. Currently, the network's annual Africa for Her campaign is in full swing. This year's campaign is focusing on promoting the role of women in politics, peace and security, and in the economic sphere. We know that when women are empowered to lead in society, business, or politics, it uplifts both their respective communities and their countries at large. With the help of outside experts from organizations like the National Democratic Institute and Our Secure Future, our YALI team in Washington has produced a new course that explores the barriers that women face in the political arena, peace and security initiatives, and in business, and how to overcome them. We hope that you'll consider pledging your support to this campaign and sharing what you learn from it with your communities. I know that our fellowship and RLC alumni and the YALI network members are committed to creating positive change in their communities, and participating in these campaigns and initiatives is a great way to get started. You can access resources on Africa for Her and an array of other topics, including leadership and women's entrepreneurship, at yali.state.gov. So how else can you get involved? If you are youth age 18 to 35, I highly recommend that you apply to either the Regional Leadership Center or the Mandela Washington Fellowship programs. Located in Nairobi, Dakar, which provides training exclusively in French, Pretoria, and in Accra, the RLCs offer experiential learning for programs for young Africans aged 18 to 35 in 3 tracks: public management, civic leadership, and business and entrepreneurship. Currently, they're operating completely online, but in normal times, they do also offer in-person programs. The Mandela Washington Fellowship is our flagship exchange program that brings 700 young Africans between the ages of 25 and 35 to the U.S. each year for academic and leadership training along the same 3 tracks: public management, civic engagement, and business and entrepreneurship. This year, the program is running virtually. Hopefully next year, we'll be running in-person programs once again. But if you're over 35, I still hope you're paying attention. I don't care if you're a CEO, a business mogul, a public servant, or thought leader. The bottom line is that you want YALI on your team. So connect with me. Please find me on LinkedIn, listed as Elizabeth Liu. If you are in business, please do reach out if you're interested in networking with YALI alumni at an expo coming up in May. We're doing a virtual YALI 10 summit. So please be in touch. And lastly, again, I encourage you to join the YALI network and check out its resources. And so 10 years on, YALI is not just another program. It is a movement inspiring youth across the continent to be a force for positive change. YALI is equipping a new generation of leaders with the tools and skills that are helping change the future of the continent and build cross-cultural and economic ties with the United States. YALI's impressive numbers, programs, or even the long list of awards alumni have received are not what makes YALI special. That honor belongs to the young African leaders themselves who embody YALI's spirit of servant leadership, a leadership philosophy in which the main goal of the leader is to serve others. YALI's impact is evident as alumni rise to leadership positions in business, government, and civil society. From COVID-19 to the locust plague in East Africa and a global reckoning on social justice, the YALI generation is rising to meet today's challenges. As we celebrate the past decade, which technically last year was the 10th anniversary, but we're stretching it out due to the pandemic. Let's just keep celebrating. As we celebrate the past decade and look ahead to the future, one thing is clear. The future of not only Africa, but the world is in good hands. So if you take nothing else from this presentation, remember this. YALI is changing Africa and the world for the better. Whether you are youth, age 35 years old or younger, an investor looking for opportunities, or a public servant in need of allies, YALI programs and its illustrious alumni are a valuable resource that you need to tap into. Thank you.
Such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Liz. It was an honor to hear this. And of course, I like what you said. Let's keep celebrating. We don't have to end at the end of the calendar year, because
That's right.
It's amazing of the work that you do across the content. Thank you so much for sharing. Team, let's keep sharing the links. Let's keep sharing the website and the information. Liz, a pleasure to welcome you back again to one of our programs at GSC.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Talk soon, Liz. And as everyone engaged, and I know everyone's trying to get her contact information, we're sharing her LinkedIn profile. Next up on the calendar, we're going to be introducing Ryan Folan. I think this is probably everyone's favorite session. I mean, this is going to be a very fun one, very informative one, and very, very, very high experience. You're going to learn a lot from Ryan. He's one of our iconic, eclectic speakers in that entire GSC networks. And you guys know that we do programs all around the world. So that says something. So let's get the 30-second countdown and get ready for the one and only Ryan Folan. Well, there you have it. Ryan Folan back at it again with the GSC family. I'm not going to take any more time. I'm going to pass it right over to you with your keynote remarks. I'm so excited for this. Everyone's already ready on the chat. I see you. So thank you for being a part of this, Ryan, as always. The floor is all yours.
Well, thank you. I appreciate being on the floor here. And Christine, you are the epitome of a woman who is such a leader, showing your strength and inspiring so many people. It's always an honor to share this virtual stage with you. Well, ahoy, everybody. How's it going? I got my caftan on and I'm ready to rock and roll. Today, it's going to be a high-level, fast-paced talk about how to pitch for your career. Now, if you know me, you know about my 313, you know about my book, Ditch the Act. And today I'm going to take little snippets and parts to make sure that you know how to best position yourself as a female and also as a male, for all you males out there, but this is for the ladies, how to pitch for your career. Now, if you don't know me, my name is Ryan Folan. I'm a speaker, I'm an author, and I'm a proud ginger. And it looks like my background just went away. There we go. Hold on, let's see. A little behind the scenes here. Okay, there we go. And essentially, oh, what the tech? Here we go. Here. All right, let's try this again. I'm a speaker and author and a ginger, but you also might know me as Bra Quickway Ginger. And I'm very proud of that title and I wear it with pride. So today I am your Bra Quickway Ginger and we're going to talk about how to pitch yourself for your career. Now, you may have seen me at the Haiti Tech Summit in 2017. You may have seen me at the Haiti Tech Summit in 2018. You may have seen me at the Haiti Tech Summit 2019. And you've seen me at the 20, and you've seen me in Ghana, and you've seen me everywhere. So I'm super excited to be here. And in particular, we're going to focus on how you can pitch for your career. Now, I've got a question for you in the poll, and I want to see everybody answer. And it's great to see everybody there in the chat. But tell me, do you think people hire you for your experience or your expertise? Drop in the chat. Do you think people hire you for your experience or for your expertise? Let's see this chat blow up real quick. They both start with an E. They're spelled a little bit differently. But this is an important question. Yeah, Brock Quickway Ginger. But the question is, will people hire you for your experience or your expertise? I don't see it in the chat. Let's see. Okay, expertise. Looks like Atlas talks about both. Well, most of you will say expertise. Although Ritza says experience. This is a fundamental question about what you need to understand to be marketable. We think it's our expertise, but in actuality, it's our experience. And this is actually very empowering because you don't have to worry about being an expert to get hired. You just have to have expertise. And the reason is that expertise comes from failure. And the reason that somebody will hire you for your experience is because they don't want to pay for your mistakes. Let me say that again. If you are inexperienced and somebody hires you, there's a good chance you're going to make mistakes. But the reality is, the more mistakes that you make, the more times you fail, the more experience you have, and the better employee you can be, because they're not going to pay for those mistakes. Now, employers might not come out and say that. What they are going to say is that they're looking for a certain type of skill set. Now, skills outweigh gold 10 times to 1. The skills that you have is better than anything else. And according to some recent study and research, here are the main skills that people are looking for right now. Employers are looking for problem-solving skills, for professionalism, for communication, teamwork, leadership, technology, career management, and very importantly, intercultural fluency. Now, with that being said, I will share a little secret that the way you come up with your skills is usually through your failures, your flaws, and your mishaps. And this is good news, because now you can own all the stuff that has not gone right, and you can use it to your advantage, because your failures, flaws, and fears and mishaps, that is what makes for great content. If you want to get noticed, if you want to get featured in the media, if you want a bigger social media following, if you want more engagement, if you want to attract talent to your company, and if you want to build company culture, and more importantly, if you want to get hired, well, I can share with you what to do. It's about owning your experience. Now, you might want a more complex answer than that, but that's really it. Because your experience is your story. And the story is the most powerful thing that you have. So I'm going to kind of change my title here. Instead of how to pitch for your career, how to tell your story for your career. This single insight is what will move the needle for you to get hired, to get featured, to get noticed, and it's staring you right in the face. So I want to do a little exercise here, and we don't have the time for everybody to do it, so you can take this exercise and you can do it later on when you're thinking. But here's the concept behind it. I want you to think about 5 failures, okay? 5 failures, things that have gone wrong. And maybe for fun, if you want to type in the chat, tell me how many times you failed. Just take a guess. 10, 20, 100, 1,000? I think we all have failed quite a bit. But the idea here is that I want you to know you have at least 5 failures. You have probably 500 or 50 or that much more. But what you do with these failures is that you can take an individual failure and you can ask yourself, what went wrong? What did I learn? And how have I changed as a result of it? Each failure story underneath it has something that went wrong, something that you learned, and something that's fundamentally changed you as a person. So the biggest part of this story is going to uncover the skills that you've learned, because through failure is how you obtain your skills. And remember, people hire you for your experience because you've already got these skills through failing before. And let's talk about how you can tell your story. Stories that you tell should be less than 2 minutes. 1 minute might even be a bit better, just because people have the attention span of a squirrel times 10 these days. Your story should focus on the who, what, when, where, how, why, setting the scene. After you explain your said story, you say, now the reason I'm telling you this is because, and you relate the lesson that you've learned or the skill that you acquired. This is a fundamental, very simple, and very powerful story formula. You tell the story and you say, as a transition, the reason I'm telling you this is because, and then you say, because now I know to not do that, or I've obtained these skills, or I've done this, I'm now a smarter person, I'm now more experienced. So how do you get people to really get to know you? Well, how do you get people to really get to hire you? It's sharing your story. And this is empowering because you don't have to be an expert. You just have to have experience, and we all have experience. So I'm going to share with you some specific examples of how your stories of failure with the learning lessons as a result can help you not only in the interview, but in other applications. So let's talk about the interview real quick. You've got your job interview, maybe it's a Zoom interview and you're talking with somebody, and the interviewer says, so tell me about your leadership skills, or tell me about your time management skills, or tell me about your skills when it comes to working with other people. You can answer, well, let me tell you a story about a time when I wasn't that great at time management. You see, here's the story, the what, when, where, how. And the reason I'm telling you this is because as a result of that mistake, I know that time management is key. And that is why I have skills for time management. I use Trello, I use these other things. And since then, I've never missed an appointment. This is a formula that you can use. So if you know that the employers are going to be asking about certain skills, you can reverse engineer those skills into the lessons that you've learned to obtain them. And you can go further back into the failure story or story in which they arrived into your life. The nice part about this is that if you decide to write a blog, here's a great format for a blog. Start with your story, explain the lessons that you learned, and there's a great piece of content. How about for a video? Guess what? You can share a story in a video, say, and the reason I'm telling you this is because, and then share the lessons that you've learned. What about a podcast? You're on a podcast and somebody says, hey, tell me about X, Y, or Z. And you say, let me tell you a story about X. You tell them the story. You say, the reason I'm telling you this is because, and the lesson that you've learned from it. Now, what about the almighty keynote speech? What about the TEDx talk that you want to do? What about just the speech that you're giving to a team or to your community? It goes like this. Here's a story. Here's the lesson. Here's the story. Here's the lesson. Keynotes, talks, and TEDx's, they're just stories with the lessons learned. And the nice thing about stories is people like to hear stories. They relate to stories. When they can see themselves in your story, that's when they actually relate to you. So let's go back and let's look at these skills real quick. These skills are the skills that employers are looking for. And so what I challenge you to do is look at these skills. Let's take communication, for example. And now let's work backwards. We know this job is going to mean that I need to have good communication skills. So what was a lesson that I learned about communication? And then what's the story behind that lesson? And then behind that story is going to be something where something went wrong. And when you utilize this as a formula, then when you're in a job interview, you can answer the questions with confidence. You don't have to worry about trying to showcase your expertise, but you're simply letting them to get to know you a little bit more by the stories that shaped you. And what does this all look like? Well, it looks like this. Your experiences plus your failures is what drives your skills. When you learn, you try, you do, you learn, you try, you do, that's how you acquire new skills. When you document those skills, whether it's a video, whether it's audio, whether it's a podcast, whether it's written, whether it is image-based, that becomes your digital footprint. And your digital footprint is your personal brand. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to share with you that you have everything that you need in order to be the most hireable, the most dynamic, the best employee that the person who wants to hire you has ever seen. And that's because you've probably failed more than the person before you. So if I were to wrap this up and get you inspired, because you know I like to wrap things up, let me see if I can do this. Here's my microphone. Are you ready? Because I'm ready. You live in a world like never before with the global pandemic that is knocking at your door. It makes you rethink what you do every day, and it makes the future seem so far away. Facegram, Twitter book. Are you LinkedIn? Are you snapping out a TikTok trying to fit in? Stop worrying about everybody else. Focus on being your authentic self. Now is the time for you to take a stand, To do that, you build a personal brand. See, everybody's different, but we are all the same. To be perfectly imperfect is how you win the game. And do not think a highlight reel will get you every single deal, because it's only when you showcase good and when you do not share the bad, that's when you'll miss the connections that you never knew you had. When you learn to ditch the act and learn to be yourself, you'll open up a window to have people help you out. Tap into ambition. Crush the competition. Know it's your decision, so figure out your mission. The future is here. The future is now. Her future is in your hands. What you gonna do now? Boom! There we go. Woo! I had fun with that. I hope you guys did too. And I will say that the one thing that I want from you is for you to sign up for my weekly newsletter, because every week I give you something to listen to watch, and to see. And if you go to ryan.online/sign up, then every week you can be with me. Christine, back to you. If we have time, I'm happy to answer questions. This has been a wrap.
You already know everyone's going wild on the chat feed. Thank you so much. I know for the interest of time, we don't have time for questions. But again, team, can we please share that link on all the social media feeds? Ryan.online/sign up. Again, sign up for it. It's amazing. This was just a small little clip into his world of amazing, amazing insights. Ryan, as always, thank you so much. There was a lot of learnings today, as always.
All right. Well, remember, everyone, you don't have to be an expert to get hired. You have to have expertise. We all have expertise because we all fail. But when we learn from the failure and can tell those stories that highlight the skills, then people will hire you for who you are. Yes, Ryan the Stick Man, Bra Quickway Ginger Stick Man. I'm always here. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I am your biggest fan. I think that this is the year of the woman. Every year is the year of the woman. And I can speak for myself. I'm here to support you all. So thanks, everybody. And I can't wait to see you in person soon at an event coming up sometime in the near future. Stay safe and talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, Ryan, as always. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know the social media is on fire. Yes, team, let's keep sharing this information. Subscribe, Ryan.online/sign up. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to our next speaker. We're going to be introducing X from Google. She always has the most amazing thought leadership on AI and bias. I'm really excited to hear what you guys are going to react to her program. I know last year she was an amazing speaker as well, so we're excited to welcome her back. So everybody, ladies and gentlemen, let's get excited and pumped up for this in 30 seconds. Hello, X. Such an honor to welcome you back. As always, I'm excited to see you. Such a pleasure to have you again. So I'm not going to take time. Pass it over to you because I know you're going to crush it. The thought leadership on AI bias. Welcome back to Her Future Summit.
Yo, it's such a pleasure to be here. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I hope that your Friday is off to a popping start. The Her Future Summit has been amazing. I just want to check in with you guys. Oh, not my AirPod dropping. I just want to check in with you guys a little bit about myself. My name is X. I dropped out of high school. I taught myself how to code. And then I went on to the military where I served in Afghanistan. And I am probably the biggest sci-fi nerd you've ever met. At Google, I'm a product manager in responsible AI, where I lead a research team that takes a look at how we can make sure that the data sets that we use inside of machine learning and inside of the algorithms that we train aren't racist. So I have a great time over here at Google. Today, I really want to talk to you guys real quick about what artificial intelligence is, break it down really simple for you so that you guys can put that into your pocket of expertise. some of the ways that AI can be a superhero, some of the ways that AI can be a supervillain, and what you as an individual on this call can actually go do about it. So what is artificial intelligence? You hear it all over the news. You hear the word algorithm, you hear the word machine learning, deep learning, neural nets, the robots are coming to kill us, all those types of, crazy hyped headlines. But what is it? Artificial intelligence isn't just one thing, right? Artificial intelligence is kind of like the word car. When I describe a car, I might be talking about a small car, a big car, a sedan, a truck, an electric car, a diesel car. And all of those words, the word car really just works in the way that it describes a whole bunch of different types of technologies, but they all pretty much do the same thing. They all have 4 wheels. They all get me faster from point A to point B, much faster than I would if I was walking. Well, artificial intelligence is the same thing. It's a word for a group of technologies that teach machines how to think and act like humans. So it's not just talking about the voice assistant in your phone or just talking about the technology that allows the Roomba to run around and pick up all your dog hair at home. It's, again, artificial intelligence is a word that refers to a group of technologies that teach machines how to think and act like humans. Well, what does it mean for a machine to think and act like humans? Well, humans have 5 senses. So I'm going to break down the different fields of artificial intelligence to you along the vein of those 5 senses. When you talk about sight or teaching computers how to see, that's a field called computer vision. When you talk about teaching computers how to hear or understand language and things that are said to it, that's another field of artificial intelligence called natural language processing. Now, there's a whole bunch of steps in natural language processing because a computer can't just hear from, like, it's not going to, you say, hey, Siri, she'll give me directions from point A to point B and they listen. Computers can really still only understand written text. So whenever you actually do natural language processing, you're talking to the computer and then the computer turns around and then it turns it into text. It understands what you say. It generates a bunch of text back, and then it has another type of AI that turns around and speaks to you. I'm not going to get too in-depth into the technical parts of that, but I just want to be clear that AI, whenever it hears you, it still has to translate what you say into text. And you can often see this on your phone when you're talking into a voice assistant. Now, touch, taste, and smell are really, really new fields of computer science. Actually, I think some of the first research papers in the field of trying to make machines taste things came out like 2 or 3 years ago, back in 2018. When we talk about touch, there are 2 ways that people are trying to make artificial intelligence touch. One is by literally creating an artificial intelligence skin. So they're literally creating this gel-like substance that will go over like a robot or some type of AI. And then when it touches, it can actually feel things like pressure, temperature, what's the other one? Heat. And there's actually some skins out there that have been shown to respond to signals like to heat or to touching something 1,000 times faster than human skin does. So some pretty interesting and high-key scary stuff. Then you have smell. So smell, they're developing a whole bunch of new sensors to try to replicate the way that the human nose works, to be able to like make machines be able to smell as well. I mean, I don't know what they want to smell, as long as, well, they probably do want to smell my cooking. So ideally we'd end up with a robot that could smell what I'm cooking up as soon as we get off this call. So again, artificial intelligence is teaching machines how to think and act like humans. These are kind of the 5 general fields that artificial intelligence is broken up into, where you have computer vision, you have sound, you have touch, taste, and smell, which don't have any fancy names like the first 2, but are really important fields. So when you hear things like deep learning or machine learning, that's literally just the ways in which you teach a machine how to do these things. Like, how do you teach a machine how to see? Well, you can use machine learning as one tool, or you can use deep learning as another tool. How do you teach a machine how to hear? Machine learning or deep learning? Now, there are other types of ways to teach them how to do these things, but those are the most popular 2. And the big difference between them is that deep learning, unlike machine learning, teaches a machine how to learn the same way that the human brain would learn, right? So if I'm trying to go and train a deep neural net to be able to learn and understand how to hear something, I could basically just like give it a bunch of audio files, not label anything, and then it's just gonna like figure it out on its own. Because when the network, when the AI is learning those relationships, it fires the same way that a neuron inside of your brain fires. So big oversimplification. There's a lot of linear algebra in that. Don't want to get into that. But I hope that's a helpful overview for those of you who aren't too familiar with what artificial intelligence is and what we're talking about. Now, artificial intelligence has been really propped up in media as well as in the world as a superhero, right? We hear all these wonderful stories about how AI is being used to improve the world around us. Some examples are some work that Google itself has done, detecting diseases, creating medicines, predicting air quality. So things like out in Kampala in Africa, where the air quality is really difficult and individuals get sick just from going outside because sometimes on certain days, the air is too polluted for them to go outside and not get like a respiratory infection. So they put like AI out there on the back of, they put all these sensors on rooftops, and then they put these sensors on the backs of a lot of like motorbikes and motor taxis to be able to constantly capture the air quality and use AI to alert the citizens like, hey, you probably shouldn't be outside today. Same time, they're turning around and they're giving that data back to the government to try to figure out how to fix the air pollution. One of my favorites is the artificial intelligence that they're doing at a university out here in LA, where they're using computer vision, remember, teaching computers how to see, to mount cameras on the front of people's cars. So when they drive around LA, it'll detect how many potholes are there, and then they send that data back to the city to make sure that not just Beverly Hills or Hollywood are getting the streets repaired, but also, you know, urban neighborhoods like Compton, Inglewood, Glendale, etc. So around the world, we hear AI being used to improve the world around us. But at the same time, artificial intelligence, as it's doing things like helping us detect breast cancer better than individual doctors can, right? Or helping us create new medicines that we didn't know before, or predict air quality in areas that have been plagued by pollution and didn't really have good insight into it. Artificial intelligence has also been propped up as a supervillain. And what I mean by that is artificial intelligence itself is just a tool, and how we use it and the way that it impacts real life people can be really helpful or really harmful. I'm going to take a moment to read some recent headlines, and by recent, I mean in the last year and a half, of how artificial intelligence has harmed communities. In the first one, there was a study that a research study that showed that artificial intelligence algorithms were causing extreme disparities in healthcare decisions. One of those disparities, which really was scary for me, was around breast cancer. It showed that even though Black women in the United States are 50% more likely to die from breast cancer than white women, they had this risk assessment algorithm that decided, it gave you a risk score. How likely is it that you'll need a mammogram? How likely is it that you need some type of extra screening? And if you selected your race as white, or your doctor selected your race as white, the risk assessment algorithm automatically gave you extra points to make it seem like you were at more risk. There was no medical basis for the decision of this algorithm, or even why they designed it that way, but that algorithm is still in use today. The second one is around facial recognition. So facial recognition is a computer vision system. And around the world in the last year, we've seen a lot of cases of Black men in particular being falsely arrested because of a bad facial recognition system. It'll look at someone who's Black and it'll say, oh yeah, that's the guy. And it'll totally not be the guy. It'll totally not be the person. An example of this was in Detroit. There was an individual who was run up in a mall. They took him down, they arrested him. But the guy who was actually in the video looked nothing like him. This guy was tall, he was heavy set, he was darker skinned. The individual who was on the video in the crime was light skinned and had tattoos up and down his arms. But they still held him in jail for over 72 hours. There's also been a research that's come out that showed how algorithms have blocked kidney transplants to Black patients. And this algorithm wasn't just saying you couldn't get a kidney off of the list, it also was stopping Black donors from actually joining the list. So how is this? How is it that the same technology that can be curing breast cancer can be stopping people from getting treatment from it? Or the same technology that can make sure that we equitably give out resources in our social fields, where we're going and we're paving the roads in all parts of the city, or we're helping different cities across Africa make sure that they can literally breathe, turn around and put people in jail where maybe they might end up in a position where they can't breathe? The answer is many factors. But really, the call to action for you all is around what can we do about this? Artificial intelligence right now around the world has very, very limited rules, very limited regulation, meaning that if I'm using an artificial intelligence algorithm to decide if you get your kidney transplant or not, or if you actually get that mammogram that you might need in screening, I don't even have to tell you that an algorithm is making the decision. If I'm using an algorithm to decide if I should arrest you or not, I don't have to tell you that I'm using an algorithm to do that. These algorithms that are being deployed, sometimes the challenges are in the data set. Maybe they only trained on a certain subset of people. Maybe it's not enough people. Sometimes it's in the design, like you saw with the breast cancer study, where they literally just said, well, if you're white, you get extra points for no medical basis. Sometimes it's in the way that the algorithm feels. Even if it performs well, I don't think it's fair that an algorithm would be making any decision about when I should get a kidney transplant. I'd rather a human do that, right? I don't care how accurate the algorithm is. And so if artificial intelligence, a superhero or a supervillain, the answer is, what will we decide? Right now, the United States has a whole bunch of legislation that they're drafting around how we should use artificial intelligence. And it's up to us as individuals in the US and beyond, in your local regions, whether you're in the continent of Africa, somewhere in Latin or South America, in Asia, or whether you're in the European Union, where they are actually forming some of the strictest AI regulations to date, to really shape the way that we choose to use artificial intelligence. Do we want artificial intelligence that makes medical decisions, that makes decisions about our life, about our ability to be free citizens, about our ability to actuate our actual human life? We have to choose that. So I encourage every single one of us on this call to get involved with your local lawmakers, to get involved with whatever process is going on in your region, to actually step up and say, hey, I'm hearing about this AI thing. This is what I want, and this is what I don't want. Because whether or not artificial intelligence is a superhero or a supervillain is entirely up to us. So with that, I want to thank you all for my time today. I always love coming to the Her Future Summit. If you want to learn more about artificial intelligence in general, feel free to follow me on all social media at TechWithX. And then you can also check out my 100% free AI course, where you will see me in more of my grill at twx.ai. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, X. And as always, it's an honor to have you. I know the chat feed is going crazy. We don't have time for questions, but we are sharing your contact information so people can follow up with you. Always, always, always awesome to hear your perspective on AI bias. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Blessings.
All right. So let's get excited for the next one. I know there's tons of comments regarding X's presentation. I know it was an amazing one, but we're going to dive right into our next keynote speaker. She will be condensing her workshop into 20 minutes. So I know there'll be a lot of follow-up questions for Patia's presentation, but please give a warm welcome as we get ready to welcome Patia from Google, who's going to be doing our workshop for the session. So let's get the promo up and then we'll welcome her online. So excited for this. All right, welcome. Such a pleasure to welcome you back to another GSC program. So I'll pass the stage over to you so you can get started.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be back with you guys today. All right, so really quickly, let me go ahead and share my screen. And just give me 1 second. Make sure that you guys can see everything that you should see. Okay, so here we go. Today's workshop is going to be on how you can power your job search using Google tools. So let's get right into it because I know that we're pressed for time. Just give me 1 second to advance the slides. All right. Here's my contact information, you guys. A lot of people like to take a quick snapshot of this slide. Please do take a snapshot, especially since we wouldn't have time for questions. And if there's anything that you need me to go over or you have clarifications about, just shoot me an email, connect with me on LinkedIn, and I would be more than happy to answer any of those questions. All right, so one more second for you to take that snapshot and I will keep going. So, before I start this workshop, I always like to acknowledge the challenges that we all have in terms of working from home, running our businesses from home, as well as trying to conduct an effective job search from home. So with that in mind, here are a few things that I know may not really be working to your benefit in terms of, word of mouth opportunities that you may hear at networking events, that sort of stuff, distractions at home. I have a 6-year-old and a puppy, so I know all too much how you can sit down with your to-do list and get 2 out of 10 things done. However, I'm hoping that the tips that I share today with you will help you to come up with a strategy that will be effective in terms of you moving forward. So here's our agenda. We'll start off by reviewing how to use Google Sheets to keep track of the jobs you want to apply for, how to use Google Search to find the jobs that are just right for you, and also how you can use a Google document resume template to actually format your resume in a way that will be attractive to employers. All right, so let's get right into it. When you begin looking for a job, you might start by visiting a company's website, right? We all do that, and reviewing their job listings. And once you start collecting information, I know that it can be really hard to keep track of every single job, every single company. And so with that in mind, I'd like to share some tips on how you can use a Google Sheet as a job tracker so that you're able to keep track of every single job that you're interested in, you applied for. And then when those interviews come rolling in, you can also use that sheet to make notes and keep track of your interview process. So to create your job search tracker, as always, we will need to first sign into your Google account. And signing into your Google account allows you access to lots of Google apps that you can use for both work and home. Now, most of us, to be honest, me included, we only use about 4 applications. I highly recommend that you click that More or Expand button and become familiar with all of the amazing Google applications that are available for your usage. Now, your one point of access for all Google applications is always your Gmail account or your Google corporate account, depending on what you use. If you don't have one, no worries, gmail.com, sign up, takes 5 minutes, and voila, you have access to everything you need to have access to. So as a really, really quick review, after you signed into your Google account, you will use the Google Apps menu, which is that little waffle thing at the top right corner, to move between the Google applications that you have access to. Again, highly recommend that you click More to expand the list and experiment a bit with all of the applications that you have access to. So let's move on to creating this tracker for your job search. And so to do this, we will create a new Google Sheet, and step-by-step directions. You will go to Google Drive, click New, Google Sheets, then select Blank Sheet. Be sure to give your sheet a specific name like My Job Search 2021, because as you go back and forth, you don't want to be scrolling through multiples of sheets trying to decide which one you're looking for. As soon as you open this sheet, it will be automatically saved for you in Google Drive, and that's why it becomes also important for you to give it a customized name so you can find it later on. So of course, you can format your job sheet tracker, your job search tracker, to suit your individual needs by doing things like adding custom headings and expanding the sheet as you start looking for jobs, adding visual elements to help you read the information of the sheet more easily, and of course, adding headings that make sense for your particular job search. So of course, the basics would be job, company, website URL, any notes, but there may be additional things, say maybe remote jobs, or if you're considering moving to another city, maybe you may want to add a column for, jobs in Atlanta or wherever else you're thinking of moving to. So moving on to finding your opportunities using Google Search. Chances are you've already used a digital tool to find career opportunities. We all have. We're living in the digital age. And most employers list new jobs online and manage the entire process digitally. So to help you find new opportunities, we'll go through some quick steps on how you can use jobs on Google Search. Now, Jobs in Google Search pulls ads from all over the internet and creates one easy list of potential jobs. So pay close attention in this next segment, and I will go over the best practices for performing a successful job search. Now, you can start your job search through a regular Google search, and many people don't know this. And whether you're following along now or you plan to begin your search later, what you will do is open a new browser tab on your device. This way, you have your job search tab open in one tab and your tracker sheet, we just spoke about the tracker sheet, open in Google Sheets in your second tab. This way, you can go back and forth. In the example on the screen, the user has typed jobs near me in the search bar. And in the search bar, you can type in queries about the specific kinds of jobs you're looking for. So to be more efficient, you may want to do things like type digital marketing jobs near me, retail jobs, part-time jobs, customer service jobs, or maybe even remote jobs. I recommend that you be as specific as possible. So even a search that says best engineering jobs near me will give you jobs that are closer to the fit of the kind of work that you're looking for. Now, if you're looking for a job in a different city, be sure to include that city in your search. For example, you might search for engineering jobs in Colombia, or manufacturing jobs in Atlanta, or music history jobs in New York City. And this is a little nugget that most people don't know. If you're a veteran or military spouse, you can search for opportunities that are unique to you as well, and I'll speak more about that in a second. To move forward with your search, simply press enter and you will be able to access the results. Your basic Google search will show you a preview of several jobs that match your search criteria. You can click on these jobs directly if they interest you, or select the arrow at the top right to expand your search. And so the example on the page we're viewing together shows a preliminary search results page containing 3 possible jobs. So let's take a closer look at how this works. To make searching for jobs easier, Google finds listings from all over the internet and collects them into one place, right? So a snapshot of jobs that meet your criteria is what you will see on the results page. To see more, click Explore Jobs and you will get the full list, and each listing will contain details like ways to apply, salary information, etc. You can read through this information to decide which of these jobs are right for you. Depending on what industry you work in, you may choose to narrow your search using some of Google's specific built-in tools. So for example, I mentioned if you are a military spouse or veteran, and so you can actually use the feature on Google Job Search at Google that gives veterans the option to search for jobs using their MOS or Military Occupational Specialty code. In the search bar, you would type in a query about the kind of jobs you're looking for. And you may want to use terms like veteran jobs near me, veteran management jobs, you guys get it, maybe adding the name of the city that you're looking for. And what will happen is that jobs that are specifically targeting veterans and the skills that a veteran may have will reveal themselves. Once you've run a search query related to veteran jobs, you will be prompted to enter your MOS code. So this is a great benefit for veterans and military service personnel transitioning back into civilian life. So hopefully, even if this doesn't apply to you, you can share that little nugget of wisdom with friends and family members that this would apply to. Okay, so let's move on and look about how we can make your job search even more specific and efficient. And that is about using Google's filters to automatically narrow the jobs that you're looking for. So again, a filter is a search tool that emphasizes the most relevant results. And you can find dozens of filters arranged as clickable tiles at the top of your search page. And you can then filter your job by job title, location, etc. Filters are pretty straightforward, and I believe we've all used them. So let's move on to take a quick look at some additional filters that are especially relevant right now. So the filter Work from Home allows you to find remote opportunities, and so you can select this filter to narrow the search results to the jobs that are only remote jobs. Let's imagine at this point you've selected a job that matches your needs, but you don't have the time as you are searching to apply for that job. This is where the save functionality comes in. By hitting save on a job listing, you're able to bookmark that listing. And when you return to your job search, all you have to do is to look in your saved tab of your job search, and you will be able to review and then apply for the jobs that are saved there. So you've learned a lot about how to use Google to search for a new job, but the landscape of available jobs is ever changing. We all know this. So it's important to check job listings frequently. And again, with all of the challenges of working from home, you may be struggling with being a little more consistent. And this is where email alerts come in. When you set an alert, you will automatically receive an email about new listings that match your specific search criteria. So to receive emails about your job search, on the lower left of your screen, you will turn on alerts by clicking the Alerts Are On for this search button. What happens is that as jobs are listed on Google that match your search criteria, you will be automatically emailed the new listings. And so instead of going on Google to do new searches every day or every 2 days, whatever your schedule is, you would simply need to just check your inbox to get the new alerts. All right, so tying it all in. At this point in your job search, hopefully you found many jobs that meet your search criteria. So remember the tracker sheet we set up earlier? You can use it to keep track of possible opportunities. As you find the jobs that interest you, be sure, especially if you're not going to apply for these jobs all at once, to add them to your tracker so that you're able to keep an account of the jobs that you're interested in, the jobs you applied for, the jobs you need to apply for, as well as any interviews that may be resulting from these jobs. So now that you've created a list of jobs you're interested in, it's time to work on your resume. Having a professional resume prepared will streamline your job application process. Now you could begin putting together your resume from scratch. However, luckily for you, Google Docs comes with many resume templates built into your account. And of course, templates are like a pattern you use as a guide, and they provide design elements and formatting that you can use as a starting point, not only for resumes, but all of your projects. Now, Google Docs does offer lots of free professional resume templates to get you started. The layouts and fonts and colors are different for each template, and some of them are industry specific. Take a look at the selection and be sure to choose the form of resume template that will be right for you and your industry. So really quickly, to access these templates, again, as always, you will start from Google Drive, click New, Google Docs, and this time we're not starting from a blank spreadsheet as we did with Sheets. You will select from a template. Again, remember to name your template so it's easy to find later. After the workshop, first homework assignment for me is to take a look at these templates and think about which one would possibly work best for you. Once you choose a resume template that you want to use, be sure to customize it by replacing the placeholder text with your name, contact information, and your professional history. The beauty of templates is that even though they come with pre-arranged formatting, you can customize them to fit your own style. So you can do things like change the font, add formatting like bold in section headers, or even italics. And if it's applicable, you can also add hyperlinks to show potential employers your work live. Adding elements like this will make your resume easy to read and unique to you so that it does not look so much like you used a template. As you work on your resume, you probably wouldn't finish it in one setting. And so to help with the editing process, we recommend that you use the commenting feature in Google Docs. For example, if you want to provide more specific information that you need to check on, such as a sales record or a promotion that you got a while back and you're not really clear on dates, you can add a comment to remind yourself. And to do this, you would select the text that you want to comment on, insert a comment that explains what you want to change, and select comment to add your comment. What happens is that when you reopen the document, you will see that little reminder to yourself so that you remind yourself that the resume is not quite complete and you need to go back and make those changes or add the additional information. Lastly, your job search process will be a lot more successful if you get feedback. And so to get someone else's input in your resume, share the document with them. And to do this, you will select the share icon and enter an email address for the person whose input that you want. You're then able to give them one of 3 levels of access. So there's can edit access, and can edit access allows the person to actually physically edit the document. So maybe it's, you know, somebody who's a proofreader or somebody like my dad who proofreads everything that I write. You know, so if you trust that person enough, you will give them can edit access and they will just go into the resume, make those changes for you. Can comment would be somebody who you don't want to edit the document, but who you want to just give you feedback, like maybe should things around. And can view would be someone that you really don't want to touch the document. So this would possibly be your final proofreader, just as a last set of eyes to just view the document and then hopefully not have anything else that needs to be changed. When you do this, you will notice a box at the bottom labeled notify people. You check that box, and what happens is that when they go into their email, they will have an email saying, hey, you have access to this document, and you can write a little note letting that person know exactly what you need from them. So you can organize different versions of your resume by using folders in Google Drive, and I highly recommend that what you do is, if you're going to customize different formats for your resume, that you give them individual names so that as you send these resumes out to different positions and to different employers, you know that, hey, I sent resume that says, I don't know, civil engineer, Miami or something out, and then you'd be able to track it that way.
Just 1 minute more.
Okay, sure. So just some tips to wrap up on giving a really great interview. And you guys can read them for yourselves. I wouldn't read them for you. So this is just rounding it out in terms of your interviewing process, which will be done digitally, possibly on Google Meet. Just make sure that you take the time to look toward the camera, speak slowly, pay attention to lighting, practice before you go to that interview so that you give a strong interview, and you will be well prepared.
Thank you so much. Of course, like, we wish we had more time, and of course we're going to follow up for the Her Future Career Accelerator, where we're going to engage with more in-depth workshops. But as always, thank you so much for being a part of our
You are so very welcome. So very welcome. Have a good rest of the summit.
Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to get you guys excited for our final keynote speaker of the Her Future Summit program before we transition to our amazing exhibitor speakers to close out the day and get you pumped and excited for what's next. So without further ado, let's get excited for our next keynote speaker, Tammy Erwin, Executive Vice President and CEO of Verizon Business. She's a powerhouse in New York. I've monitored her career for years, so I'm so excited that we're going to welcome her right here at Her Future Summit in the next 30 seconds. All right, Tammy Erwin, it's a pleasure and honor to welcome you. I've monitored your career for years in New York City as a New Yorker native myself. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it right over to you for your keynote remarks. Thank you again for accepting this invitation.
Christine, thank you so much. And what a pleasure it is to be here with you. And I love the bright colors and kind of really how you're showing up this afternoon with the work you're doing. So thank you. And I happened to join a couple minutes early. Great resume building tips, and everybody needs a great resume. So tremendous to hear that. Listen, I'm delighted to be here and spend a little bit of time talking about my personal career growth, some of what I've experienced over my 30 plus years in the telecom space. And some of the things that I think are particularly important is we think about how we as women show up, compete, and find ourselves in a position to really lean in and take key roles as the businesses continue to evolve, particularly from a tech standpoint as we head into the fourth industrial revolution. Listen, I want to talk about three key themes today that I think are really important. Number one is, how do we as women face fear head on? Number two, how do we find a higher gear for the work that we're doing? And how do we make sure that along the way we find the time for self-care and taking care of us? Because let's face it, ladies, we are busy women. We're moms, we're daughters, we're sisters, we're spouses, we're siblings. We have the ability to run great careers, big households. And at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that we take the time to find time for ourselves. So listen, just a little bit about my career. I started 30 years ago as a customer service rep at Verizon, what was then US West. I've had a chance to do a number of different jobs over that 30-year period of time. I've changed jobs about every 18 months as I've had a chance to do field jobs. I've moved my family 4 times. I grew up in the customer service world, then went into sales, P&L management as chief marketing officer, moved into the wireline business, and then had a chance to come back and be the CEO for wireless. And now I lead as the CEO, the Verizon Business Organization, where we serve customers in 180 countries around the world. I have employees in 50 countries, and we have a P&L of about $31 billion of revenue. So it's a big business, a lot of complexity, and wow, 2020 was a year none of us will forget. And so let me just take a minute to maybe anchor there, because when I think about what women have been through in the last 12 months, it's been an incredible and hard year for everyone. And I want to pause and acknowledge the incredible loss of life that we've experienced. But it wasn't just the loss of life. It was the milestone moments that we lost. It was the educators that we became at home. It was the caregivers that we found as we were trying to balance work and home. And the reality is that what we've seen and what we've experienced is that women have fallen out of their careers at a much faster rate than men have. And in fact, 100% of the net job loss that we experienced in 2020 really came from women that were dropping out. Part of that is due to the verticals that we participated in, retail, hospitality, healthcare, and there was a lot of job losses there. But a lot of families said somebody has to be home with the kids and make this work. And so when you really think about that, the ability to really understand how do we reignite growth for women, and I think it's one of the more important things that we can do. So number one, I think we've got to find a way to face the fear head on and find a way to be able to reignite our careers. Every one of us has moments in our day, in our life, in our journey where we have incredible fear of the unknown, of the uncertain, of the future. One of the basic things that I practice, and I do it almost every day, is the concept of deep breathing. Take time to breathe in courage and breathe out fear, because you can take 30 seconds, give yourself the gift of breathing in courage and breathing out fear, and recognizing that you are enough, that you have everything you need to be successful and face fear head on. I also think that we as women have to lift each other up and really find a way to help rally people to be successful, recognizing that we have the ability to reach to our right, reach to our left, lift each other up, and really lean into what we can do to help one another be successful. Listen, the other thing I think is important as we think about women reigniting and getting back into the career environment is finding a way to invite men into this conversation. If we only talk to ourselves as women, we assume that this is a women's issue. And in fact, I would argue women in the workforce is a leadership issue, and it is an economic issue. And how we show up together with our male colleagues to unleash 100% of the potential in the organization is a leadership and an economic issue. I feel very, very lucky to be part of an organization where we have 3 senior women that sit at the senior table, and 3 of our board members are women. And that becomes a really important expectation for how others believe they can and will show up for their career. Let's talk about finding a higher gear. You know, as we think about what must be true, we think about what each of us try to accomplish. Bringing our very best to the work environment every single day puts us in a position where we demonstrate that not only are we enough, we are the very best at what we do. One of the things that I'm increasingly committed to, and I've spent a lot of years over my career really advocating for women, is to make sure that we show up with the opportunity to not just be represented, but to feel like we belong. Because representation alone is inadequate. We need to find a way to feel like we can be transparent, authentic, and feel like we're embraced for who we are. We've worn a lot of masks over the years, been afraid to talk about who we are or where women might fit in the workplace, where our kids might be. The fact is we've now experienced really showcasing all of who we are over the last year. So it's a time to embrace that and recognize that diversity is about inclusion, authenticity, and full transparency in a way that says you can only take that higher gear position when you know and you feel as though you belong. So I think there's so much to be said for supporting one another and making sure we show up in a way that people feel like we embody their success. And when we do that, we help others to find true success. I'm living in a work environment right now where I'm watching technology explode around us. Verizon is building out arguably what I believe to be the 21st century infrastructure. It's around broadband, around mobility, and around cloud. And I'm advocating here and throughout the engagements that I have to have more and more women involved in STEM, because it is when we're involved in STEM that we have the ability to really show up in the jobs that are going to be high-paying jobs, high-performance jobs, and high decision-making jobs where women have a chance to sit at the table and really engage and be part of the discussion that we expect and anticipate to be where decisions are made, where we think about how technology will change the way that we all live, work, and play in the communities in which we live and serve. So really encouraging that as we think about a higher gear, as we think about facing fear head on, that we embrace some challenges that may be uncharted waters for us as we think about getting engaged with STEM, the sciences, the tech, the engineering, the math, and of course, call it STEAM and pull in the arts, because there is an opportunity for women collectively to participate in what will be that fourth industrial revolution. And then let's take a minute and just talk about practicing self-care. I talked, as I started this afternoon, about the many, many roles that we play. The fact that we can be a mom, we can be a daughter, we can be a sister, we can be a spouse, we can be an aunt. In my family, I am the favorite aunt because I love that role. We can be a friend, but we're also employees, and how we find time to do the things that really, really matter for each of us one-on-one, I think is so super important. Listen, for me, I know I'm a better version of myself when I have some time for me. So whether it's taking a walk, whether it's reading a book, whether it's finding time to do some cooking and baking, which I love to do, whether it's time to pick up the phone and call my mom, whether it's time for a great workout, I need that time. And I oftentimes visualize it and think it about putting on my own oxygen mask first, making sure I show up with my oxygen mask on so that I have the capacity and the capability to give back and be the best version of myself to those that I'm around. You know, when we lived in a work environment where we found ourselves going to the office and then coming home, we found ourselves with time to reflect on the day. And I've oftentimes talked about the fact that when you go into the work environment, you go full of energy and enthusiasm, and you're the best version of yourself. The question I've always challenged for myself is, who do I bring home to my family at the end of the day? Do I bring home the best of me, or do I bring home the leftovers? And I have to tell you, not every day did I bring home the best of me, but I work really hard at making sure that what I bring home to my family is not what's left over, but what represents the best of who I am, because there's no one I care more about than my family. And so making sure that I rally at the end of the day to bring home the best of who I am into my family, because those are the people I love, those are the people that I live for, and that I think deserve the best of who I am. So listen, there's a lot happening right now as we think about women. Let me just close with sharing a story that for me is a powerful story. I have long admired Justice Day O'Connor. Some of you know her story. She graduated from law school at Stanford, top of her class. And she went out to find a job. And as she had a chance to look for a job, she found that nobody would hire her as an attorney. And at one point, they finally said, we'll allow you to work for our law firm, but there's two conditions. Number one, you won't get paid. And number two, you'll have to sit with the secretary pool. And she relented and she said, okay, I'll do both of those things. And you know her story. She went on to become the first Supreme Court justice in the US as a woman, an incredibly accomplished female attorney, because she didn't know what no meant. She understood that she had to persevere. She understood that in her circumstances, she would have to prove she was capable, not just demonstrate she had the potential, but prove she was capable. And several years ago, as I was traveling, I got onto a plane. It was early morning, and I saw a woman across from me reading the Wall Street Journal. And it was only after we got into the air that I recognized who it was, and it was Justice Day O'Connor. And at some point in the flight, I said, Justice Day O'Connor, I just need to thank you for what you've done for women who come after you. I said, I have the opportunity today to sit in a boardroom, and I sit in that boardroom and my voice is heard, and I get paid to sit in that room. And I'll never forget her response. She took my hand without hesitation, and she said, honey, I am so proud of you. And those words today stick with me as I think about my own resolve to make sure that as we go into 2021, that we don't allow the backslide that we saw women get caught up in 2020 to stop the forward motion. We have to reignite how women get back into the workforce. Women are coming into the workforce more educated than they've ever been before, more educated than their male colleagues. And so as we think about the work we're putting into education, if you think about the work that Justice Day O'Connor put into education, if you think about the opportunities that sit in front of us from a STEM standpoint, there's never been a better time to be a woman in the workplace than it is right now. And I would encourage each of you to think about how you face fear head on. Remember, take that deep breath of courage, breathe out fear, take the time to find a higher gear and demonstrate that you're not only worth it, you've earned it, and then lean in and practice self-care, remembering that you owe that to yourself. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts this afternoon. I'm happy to take questions if we can do so. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to you.
Absolutely, Tammy. Thank you so much. And I know for the interest of time, we have time for one question. I know the social media thread is going crazy with requests right now, but one question that I thought was really beautiful coming from Candace. Her question to you, Tammy, is can you share with us what would be your vision for women building their careers now that we're in a pandemic, post-pandemic world?
Yeah, listen, I think it's a harder time for women as we face the pandemic, but I think we're going to come out of this pandemic with better balance between the work-life balance. And I think women will be freer to declare what they require to be successful in the work environment. The fight is on for talent, and women are exceptionally top talent. What I would suggest is a couple things. Know your value in the marketplace. Understand the skills and capabilities that make you great and that make you capable of succeeding. And then be your biggest advocate and have confidence that you can and will accomplish whatever you choose to put your mind to. And then as you think about the opportunities, as you think about what you want to be known for, what are the things that you're continuing to develop, you want to focus on in terms of skills and capabilities, and make sure you have a plan to build those. Because the reality is you can do all those things that you aspire to do. You have to believe in yourself, you have to declare it, and then you have to make sure you take care of you first, because when you're your best version of you, you're unstoppable.
Powerful way to end. Tammy Erwin, it was an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to Her Future.
Thank you so much. Be well. Have a great weekend. Christine, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Such an honor. Such a crazy lineup of speakers. I know everyone's excited for all the speakers and thought leaders we had for the day. Obviously, this has been a dynamic opportunity for us to return with Her Future again this year. It was such a crazy lineup, but we're not done yet. We still have a couple more minutes left of the summit. And I always love to end with our disruptors, our entrepreneurs, the people who are out in the marketplace building businesses that soar. And there's no other lineup of exhibitors and partners I would love to give a huge round of not only gratitude and shout outs to, but guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Every year, Her Future is free and accessible to all thanks to the partnership of our ecosystem, our sponsors, and exhibitors like these 4 amazing pioneers. So I want to give a huge virtual round of applause to each and every one of them. And I want to get you all excited as we welcome each of them to speak and present their company to all of you. They each have about 2 minutes to share with you their organization, what they do. So without further ado, I would love to introduce our first exhibitor, which is Dr. Yvonne Rivers. Now, keep in mind, she's a veteran speaker coming right back at you. She really wowed everyone last year. And Yvonne, I'm bringing you to the chat because it was such a dynamic opportunity to have you last year for Her Future. I'm excited to welcome you back. Thank you for taking this time. I'll pass it over to you to take the floor.
Very good. Thank you so much, Christine. I'm so glad to be back here this year. Now, I think I've got a presentation. I'm not sure. Is it on or do I have to upload it?
No worries, Dr. Yvonne. We'll put your presentation slides up. Let me just come right back to you and bring it back for you, all right?
Okay.
All right, sounds like a plan. As we get ready to get Dr. Yvonne Rivers' presentation back up for you to present, let's get excited to see our next keynote speaker from Melissa. I believe she's on right now. Melissa Bernard, the Parent Bar. Lovely, lovely to meet you. And the 2 minutes is all yours to share with us the lovely work that you do today.
Thank you so much, Christine. My name is Melissa Bernard, and I am the founder of the Parent Bar. So the Parent Bar, it is not a physical place or a thing. It is a mindset. I developed the Parent Bar as a place of solace for soon-to-be parents or current parents who need extra resources and support. So right now I work within the community, and I work with a lot of moms who live in the shelters and they do not have a lot of resources. And I thought back to when I had both of my children, I did not have the resources readily available. So I would have to do a lot of research. So the whole purpose of the Parent Bar is to have everything at your fingertips at theparentbar.com. We talk about cold remedies. We talk about positive parenting, how to break that generational curse within our children from young. We also have eczema remedies. We provide different oils from South America. So all of that is on the website. And our goal is to continue to grow and branch out within the community across the world and hopefully provide parents the resources that they need.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. And of course, we definitely wanted to say thank you for coming on. Is there one thing as a female entrepreneur you want to share with the audience today? We would love to hear it before we pass over to the next keynote.
Yes. So this is my first time speaking publicly about my business. And it took a lot of courage for me to do that. So I would definitely want to say to anyone out there who is thinking about launching their business, just be bold, be fearless. Because if you do not break through your fear, you will always wonder what if, and then there's a community out there that needs you. So definitely push through your fears and go for it. And I'm happy that I did this today.
Thank you so much for sharing, Melissa. And as always, thank you so much for being an exhibitor at Her Future Summit and making it accessible to more women around the world. Thank you so much. And we'll be sharing your program. All right, let's pass now over to Christian as our next exhibitor that will be sharing his company, what they do. Christian, welcome, welcome. I see the Haitian flag. Oh, I'm so excited to see this. Of course. I'll pass it over. You have 2 minutes to share what your company does. And thank you so much for being an exhibitor.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to hear you talk. And it's just been an absolutely phenomenal day. The panelists were absolutely fantastic. But since I only got 2 minutes, I'm just going to jump in right quick. Can everybody see my screen? There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Christian LaCour. I am the CEO of Atlas Prime Energy, which is a company that sells electricity because we strongly believe that as global citizens, we have a responsibility, an immersive responsibility to leave the world better than we found it. And most businesses realize that with the transition over to renewables and just the push to decarbonize literally everything, that we do, everything that we make, how we consume, all of that is going to change. And it's been pretty obvious, especially with big companies like Apple making, taking the initiative to become 100% renewable, not just for themselves, but taking that across to their supply chains. For most businesses, they rely heavily on fossil fuels, and whether that's directly or indirectly, and that is a problem because it's killing 4 people per minute globally, and 50% of them are children under the age of 5. And from a financial perspective, it's a risk because the cost is only going to go up. So that's why most businesses have been looking at wind and solar, but there are inherent problems with those technologies, especially when, as a solution, it's only applied in part. It's very, it's vulnerable to all sorts of damages, whether it's weather damages or vandalism. It's intermittent, so you have to purchase some sort of storage solution, which of course increases the payback period and just makes the system more expensive, not to mention that it takes up a lot of space. And that's why, because we realized without a holistic solution, the poverty cycle that every industry finds itself in when it comes to relying on fossil fuels is only going to continue. So we created the most comprehensive technology solution that's ever been proposed to not just reverse climate change, but also address all of the socioeconomic issues that are tied to it by 2030. And it has all of the benefits of diesel and gas power plants and generators, as well as the renewable energy characteristics, all in a single package. It's installed in less than a day, produces electricity, so it keeps the lights on 24/7. And we have flexible financing available now, starting at energy costs as low as 6 cents per kilowatt hour. With government subsidies, that number comes to around 3 to 5. And so there are a lot of reasons why people would want to purchase this and install this in their backyard, but the main one is that it provides potentially two additional streams of revenue for your business on top of eliminating your energy costs. And because of Her Future Summit and empowering women and girls is something that's very near and dear to our hearts, we're actually offering 3 months free trial on all of our units, which range from 15 to 750 kilowatts for 3 months. So you get to use the unit for 3 months and not have to worry about electricity during that time. In the past, we've had conversations with people at the Haiti Tech Summit, and we were able to sponsor one of those projects, one of those companies for our first project that's going to launch in Haiti to actually put us on track to make Haiti energy independent by 2024. And we're hoping to just replicate that across every single emerging market. So that's all I got. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. If you'd like to apply, just shoot me an email, and I just tell me the name of the business and just if you have a copy of your electricity bill, you feel free to send that as well. We'll just go through a review process and try to get you online, because we know that between access to finance and electricity in emerging markets, those two are the biggest problems for entrepreneurs. So we want to be there and support them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And of course, I want to just applaud everyone to please definitely look at the content. And of course, we'll be sharing this across the newsletter and social media networks. And any quick final remarks that you want to share before we pass it over to Dr. Yvonne Rivers?
Yeah, I mean, the gems that have been dropped have been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, as a man, I'm taking them and I intend to put them to use. But the one thing that I would say is to play to your strengths. A lot of times we're taught to try to minimize the effects of our weaknesses, and honestly, it's an uphill battle. If you can figure out what your strengths are, if you can follow your pattern, as Christine has mentioned in the past, and really hone in on what your superpower is, and just bet on yourself, like you'll go a lot further than trying to minimize your weaknesses as much as possible. So yeah, play to your strengths.
Well said. Thank you so much, Christian. It was an honor to have you. And of course, we'll be in touch. And without further ado, let's now pass it over to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Yvonne Rivers. Welcome back. We're going to get your slides right up there. And welcome back again. We're excited to have you. How are you?
Great. Can you see my screen?
We got the screen up on for you right now, and we'll click through. Just let us know next slides, and we'll click it through for you.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for being back. I'm so excited. You know, I'm high energy, Christine. I'm high energy, so I've been waiting all day for this. But Phoebe Global, we're the business ecosystem builder. We transform entrepreneurship mindsets across the globe. Right now, we are training entrepreneurs in 4 continents: Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America, in 4 languages. Next slide, please. I think I've got control. Let's see if we can do this. There we go. I go by Phoebe. That's the name of my company. I'm a global business expert. I'm a master pitch coach. I started DC Shark Tank here in Washington, DC back in 2015. And I'm also a dynamic mindset speaker. And that's important because when you change your mindset, you change your direction. We're going to talk about the 3 Ps, the 3 Ps of business: your people, your process, your profits. People are your greatest assets. I want to say that Microsoft and I think another one for us said the greatest things that with their company, multi-billionaires, are their assets. Process creates the step. You've got to have a system. You have to have a system. Then profits will maintain sustainability. You know, it's not about just having money in the bank, but you've got to have a profit. And you're not going to have a profit unless you know your process, your people, and really create an idea for your business that you really are charging what you need to have a bottom line money for sustainability. I always look at this. We're talking about her future and the future of women and girls. You got to look beyond. You have to look beyond the vision, the outcome. See where you intend to go. See where you intend to go. Set your mindset on that and you can achieve it. Now we're going to talk about the 3 M's of marketing. It's about your mindset. You've got to be focused. You got to see it before you see it. You got to see it before you see it. You got to have a method and you've got to maximize. That mindset will determine your goals. Reach for the sky. I soar with eagles. I do not deal with chickens because their head pecking down in the ground. So I soar with eagles. Your method will utilize your best practices, and you can obviously always continually maximize for sustainability. We're looking for organizations, governments, and business owners to really collaborate around the world. We bring that methodology coming in with a mindset of growth success to work with women, men, SMEs around the globe for us to have a share arrangement. Connect with us. We take you to your level. Now, I tell people I'm a success coach. So if you're serious about doing business, you want to connect with Phoebe. If you're not serious, I'm not the one for you. So we're about really doing it. Don't think about it. Get off of go. You can contact us on our website, which is phoebemarketing.com. My direct email is ceo@phoebemarketing.com. Right now we're in Washington, D.C., but we serve globally: Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, in 4 languages, and we bring it to the table. Thank you so much, Christine.
Wow, just as powerful as ever. And before you go, Dr. Yvonne Rivers, can you please share any final insights you want to share with the audience before you go?
Well, you know, it is about see it before you see it. And I go back to you, Christine, this is your 3rd Her Future Summit. You saw this before this took place. You have to see it before. Then take the steps by any means necessary, but you have to have a plan. You can't just say, I'm going to do it and not really have a plan of doing it. And write it down. Get it out of your head. Put it on paper. And once you do that, follow it. Every Monday morning when you wake up, guess what? You've got a blank check. And it's up to you what amount you put into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yvonne Rivers. Always a pleasure to have you. And thank you so much for supporting Her Future every single year.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another virtual round of applause. And last but not least, we have one more amazing exhibitor that's going to be joining us today. Sam Horn from the Intrigue Agency is going to be joining us. So let's give her a warm welcome. Welcome to Her Future, Sam.
Thank you so much, Christine. I asked myself, how could I best serve everyone in 2 minutes? So what we're going to do is we're going to rock and roll, and we're going to pop our elevator speech. So please think of an idea, a cause, a brand, or a business that you care about. What do you say when people ask, what does it do? Whatever you do, don't explain it. That's infobesity. It goes in one ear and out the other. Instead, use these 3 steps. I'll give you the example. I'll quickly talk you through the steps. This is from Kathleen Callender, a client from PharmaJet and Springboard Enterprises, which has helped women entrepreneurs generate $10 billion in funding. So, and you can go to the next slide, please. And she came to me. She said, Sam, I got good news and I got bad news. I said, well, what's the good news? She said, I'm speaking in front of a room full of investors in New York. I said, that's fantastic news. What's the bad news? She said, I'm going at 2:30 in the afternoon and I only have 10 minutes. She said, you can't say anything in 10 minutes. I said, you don't have 10 minutes. They will have heard 16 presentations by the time you get up. You've got 60 seconds. Here's the 60-second opening we came up with that helped her earn millions and be Business Week's most promising social entrepreneur of that year. Ready, go. Did you know there are 1.8 billion vaccinations given every year? Did you know up to 1/3 of them are given with reused needles? Did you know we're spreading and perpetuating the very diseases we're trying to prevent? Imagine if there were a painless one-use needle for a fraction of the current cost. You don't have to imagine it. We're doing it. Are your eyebrows up? Are you intrigued? Do you want to know more? That means she just got PharmaJet in your mental door. Now let's go back to you. What is that cause you care about, that idea? When people say, what does it do? Don't tell them. That's infobesity. Instead, ask 3 did you know questions with startling statistics about the problem you're solving, the issue you're answering, the need you're meeting. Then use the word imagine, linked with 3 attributes that would cause them to go, who wouldn't want that? And then wrap it up with, you don't have to imagine it, we're doing it. And then come in with precedents and evidence to show this isn't speculative or pie in the sky. It's a done deal, and you and your team are ready to do it. Next time someone says, what do you do? Don't tell them. That's infobesity. Use these 3 steps and you will intrigue them, get their eyebrows up, and get what you care about in their mental door.
What a powerful way to end. And with that, thank you so much, Sam Horn, for being an amazing exhibitor to Her Future. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you were excited. That was a powerful way to do an elevated speech. Hopefully you all learned and jotted notes. Those were our amazing exhibitors for this program. I hope that you all took part into what they were saying. Such amazing companies. And I want to now do concluding remarks and say thank you to everyone who joined us all day, 6 hours of live content today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our partners who made this accessible. Thank you to our exhibitors for presenting and making this accessible to more and more individuals from all over the world. Of course, a couple of VIP acknowledgments, VIP patrons who are making this accessible as well. And of course, a huge round of virtual applause to all of our speakers today. We had a dynamic lineup of keynotes, panels, and keynote sessions from both our corporate ecosystem, government, and policy initiatives. We had speakers crossing every different industry today. So hopefully you were wowed and inspired, especially considering our conversation today was the theme of the post-pandemic digital remote workforce revolution, how women can revise, relaunch, and rebrand their careers for the future. This is a powerful element that we all need to really take part in. And I'm glad that we also had simultaneously a virtual career job fair. For those of you who were not able to take part, definitely engage with us. We're going to send an email blast with access to this virtual career for the next edition that will come up this year. And of course, at GSC, we engage our communities through 3 pillars: entrepreneurship, employment, and education. And we hope that in this timeline and empowering women around the world, Her Future Future Summit does not end here. We will be posting some information about how to apply to the Her Future Career Accelerator. So definitely check the hashtag Her Future Summit to find out more information about this empowering agenda to empower female entrepreneurs from around the world. Without further ado, thank you so much for being a part of this initiative. This is the 3rd year that we're hosting Her Future Summit. There's more to come. Thank you to all our stakeholders and partners. And of course, thank you to each and every one of you for being a part of this initiative. We could not do it without you. And despite this pandemic, despite this world, we are women of honor. We are women pioneers in entrepreneurship and career. And we hope that you enjoyed today's program. Thank you so much.